a supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Is it time to replace your home comfort system? Call Bryant and save money in every way. Bryant provides you with solutions that save. Save big immediately with attractive rebates, and save every day with lower operating costs. Most important though, the systems are selected to fit you. The right system, priced right, properly installed. That's the way Bryant works for you. How much can you save? Call Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing for a free estimate. 467-1111. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Hey Husker Nation, this is Todd Euler, 2-time national champion with Window World Lincoln. Are you ready to transform your home? We offer exceptional replacement windows, doors, siding, and roofing that will elevate your home's curb appeal and value. As a nationally known, locally owned business, we treat you like family and work tirelessly to deliver the best for less. Don't wait to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Contact Window World Lincoln today at 464-7313 or check out windowworldlincoln.com. Let's make your home the talk of the neighborhood.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Imagine starting your day with a computer glitch that leaves you feeling stuck, frustrated, and unable to get your work done. You have 1,000,001 things to get done today, and waiting for the tech issue to solve itself isn't one of them. It's time to let Hamilton handle the tech so you don't have to. We help businesses across the state spend more time on what they do best and less time frustrated with office technology. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we're focused on providing custom solutions that set you up for success now and in the future. Connect with us today at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
If you want to make new floor shopping easier, come to O Street Carpet. Hi, I'm Steve Carper. Our flooring professionals can help you choose the best flooring for you, your family, and your budget. We eliminate the confusion. Even better, you'll be enjoying your new flooring much sooner. No 6 or 8 week waits. We'll install right away and save you money on installation. Floor shopping made easy every day at O Street Carpet.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
Hi, Sean Callahan here of HuskerOnline.com, inviting you to join us here on 93.7 The Ticket every Saturday morning now in our new time. We're on from 8 to 9 with the weekly Husker Online radio show. We'll give you the latest in recruiting. We'll talk about what's going on with both football, basketball, and we'll probably share a few stories from the inside. It's every Saturday morning right here on 93.7 The Ticket. It's the Husker Online radio show from 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome in day 2, Big Ten Football Media Days, live from the Hilton Chicago. Austin Norman, DP, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen with you throughout the course of the day. Of course, special player guests, coach guests, media guests, etc., through the course of the next 9 hours. If you want to be a part of the conversation, as always, you can. 402-464-5685, the number 2 hour starter, Heyman Jewelers text line, with a big shout out as well to the 4 sponsors who make our coverage possible here from Chicago, including Ben Bleicher, Berkshire Hathaway, Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, and Gary Michaels Clothiers. Gentlemen, good morning. How was the evening in Chicago?
It is day 23,377. I made it. So I'm celebrating today. I'll ask you guys, do you celebrate your birthday on just the day, or do you take the week? Can you do the month? What's the rule? What are we working on? Like, I want to do it appropriately. What's Jay Foreman, like, what's the Hall of Fame take on your birthday?
I'm pretty quick with it. I just try to think every day is a blessed day. You know what I'm saying? So before we get it, we want to, extend a happy birthday to DP if you didn't know it was his birthday yesterday. So we obviously want to extend it even today. So, but for me, I just say every day you're blessed to kind of obviously, walk the face of the earth. And as you get a little bit older, and I don't consider myself, old by any means, but, you have, a couple teammates pass away, a couple weeks ago. And they, Alan Aldridge last year, who was like my workout partner, was a workout fiend, former Denver Bronco. So, you tend to take it, every day's the same. But when it is your birthday, it is good to kind of reflect maybe that week on the year you had before, and then, the good, bad, and ugly and great, and then look forward to the next. I mean, I think if you can always have that goal to, get that extra year,
that day,
the next day, the next week, the next month, the next year, it makes it, that much more special, especially when you do great things, and you're able to affect a lot of people in a positive manner. I think your birthday, it should always mean more, but obviously it can be a little bit more special.
I do love the fact that Jay has more gray hair than I do.
Oh yeah.
I absolutely accept the win.
Yeah.
I didn't win the Foreman genetic lottery, but man, I didn't get the Orman Sorensen blonde hair.
Yeah.
But like I didn't get, so us normals, we have to celebrate different.
Hey man, I let it flow, man. I mean, the longer my hair gets, when I grow it out, it gets more gray. But if it's short, it's not as gray. But I remember I had a friend, and he was like, "Hey, you gonna color it?" And I'm like, "Nah, Now I have a family member that colors it, and
and you can tell.
Yeah, you can tell.
you can
yeah,
tell.
Most of them can tell, but I just kind of just keep it the way it is. My grandfather grayed early, so I knew I was potentially going to gray early, and but I'm all good with that. I like it.
What's the headline today?
Well, I mean, I think the new. I think Chesney's the Kingsbury of the Big Ten. Because
Kingsbury. That's
a
poll.
The younger, younger, good-looking coach energizing a dead program, which is UCLA. Kingsbury at that time was supposed to energize the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, that's
at
right.
the time. So he was a bachelor. Remember, he had the penny loafers on with the draft. I think it was during COVID. But no, I think it's his vision. Their off season has been pretty spectacular for UCLA standards, for anybody's standards. him. And then, like DP said, I think Oregon and Ohio State, where there's at. You see Julian Zane down there, about 2 or 3 tables down there, right next to Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's probably sizing him up a little bit. Right next to us is PJ Fleck. So really, when you go down from my left, DP, and Austin to your right, that's it's like the party starters be Fitzgerald, then PJ, then Ohio State, and saying it's all for different reasons, right? Where they're going to set the tone. So you think about the meat and potatoes of a Big Ten, right? Minnesota's always been the meat and potatoes, right in the middle, exceeding expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan State had been in the hunt, obviously quite some time ago, trying to get back there. With a guy that's done it before, and then Ohio State is having a different type of conversation, whether national championship or bust. How are they going to peak at the end of the season to complete the mission that they felt like they ran out of gas? After that Michigan game, then they played Indiana, then Miami, then they looked like a different. Now, I think when you put so much into getting your get back after that embarrassing loss, even though they went on to win a national championship the year before, that the game is the game. You saw what you need to do against Indiana, and then you weren't able to kind of recover against Miami. What have they done, or what are they going to do to circumvent that? And when they lost about 85 players to the draft, even though they got 1 million coming back. And then
I don't know if that works with the roster limits, but
they got guys in reserve, man. I think they picked up a guy from a club team. I think I read in the offseason. So that lets you know the talent just on the campus. And it's a big old campus, but I think these guys that are right next to us, I think, are going to be the tone setters. There's some veteran experience coaching wise. They know how to handle this, but they also know how to put those little nuggets out there to get people thinking.
Yeah, Coach Fleck going first at 11:30 today. If you didn't get your morning coffee or need your refill, just listen to PJ's presser. I'm sure it's going to be electric as always. Into the Fitzgerald re-debut appearance at Michigan State. Really curious to hear what he has to say. Into Barry Odom at the lunch hour, into Ryan Day. That's where I think kind of the lull is in the day. And then you finish up with Chesney, new, exciting. And then, like we were saying at the end of the day yesterday, Dan Lanning and what his message is going to be really fascinates me today.
I think it's like what you said. You got the Energizer Bunny and PJ, right? And Fitzgerald, right? So you got the little PJ Fleck. I think he was a receiver. He's a slot guy, right? He's the guy that like the Hines Ward, he'll crack back on you.
The thinking man's tough receiver. Give us respect.
Right. And then
give us the respect.
Listen, he'll catch a 5-yard hitch and he's celebrating. He has all the wristbands and towels on. And then you got Fitzgerald, right? He's the leader in the middle of the defense. Mm-hmm. And then you talked about, like with Barry Odom and then obviously Ryan Day coming out of there. Those guys are the thinkers, right? Ryan Day, the former quarterback, very cerebral. Then Barry Odom was a heck of a player as well. He's going to be more energy than people think. I talked to him yesterday. He feels like his team is better than what people give him credit for. And that's where we talked about the depth. Remember yesterday, the bottom six? He knows what's been written. They know what's been written. They've been doing the work to not do that, but then, or to obviously make that not true. But then when you talk about the last two, right? 2 guys that have to sell their program at different stages. Chesney selling his that's what he's been able to do early at UCLA. Now it's money time. Now it's win or lose. And then Dan Lanning is selling the program after losing 2 coordinators that we still are Oregon and we're going to be in the hunt. When I'm going to tell you what, 17 other teams are seeing blood in the water. You lost your 2 most important coaches, and we haven't yet to see what you've done when you lost 2 of your most important coaches. Could most likely there is a little dip. We've seen that over the history. Can they withstand that and continue to be in the national title hunt?
Is it too weird to have to measure how coaches petition their time between being a salesman, recruiter, and coach? Like you got management that you have to deal with. Then it becomes sales. Hey, constantly pushing the product, pushing the program, setting the reminders. Right? There's all those lines between standard, culture, who we are, trying to figure out the identity. I think most of the programs today the coaches that we're talking about, the coaches have culture. I'm not sure the programs do yet.
That's what, and that's what you're trying to sell. That like in Chesney's case, right? He's got to sell you that, and Fitzgerald. that I've been able to arrive there in, like, say, January, and here we are in July, 6 months later, right? Because you got to think the first part of January, you're hiring your staff, trying to re-recruit your roster, get in the portal, set your off season, spring ball and all that. And then here we go. Now I got it. Now I have my culture in place to be able to handle the best conference in college football, everybody else, right? That's what they're selling. Then you have Dan Lanning in a lot of cases that I'm trying to resell my culture because I lost my two guys as coordinators that were able to kind of take my blueprint, and then it kind of went down. So now you really are top down now. Can it really, continue along and be successful in Oregon's case?
I think that's a great way to measure the state of Oregon's program as well, because they're going to win their fair share of games like they have, but that's kind of the cost of doing business as a top program, is your guys are going to get poached at some point if they're good enough coaches. Continuity is obviously valued, but we know that there's an up-and-coming coordinator or two every cycle.
Yeah.
Oregon happened to have two of them, on staff at the same time. The best programs, though, I think have the direction set by the head coach. And not to go back to the easy comparison, but we think about the Nick Saban, school of, coaching rehabilitation, the number of offensive coordinators he cycled through.
Yeah.
Think about John Cook in Nebraska volleyball, the number of assistants that he's lost over the years that went on to head coaching jobs as well. It's part of the deal. You want to train up good people. You want to raise good coaches. And sure, you want them to stick around, have a right-hand man. Not always the case anymore in college athletics, even in the pros either. And so I think we'll learn a lot about Dan Lanning, who he is as a coach and a person, and the type of program he's running based on Oregon's response to something that's just the natural way of the world.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a first time for everything, and you got to think where, Indiana hasn't had to face that yet, surprisingly enough, right? And so where it hit Oregon, and it's always like the year after they first get on the scene when you hear about Stein and any assistant, right? So then they end up going the next year. So that's why you got to put even more emphasis in your window to make that run. They weren't able to get through that window, right? Look at Ryan Day, where he's, you lose Jim Knowles, you bring in Matt Patricia, which obviously worked out like gangbusters. You had Chip Kelly, then you had Brian Hartline, you kind of took over. Now you have the FedEx dude, Arthur Smith, who's totally different. Now, can that work? So it's reversed for Ryan Day, right? You've been able to, some guys have kind of been mutually deciding to move on, right? When Chip Kelly went to the Raiders, and then you were able to go seek it versus people seeking them out and they're going to head coaching jobs. So it goes both ways, and culture is huge. And I would say the coach has the blueprint, and the players and the assistant coaches and the assistant coaches, the support staff have to have their own version of that blueprint. But when you have a blueprint of a building, there's about 4 or 5 things, 6 things that are the most important things to that foundation. Then everybody has to go out there and live it their own way. That's where the best coaches are. That when you talk about Nick Saban, he has been able to take guys that have been head coaches and maybe however their tenure hadn't worked out well. Bill O'Brien, Lane Kiffin, Sark, keep going on and say, okay, listen, this is what we do here. Go make it you.
We did some scouting last night. Went back east, talked to some folks at the ACC, and the thing was the common statement between two different coaching staffs. How old the leadership was. Like it missing the layup in that it's one thing to have leadership, but returning leadership was going to be the difference in these Power Fours. And I found it just crazy because we had missed the layup, right?
Yeah.
How many of these programs have returning leader? Most of the guys that show up in Big Ten media, this is new leadership for them.
Yeah, the players, you mean?
Yeah,
especially if they come from another school,
right?
That doesn't know. Like, I could be a great leader at school A, right? And just say I leveled up, and even if it's a Power Four, and they couldn't, I guess, say I'm getting more money to go to school B. So what I did there worked in that situation. I might have been there 2 or 3 years, so I might have seen a couple senior classes go through. And I might be a redshirt sophomore. And so I'm like, okay, well, this is what I want to do. And I have a really good year and I have a year or 2 left. Now you're at a whole new school and you have to lead their way. So I think that's when it's really important. And you have to get to know the players. You can't just look at the computer screen. Like if I'm a head coach and say DP and Austin are my lead recruiters, and I say I need a really good linebacker. And you just say, you know what, I'll just get this dude out of here because he had 110 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, a couple sacks and a pick. I need some more background on him. Does he like to lead? How does he lead? Because how you have certain leadership it'd be great if we could get PJ Fleck over here to, I guess, extend your culture is the most important thing. It can't be all rah-rah guys. It can't be all in your face guys. It has to be a combination of by example, rah-rah guys, in your face, a little bit of both. And that hat actually gets passed around.
We would say best athlete, hardest worker, smartest, high IQ guy. Let's reach all parts of the fence.
That's a guarantee. If you're going to be coming in and I expect you to be one of my best players, I don't ever want to hear about you missing a meeting or you not being in the front of the line or you not being the hardest worker or you not being able to understand and have a good pulse on the team that is not performing well. But you need other guys too, even if they aren't your highest portal guys or highest guys like on your team, to have your culture and your leadership.
To take us through some of your teams in Nebraska or in the pros, the guys that are going to, jump guys, be loud in front of everyone. And then, whether it's, calling them out or saying, hey, shape up in front of the team. Who are those guys? And who are the guys behind the scenes that said, hey, Rook, keep your head up, or hey, it's okay. You know what you got to do. You get it next time.
I mean, and, in Nebraska, we had a good combination. If you look at our captains, we had Christian Peter that was like an inspirational leader, right? But the standard was the standard. You're going to work. We're going to be tough and you're going to work hard. But he also at times was there, put his arm around you as well if he saw that you were struggling. Because once you were a part of the team, you were in the brotherhood. Then you had like Tony Veland that really doesn't say much, but when he talked, everybody listened, right? Then you had Aaron Graham, who I go to say he was more like the CEO of a bunch of I would say like they were a biker gang with that pipeline, but he was the CEO, Texas guy, clean cut, could get it, and
they will tell you they're the smart guys,
right? And he was right, but he was the guy that was a smart guy, but he would be inspirational as well. And then we had Phil Ellis, who was from Grand Island, straight up, I call him Dr. Death. Homeboy was mean, or Terry Keneally, the nicest guy. You see him get on that field, had that switch. That's what you have right there. And then when I got to the pros, it was really interesting. So where you had guys that would be in your face, like Thurman Thomas, he would call you out in front of the team. But then he would say, hey, Rook, this is – I'll never forget when we were doing some one-on-one drills, and he was like, look, I can always read your route when you're in this type of stance. So when you get in this situation, this is what you need to do. But he would call you out. Then you had Bruce Smith who would say, hey, look, man, you ain't pulling your weight, period, and then walk away from you. But then you had Ted Washington that with his size would intimidate you, but also what he would do is he would be there for you to bring you along and teach you standard. Then you had like John Fina, the team jokester, but he was obviously when he got on the field, it was all business. Jerry Ostrowski, who was the grumpy old offensive lineman, but he was the tone setter. And then we had Sam Gash, who was always the hardest worker, the first in the building, the last to leave, and the most physical player we had, right? But then you had great leadership. We had Alex Van Pelt, who's a longtime NFL offensive coordinator and QB coach in the NFL, who was the backup quarterback but always played his role, right? But with the guys that maybe weren't getting the reps that they wanted, he was there. And then we had a guy that's actually Chicago's own. He's at he coaches at the high school in Loyola. I forget the academy here, John Holisek. Listen, you talk about a guy that a ride home from our rookie minicamp, being a fifth-round pick himself, and talked about what it's like, the team likes you, what it takes to make the team where you actually stand on the team. It's him. But he's the dude that was the first one to run in there for a fight, always in a bad mood, but one of the greatest teammates that you could have because he showed you how to work as a professional. So you have to have that mix, right? And if you have a whole bunch of guys that only want to lead in front of the camera, when the lights are the brightest, they're the ones that really actually go and hide. The guys that lead day in and day out, lights on, lights off, in front of the camera or not, those are the guys that will shine the brightest. And that's the way it's always going to be.
I do want to ask the folks that are listening, and we appreciate the folks hanging out with us. 402-464-5685. If you've got questions for us, we have eyes in the room and we have ears in the room. We can get distracted by the traffic. That's part of why we're here, is to see what we can see and get information. But we are here connected to you. So we know you're out there. You're texting my phone. Get on a text line. Right. Like texting my phone, it's the real thing. Coach Day has entered the room. As the room starts to fill up and the players start to walk in, then it becomes Jay, do the coaches talk before they get here, while they're here, after they leave here?
With each other?
Yeah.
I think Coach Rule said they have a coaches like a text line together. Now I'm sure there's some subgroups, the old Nick Sainer. I have different friend groups, right?
Right.
But I'm sure they have a coach's room back there. I remember I was back there for quite a while, and I was talking to Jed Fish, and your boy Sharon Moore walked in with no socks on, with the spikes on his shoes. I was like, well, this is not going to be a good year for him. Didn't work out really well. So they have a coach's room back there. So I'm sure there's fellowship amongst them, and they understand the business aspect of it. And it's probably always good to see each other because they all know what the offseason looks like. A lot of work, a lot of sacrifice, and obviously the excitement is in every program to start the season. So, they know this is a necessary evil. And well, the funny thing is, I will say this. It used to be that the coaches hated to talk and do interviews. Now they do. Now they like it. They know they have to. And to be honest with you, I used to always laugh at coaches that didn't because, once YouTube and the internet came around, you don't have to do much recruiting. Because me as a recruiter, I'd want to see how you handle yourself, how you talk about other players, what you look like. They come to your house for like an hour or two. This is back when you can only do one home visit and one official, no unofficial. So you weren't getting a lot of time. Now I can just keep it on a loop, in that. So now you see these coaches, they're actually here early. The players are here early. They all have brands. And the brand is their schools. And so they're trying to not only sell themselves, but sell the school. And it's a recruiting tool for them. And so they have to be on point. They have to look forward to Big Ten Media Days. If you go and just look at the SEC, all the new coaches were popping off. None of them had done tilly poo. But what were they doing? They were selling their program and selling the SEC blindly. So they'd have talked to each other. They know what the message needs to be. They know where they're at.
Do we wrongly chastise the coaches who talk well? You just said they have to constantly sell the brand, right? And
if you don't back it up,
and in most cases they are the brand.
Yeah, but there's a fine line of too much of that, not enough substance. Because when you think about it, right, nobody talks about row the boat no more as being a gimmick.
Right.
We understand.
Hey,
you understand. Exactly. Listen. Actually, you don't understand because we really don't know. He knows, right? But we've seen it work. So whatever it is, running up down the sideline on the fourth quarter with the tie, body surfing in the locker room, or you know what I'm saying? Okay, you got it. And so it almost was there with Mel Tucker. Take him to the woodshed. Welcome to all that type of stuff. And so. I think sometimes, you can kind of jump on a coach too much, but, I think sometimes at Nebraska, everybody hangs on every single word you say. And then, that's sometimes boredom from a fan base and media members. But I think, you have to sell your program. Listen, if you want an example, Coach Smith last year from Michigan State, part of the reason, obviously Fitzgerald is a more established coach in the Big Ten, but where Smith was taking the program was on an upward trajectory, right? Recruiting and everything, but he didn't like selling his program, right? It worked. That's fine in Oregon State because you got one guy covering. You've been up to Core Valley. You got one guy covering the team. They could be 9-0. You got 5 people covering the team, right? And 2 of them are students. So, I think you have to. It's a necessary evil. But then also these guys understand that when they get hired, part of the reason why they're getting hired is what they look like, how they talk, and how they can represent. Like DP says, they want to hire people they want to hang out with, and break bread with, and they want you to represent
and be in the trench with,
and trust you that you're going to not mess up their program that they've built up for however many years or felt like they've been a part of.
Let's go ahead and go to break with that, expecting some representatives from Minnesota here before too long. So we'll go to break, make sure we can get them on when we have the opportunity to. Big thanks again to the wonderful sponsors, Ben Blaker, Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels, Clothiers. Will bring you some special messages from them throughout the course of the day. DP, Jay, Austin, Jake Sorensen with you as well. We'll be back to Chicago soon.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Guys, if you're dealing with low back pain or trouble urinating, don't just live with it. These could be signs of treatable conditions. At Advanced Medical Imaging, their interventional radiologists specialize in minimally invasive procedures designed to relieve symptoms and improve your quality of life without major surgery. June is Men's Health Month. Take the step. Call Advanced Medical Imaging today to schedule a consult and find out what AMI can do for you.
If you want to make new floor shopping easier, come to O Street Carpet. Hi, I'm Steve Carper. Our flooring professionals can help you choose the best flooring for you, your family, and your budget. We eliminate the confusion. Even better, you'll be enjoying your new flooring much sooner. No 6 or 8 week waits. We'll install right away and save you money on installation. Floor shopping made easy every day at O Street Carpet.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
When Nebraska businesses win, we all win. And the Nebraska Chamber is helping make that happen. Tackling the tough stuff like job creation, affordable and accessible childcare, and building a stronger workforce. We're stepping up so local businesses can step forward. If you want to see Nebraska keep growing, keep competing, and keep winning, get connected with the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Learn more at nechamber.com.
Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Front Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy the restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Front Country Club, just 40 minutes southeast of Lincoln. It's worth a visit.
Is it time to replace your home comfort system? Call Bryant and save money in every way. Bryant provides you with solutions that save. Save big immediately with attractive rebates. And save every day with lower operating costs. Most important though, the systems are selected to fit you. The right system, priced right, properly installed. That's the way Bryant works for you. How much can you save? Call Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing for a free estimate. 467-1111. Bryant, whatever it takes.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at gainatrucking.com.
Building a new home can be a challenge, a lot of big choices. With our Remington homes, we have designed 15 different floor plans that appeal to a wide range of people.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier.
People really enjoy being able to go to our website, which is remingtonlincoln.com, pick a plan, pick a price point, go through and build it yourself. You have a lot of options, whether you want granite, painted trim, wood floors, more stone, all options with our Remington homes. People do not want to be married to their house payment. You're able to get what you really want in a home for a great price with very limited stress. And that's what Remington Homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back to the Hilton Chicago, day 2 of Big Ten Media Days in full swing. Getting the party started here early. We're joined by Minnesota quarterback Drake Lindsey here from Chicago. Drake, welcome to the Ticket. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. How's your day, Big Ten Media Days, been so far?
It's been good. This is my second media, so just excited to be here.
Any better than Vegas?
Vegas is pretty fun. We'll see.
Drake, I wanted to ask you, obviously you came in and took the reins last year as a freshman. And obviously you had a great year, a little under 2,400 yards, 18-6 as far as touchdowns to interceptions. What's next for you? Obviously it's different. You kind of know, we talked, before we got on air. Now you know campus, the little that you guys got to go to school. You know what practice is like. What's it like year 2 for you? Obviously getting through year 1, excelling, and now you're going into year 2.
Yeah, I think the big jump for me is the leadership. I think year 1, you're trying to make sure you're okay and you're going to be focused on the game plan and all those kind of things. And now being really comfortable with my OC, my head coach, all those kind of things. I think the next step is getting your teammates to rise to the next level. And I think I've done a great job with that this offseason. And I think when you get to camp and season is where it really shows. So, I think holding all my teammates to a high standard.
I wanted to ask you also, when you play early and, you like you said, you're trying to take care of you. When did you say you had that aha moment? Or all right, I can really when you go from thinking to knowing.
Yeah.
And then you kind of all right, when you show up at the stadium every Saturday or whenever you guys play after that, you're like, all right, I'm going to unleash the dog on him.
Yeah. I think after the first game, I knew I could do it, but really after Rutgers, when I had my first really big game and against that first Big Ten team, winning that game, starting 1-0 in Big Ten play, that was the moment where I really knew I belonged, and I knew before, but that moment solidified it for me.
I always ask people, the jump from high school to college, to me, is more obviously there's bigger guys, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're a big guy too, but there's just huge. I mean, you see Smith walk around your defensive end, right? There's not too many guys you see in high school that are bigger than you.
No.
But the game's faster, right? Not necessarily the speed, but just everybody knows where they're going. What's it like when is it slowed down for you, where you can kind of anticipate and dictate, and now you're kind of out there playing, your style of football?
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest jump. I think the speed of the game was not the biggest jump for me. I think it's the playbook and all those kind of things where, you're having kills and alerts at the line of scrimmage, making sure you're seeing the defense correctly, using all your tells from Monday through Friday to Saturday, I think is the biggest jump because, my OC Harbaugh always says you win the game Monday through Friday, not on Saturday. Right. And I think I learned that as going through last year.
What was the bigger jump, high school playbook to college playbook or Arkansas to Minnesota?
Definitely the playbook. I've adjusted well to Minnesota.
You said you feel more comfortable. Have you worked with your offensive coordinator to kind of make it become you? The first year you're just running his offense. Now you can say, hey, I like this. Why did this work? Why this is what I want to add to it. Have you taken that next step with him?
Yeah, we definitely have. And it started in the bowl game. The last game of the year against New Mexico, he gave me a worksheet to fill out. And it was all my favorite first and second down plays, favorite third down plays, favorite green zone plays. And I think him giving me that really showed that he believed in me fully and was giving me the reins to really, run this offense. Then now this year we've just, ran with it, and he really does a great job listening to my input.
I wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously I'm from Minneapolis, so I had players that I've trained to play at Minnesota, but I want to ask you, obviously, because for the people that listen, what's it like? What's the culture like at Minnesota? I mean, I know, but obviously you guys do things the right way, kind of always just go about your business. Talk about what it's like being in that, Minnesota Gopher culture, PJ Fleck, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think the thing I love about it is every single day, Coach Fleck is the exact same person. High energy. He's a life coach. He's going to teach you so many things about football and life. If you sit in one of his team meetings, it's just you don't really realize it as a freshman. But as you get older, everything's connecting to your life and football, which I think is a huge testament to him, going on year 10, with this transactional world, he's kept it transformational and changes all the players' lives every single day. So it's definitely a blessing to be there.
Yeah, he definitely got a lot of energy, but I think it's authentic. And I think
is.
one of the things that I learned about him is, Blake Cashman was a walk-on, and he was a great player. He started as a freshman. They just were refusing to give him a scholarship, and PJ Fleck said that he was going to put him on a scholarship. That's what he did the first day. So a man of his word is obviously, it doesn't matter if it's transactional or not. That's how you become transformational, is because you are a man of your word. Now let's go on to this year for your team. A big year for you guys, really good schedule. What's it like been in the off season, when you guys are saying, okay, this is a great opportunity for us, and we're right on the cusp of doing something great again, a la 2019, as you prepare for 2026?
Yeah, I think the biggest confidence boost is, all the coaches that returned. We got same OC, same DC, obviously the same head coach, and then a lot of returning starters. We have a good amount of them, and then we added some great pieces in the portal, added some great freshmen that are going to help us this year. And I think our leadership has just gone way up. In 2024, we had a lot of guys that left, and last year was a big year for us, and a lot of new guys being leaders. And I think this year we're returning a lot of those guys who were leaders last year and have learned a lot about themselves and our team. And I think when you do a self-diagnosis and look at yourself and how you need to be better for the team, not just yourself, is when ultimately we grow as a team. And I think our leaders have done a great job of that.
You're speaking of leadership. Big Smith is and Taylor. He's right behind you. Those are two of your better leaders, older leaders. Talk about what it's like when you have a guy that could go to the NFL in Smith and he decides to come back. What does that mean to you? I mean, obviously you're an offensive player, but the guy you're in the locker room with, and I'm sure he's had some talks with you, but he's stuck behind his word. What does that mean to you as a teammate?
Yeah, it means a ton. I think, he's definitely one of the best players in the country.
Right.
And having that guy return when he could have easily just gone to the NFL and started this year on an active NFL roster, I think that means a ton to the program, to who he is as a man, to his teammates. Because, he cares so much about Minnesota, and you see it every single day within, the warm-up. He's the same guy every day, high intensity every single day. And I think when you have a leader like that, who's ultimately one of the best players in the country, returning for his 5th year, I think it, brings a lot to the Gophers.
I wanted to ask you, man, when you play a certain position, you kind of look at players that I wouldn't say idolize, but take, for me, I took a little bit, tried to take it from Ray Lewis, Lawrence Taylor, whatever. Who do you kind of look at as like, all right, that's the guy, when you're able to watch tape, I want to see what he's doing and try to add it to your game and then make it yours?
Yeah, I think ultimately the guy that I love watching is Matt Stafford. I think just he plays so on time, and the way he stays in the pocket too, because obviously there's times you got to use your feet and make plays, and I think he does a good job of that as well. But how he is within the pocket, staying calm when he has to move within the pocket, I think that's something I'm really trying to grow on this year, and use the pocket as my comfortable area, even when it's dirty. Staying in there, being the quarterback, taking hits when you have to. I think when you watch Stafford, he does a great job of that.
Then that goes into my last question, and we'll get you out of here. Is like when you were choosing where you wanted to go coming out of high school. Obviously, I kind of know the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway. How important was it, like offensive style, what they've done that fits your skill set? Because I think some kids go to, all right, I'll just go to the biggest school, and it doesn't match up. How important was that to you? And number two, is that what led to your early success? Obviously, he was a great player, but allowed you to make that transition even faster?
Yeah, 100%. Out of high school, you definitely have to look at those things. And I'd seen their quarterback success, and I felt like all their quarterbacks were similar to my play style. With not being the best runner, but really good with their arm, good in the pocket, all those kind of things. And then, ultimately, I feel like Max Brosman had a huge impact on me and sped my game up because I was just around him nonstop. And he was a 6th-year senior who had seen football, understood football on a completely different level than I've ever heard as a player. So I think, ultimately just sticking to his hip as, a true freshman for 12 months as a friend and all the other aspects of football and just learning from him, I feel like ultimately, made me the player I was.
It made it easier to come to Minnesota, right? Just because your dad played for the Vikings, right?
My
grandfather,
yes,
right?
Sir,
yeah. So he just missed my dad by a year or two. But so yes,
sir.
Hey, appreciate you coming on, man. Wish you all the success and enjoyed watching you, mature over the year and keep on keeping on, man. Because next thing you know, you'll be and hopefully in Indy, going to big things. So
yes, sir. Thank you
wish
so
all
much.
the luck.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Thanks for coming on.
That's Minnesota quarterback Drake Lindsey with us here from Big Ten Media Days. Coverage rolls on from Chicago after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Hi everyone, Kendall Warnock, owner of A1 Automotive. At A1 Automotive, we believe every vehicle has a purpose and every customer does too. That's why we focus on dependable repairs, honest recommendations, and exceptional speed in service. Our goal is simple, to help you travel confidently and safely wherever life takes you. A1 Automotive, driven by purpose, built on trust. You can visit us online, a1autolincoln.com, or visit us at either of our three locations, 5110 State Hill Drive, 1117 L Street here in Lincoln, and our newest location, 408 Main Street, Seward, Nebraska.
College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Friend Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy their restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Friend Country Club, just 40 minutes southeast of Lincoln. It's worth a visit.
Transform your watch party into a full fan experience. Benny's Battle Barge from Arbor Axe House is the mobile axe throwing trailer designed for fans who want more than just to watch from the sidelines. Step into a lane and go head-to-head while the game plays on screen. It's safe, fun, and perfect for groups who take their sports and their competition seriously. Upgrade your fan headquarters today. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Guys, if you're dealing with low back pain or trouble urinating, don't just live with it. These could be signs of treatable conditions. At Advanced Medical Imaging, their interventional radiologists specialize in minimally invasive procedures designed to relieve symptoms and improve your quality of life without major surgery. June is Men's Health Month. Take the step. Call Advanced Medical Imaging today to schedule a consult and find out what AMI can do for you.
Is it time to replace your home comfort system? Call Bryant and save money in every way. Bryant provides you with solutions that save. Save big immediately with attractive rebates, and save every day with lower operating costs. Most important though, the systems are selected to fit you. The right system, priced right, properly installed. That's the way Bryant works for you. How much can you save? Call Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing for a free estimate. 467-1111. Bryant, whatever it takes.
If you want to make new floor shopping easier, come to O Street Carpet. Hi, I'm Steve Carper. Our flooring professionals can help you choose the best flooring for you, your family, and your budget. We eliminate the confusion. Even better, you'll be enjoying your new flooring much sooner. No 6 or 8 week waits. We'll install right away and save you money on installation. Floor shopping made easy every day at O Street Carpet.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back in as we put a bow on hour one of coverage from Big Ten Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, joined by disruptor extraordinaire, havoc causer for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. It is Anthony Smith off the defensive line. Anthony, welcome to Big Ten Media Days. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, seriously.
Anthony, man, obviously, we, being a Nebraska station, I'm obviously a former Husker, but we got to see you up close and personal last year up there in Minneapolis. But I wanted to ask you, we were talking to Drake Lindsay last segment. I wanted to ask you about coming back. Obviously had opportunity to go to the next level, which is obviously great on you. What are the few factors that brought you back to Minnesota and wanted to come back and obviously continue along with your success at the Gophers?
I think my choice was super easy, whether that was me coming back for my teammates, me coming back for the support staff. Again, I come to the facility every single day with a smile on my face. Coach Fleck does an amazing job, whether that's me with the training staff or that's with the players. I mean, again, being around Matt Bernowski, Drake Lindsay, all those guys, it's so fun. I mean, me and Mav hang out almost every other day.
Right.
Same with DT. I mean, he's a running back. I'm a defensive lineman.
And that doesn't happen often.
Exactly.
Yeah, defensive guys generally stay together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even with Drake, I mean, like even last year, like him taking me on trips out to California or me just being around him, I mean, it's a defensive end with a quarterback, a starting QB. So again, I think Coach Fleck does an amazing job in bringing in players that fit our team so well, and it's so easy to be around our facility.
One thing I think that Minnesota, the Gophers, over PJ Fleck's, tenure at Nebraska or at Minnesota doesn't get enough credit for is their defense and the identity. Generally everybody thinks the offensive line running game. The defense has been on point ever since he's been there. Talk about the standard of the defensive line that was there before you got there and how you're upholding it.
That's a legacy. Defensive line at Minnesota, that's been a legacy. I remember in 2021, I think it was actually versus Nebraska, when I think it was like literally it was like first and 10 on the goal line.
Right.
And they stopped them all 4 plays, and like seeing that is like, dang, like I want to be a part of that.
Right.
And then coming in like with people like Boye Mafe, Big O, Osezi, and all those kind of Trill Carter, Danny Strigout, Thomas Rush, all those guys having a legacy and building a culture in that D-line room.
Right.
Just elevated me to want to be like, at the end of the day, when I'm setting down in Minnesota, I want people to feel the same way of when a recruit comes to Minnesota and be like, dang, I want to be a part of that.
Right.
So just leaving that legacy every single day and just working towards that every single day, this really pushes me.
How much contact do you have with guys that played before you that help instill that culture in you guys, whether it's Coach Fleck's guys from, the 10 years or before him even?
Like people like Blake Cashman, Osezi, was same with Boye. I mean, Boye was literally just in the facility probably like a week ago. Just getting to pick his brain about like his new team and seeing like, hey, you were on the Seahawks and now you're on a new team and like learning the playbook. Even people like Devin Easter and Danny Strigout, this game
just
to be
got
able
drafted,
to, exactly, just being able to pick their brain and seeing how the NFL is for them is really special.
And back to 2025 for you, obviously stat-wise is a breakout year, but you were really consistent throughout your whole career, just making plays. And then obviously, the big coming out party was against Nebraska, right? We'll keep it real. But talk about that year for you, because sometimes everybody just looks at sacks and be like, okay, that's whether you're good or bad. Where I've watched a lot of Minnesota Gophers football. You've been a really good player even before the 12.5. Talk about getting the payoff, and then obviously what you've added to your game throughout this offseason to continue along with that success?
And it's coming off of 2024 and knowing that, I thought myself was pretty good in the run game. The coaches thought that too. So, again, when it came to the offseason, my focus was more coming on pass rush. And, just being able to, every single day, just trying to know what my deficiencies are and making that my strength and just building off of that and then having it pay off in 2025 was really big. And then, again, with the people that are around me, my teammates, they push me every single day. I can't fall. I can't let up the gas. If I let up the gas, TJ Bush is going to tell me.
Right.
J2, Jalen Hicks is going to tell me.
Yeah,
So
you got
again,
Howard too, right?
Jackson Howard, Adam
Jackson Howard.
Kasai. They're all going to tell me, hey, I'm catching up to you. So it's not letting off the gas every single day, pushing me.
How important is that when it comes from the players? I mean, the coaches, it's their job to do that. But when you guys have that culture, how does that start and how important is it for you guys to maintain that?
I mean, it always starts as being competitive. TJ Bush came in here and was like, hey, I'm going to get after it this year. You better follow me. And I'm like, okay, you better follow me. So, again, it's that competitiveness within the D-line is just super important. But, again, that family aspect where, like, hey, TJ can get on me and, like, he can get after me and be like, hey, like, you're messing up right now. And just having the family and be able to be like, okay, yeah, if he's telling me this, like, I better listen because he's one of my brothers on the D-line. Like, so I need to pick it up.
Being 6'6" and obviously legit 6'6", I always say some guys that are listed at 6'6", you know how it is. You go against a lineman listed at 6'6", you're like, man, this dude's like 6'3" and a half.
Exactly.
Talk about how hard you've had to work to be a really good, because you're a really good athlete, right? And talk about what you've had to do in order to become that. Obviously, coming out of high school, you got to get bigger, faster, stronger, but you don't want to lose your athletic ability. Talk about what all goes into that for you to be as athletic as you are at 6'6".
First shout out my mom. She would always throw me in the sports. And hey, if you like the sport, we'll stay in it. I can attest that the basketball. Coming into high school, I came to high school for basketball, and then my godfather signed me up for football.
Right.
Because he was like, you're gonna play football. You're too big not to.
Right.
So again, I attest some of my athleticism in the basketball, and then my coaches in high school, and then coming into college, the support staff, the training room, and then the trainers, again, just every single day, pushing me every single day to get better.
What's the best aspect of your basketball game?
Best aspect of my basketball game is definitely
dunking.
I can definitely put the dunking out there. But again, just being able to I feel like I can defend 1 through 5. That's probably my best. Just moving laterally is the best for me.
Real quick before we get you out of here, obviously everybody knows PJ Fleck, right? And they see what they see. He's on camera right now. Tell us one thing about him that you came to know that obviously that you can't tell us that we don't know, right? Everybody knows the row the boats and slogan. They see him, running up and down on the fourth quarter in the body server. Talk about PJ Fleck, or maybe one thing that you see from him day to day that we don't know because we're not there.
I think one thing day to day that I kind of see him as the Mr. Clean man, the ball man.
He's it's shining like a diamond though. Look at it.
You said it, not me. But he's a little bit of a cream freak. He always has hand sanitizer. I now have it in my truck. There's little sprayed hand sanitizers in my truck.
Yeah.
But again, the cleanliness of him, where in his office and even at his house, this the cleanliness of everything that he has in his life is just very organized.
Culture rubbing off in big ways in the football field and small ways like hand sanitizer in the truck. That's Anthony Smith, Minnesota defensive lineman with us. Anthony, appreciate your time, man.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it, man.
We'll go to break. Second hour coverage from Chicago after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Remember your first Salt Dogs game? Maybe it was a class trip out on the berm, or date night with actual fireworks, or team building that didn't feel like work at all. For 25 seasons, Haymarket Park remains Lincoln's place for firsts like these, the kind that last. Because it's more than a baseball game. It's the joy of being here together. These are the traditions that bring us home. So here's to you, Lincoln. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Transform your watch party into a full fan experience. Benny's Battle Barge from Arbor Axe House is the mobile axe throwing trailer designed for fans who want more than just to watch from the sidelines. Step into a lane and go head-to-head while the game plays on screen. It's safe, fun, and perfect for groups who take their sports and their competition seriously. Upgrade your fan headquarters today. Charter the barge at arbораxe.com or call 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
If you want to make new floor shopping easier, come to O Street Carpet. Hi, I'm Steve Carper. Our flooring professionals can help you choose the best flooring for you, your family, and your budget. We eliminate the confusion. Even better, you'll be enjoying your new flooring much sooner. No 6 or 8 week waits. We'll install right away and save you money on installation. Floor shopping made easy every day at O Street Carpet.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
Power Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
We're not living in some perfect TV land, the kind where the sun's always shining and life's what-ifs just don't exist. Here in Nebraska, we live in reality. We have unpredictable weather and risky moments that mean you need insurance protection you can trust. At Battle Creek Insurance Company, we protect you with flexible policies for home, auto, farm, and multi-peril crop insurance. Hometown service for all of life's what-ifs. Contact your local independent agent and ask about Battle Creek Insurance. Better together.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Hi, Sean Callahan here of HuskerOnline.com, inviting you to join us here on 93.7 The Ticket every Saturday morning now in our new time. We're on from 8 to 9 with the weekly Husker Online radio show. We'll give you the latest in recruiting. We'll talk about what's going on with both football, basketball, and we'll probably share a few stories from the inside. It's every Saturday morning right here on 93.7 The Ticket. It's the Husker Online radio show from 8 to 9 a.m.
Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
What's up? We're back. Jay Foreman, Austin Norman. The Ticket is live down here at Big Ten Media Days in Chicago. Across from us is a guy that I've been knowing, I guess I'm over 30-some years. Look,
both of us.
Looked up to him. We used to watch him playing. We have Daryl Thompson coming in, former Minnesota Gopher great. Does some stuff with the Gopher radio, but then also he does Boulder Options, as you see on his shirt. Daryl, welcome in. We got you on every year, but welcome back.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having me on, and they keep it nice and cool here, so you got to have a sweatshirt when you come to Chicago. For the,
I know, man. A little bit different than Vegas, and obviously we get to see more instead of being on the side there. But obviously being a former Gopher, it's year 10 of PJ Fleck. It seems crazy that's been 10 years. Went by quick. Little bit of a transition year last year. Now this year, a lot on the table. We've had, Anthony Smith, and we had Drake Lindsey on. What are you looking forward to see from this team in 2026? Because you don't have Nebraska on it. You beat us up last year. We were texting about it. You thought we were going to win. You beat us up a little bit bad. What do you expect from the Gophers in 2026?
Well, you guys were in transition last year. I think, maybe took a little bit of a step backwards and hopefully a step forward this year. But I think this year we're looking for the same thing, to try to figure out a way to step forward. It was a challenging year last year. And I feel like, with, the quarterback being new last year, I feel like with Drake Smith, a lot of players. And I feel like it was interesting watching the spring game. I know it's us against us, but I felt like we made dramatic improvement in our secondary. So that's the piece I'm looking forward to. I think we've always kind of struggled a little bit in the secondary, but if we can make that next step forward in the secondary, and it always helps if you have pressure up front, because that just makes quarterbacks nervous. Balls come out hot and you get tip balls and everything else. But hopefully that's one piece that we can improve in. And then the final piece, and maybe the most important part, is our offensive line. We really struggled with our offensive line.
And that's not a normal for Minnesota.
No. We usually don't struggle with offensive line, like Wisconsin and Iowa and you guys. But last year we did. Just seemed like we were out of sync and things weren't working very well. So if we can take a step forward with the offensive line too, that would make a big impact.
I wanted to ask you, from obviously you're a former offensive player and obviously former running back. And obviously when you look at Darius Taylor, obviously he had that really good year 2 years ago, a little bit of injuries last year. What are you looking for from him to get back to what we know and knew of Darius Taylor?
Well, I think it will make a difference. His coach this year, Muhammad Ibrahim, he's a young coach.
Yeah,
very, very.
But
young.
he was a great player.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, he's all-time leading rusher for the University of Minnesota. He's got great vision. Also, he was I would call like almost a technical runner. It wasn't like just I'm going to run over you. I'm going to fake you out. I'm going to run by you. He was reading. He was shifting. He knew personalities. He knew schemes. He knew coverages. Really knew the blocking attack. And I feel like will help Darius take that next step to understand the film, understand the flow of the backers, how to get people caught up, how to kind of use what he has. And Darius is gifted.
Yeah.
He's faster. He's athletic. He can jump higher. He's also probably better actually catching the ball out of the backfield.
Right, former receiver.
Yeah. So, I mean, he has a lot of those things. So, and then, he just got to kind of stay in one piece, just if you stay healthy, if he was healthy last year, he might not be here right now.
Right.
So, I mean, I think him staying healthy will make a, big difference.
And also having a former great running back and kind of teach him, this as a running back. Hey, listen, you don't have to go and take every hit. You don't have to deliver every hit. It's the long game, and that could help him, as well.
Yeah, I think that piece. I think also maybe a little bit of a rotation. There's some good young backs that are here. So I mean, there's some young guys that can take a rep every once in a while and maybe a series just to give him a little bit of a breather. And hopefully he can play all the games this year, and that'll make a big difference.
What do you think is going to make Mo Ibrahim such a good coach? From being such a good player, not always an easy transition. What is it about Minnesota's program or Mo, the person that's going to make him a good coach in that room?
I think mostly it's Mo. I mean, Mo, when he was injured, he said, and I learned this too. When you spend a lot of time with offensive linemen, you learn they're funny group of guys as well, but they're also very smart, and you learn a lot, like what they're doing, what they're trying to do. They get on you about, why'd you do this? Why'd you run into my bag? Why don't you give me some time to do It's like, okay, so you do those things and you spend almost an entire year with them. You really learn a lot. And knowing how to watch film is probably maybe 75% of being a football player. I mean, we can all these other things. Yeah, if you're not here, if you can't run and jump and lift weights and stuff, but if you know how to watch film and bring that into the game, be successful. And if Mohamed can help all those young men in the running back room learn how to watch film, learn how to learn when someone's blitzing, like what's their favorite shoulder, where they like to come from, because people do what they do. We do our habits. We're not going to change the game. I always did this. This is my favorite move. I'm going to use my favorite move pretty much every time.
Yeah, under pressure. I mean, that's the one thing that I always talk to players about, where you have to learn how to watch tape, learn how to bring it to the practice field. Even if you're in two-a-days, you better learn how to study your opponent, even though you're teammates, because it's just a habit that rolls over to the season. I wanted to ask you a little bit about Lindsey, the quarterback, because we've talked about the Minnesota quarterbacks over the last few years that we've been together. And I kind of felt like, when they kind of like Brosmer, they didn't really unleash the reins, maybe a little bit too late. Lindsey came in as a freshman, played pretty well. What do you look to see from him, and maybe the maturation of the offense to continue to try to be more explosive, obviously led by the running attack, but obviously the quarterback as well?
Well, I think the process with Max Brosner was really beneficial for Drake.
Yeah, and he mentioned that too.
Yeah, that was really, and also even for like the offense and the offense coordinator and for PJ Fleck, because PJ would like to hand the ball off like 70 times.
Right.
Like, and that's not productive in today's football game.
Right.
So to have the ball in the air, to trust what your quarterback's doing, I feel like Drake can do that. And I'm excited about him this year. I feel like he will take that next step to realize, we talk about running backs, when to take hit, when not take hit, when to throw a ball away, when to check to a run, those types of things. So I feel like he's ready to take that next step as a quarterback and a leader.
Minnesota as a program, I think, obviously had the really, 2019 year, and then kind of everybody, it was kind of, I wouldn't say touch and go, but then obviously I think it, a couple years later, maybe a couple years ago, they felt like, all right, this marriage is going to work between PJ and Minnesota. What have you seen as a former Gopher to make that happen? Adjustments on both sides probably, or just along the maturation process of, look, we've been here together, we've been successful, we've been committed, we've recommitted, we've made sure you had the resources, or try to get you the most resources we can. Talk about that process of growing this Minnesota Gopher football program for going on 10 years now.
Well, I think it's part of it's just PJ's a unique individual, and for people to believe like this is actually who he is. Like he's this all the time. He's not like this just one in front of us. He's like this at Starbucks in the line. He's like this in the restaurant. He's like this when he's up and about with his team, in front of his team and back of his team. So I feel like it's learning that. And it's also like the evolution of college football. So it's changed since you and I played a spring ball and just like beating the tar out of each other, and big shoulder pads
versus 25.
Days off, massage therapist, red light therapy, all the things they're doing that I'm like, wow, that would be nice. That would be healthier than what we did. So I mean, and the recruiting, and now the last 4 years, name, image, likeness. Yeah. So you have this tremendous compensation of these young men, and the communication, and you have this thing.
Yeah.
So the the social media and everything else. So it's changed. And to be able to figure out a way to use it to your advantage is a big piece of what coaches and administration have to do now.
Another big piece from the outside looking in, it seems like Minnesota should be pretty well able to capitalize on, is the 5th year of eligibility for his players. What does that mean for a program like Minnesota that takes so much pride in developing players and being able to retain them?
Well, I think it makes a big difference. I think from bringing another player in from somewhere else, or for the players that you have that might not have had that opportunity, that might not be on the radar, because now it seems like people are studying people and they're willing to pluck right off your roster. I mean, I think it's in NFL, they have, practice squad, and in college they have, like, I'm kind of watching this guy's run around on special teams. He looks pretty athletic. Well, maybe we should offer him X, to poach him from there. And we see that, and we're doing the same thing. So, I mean, it's an interesting time.
When you look at the schedule for Minnesota this year, it's a gettable schedule, but obviously, the games need to be played. And, what they have where you play at Indiana, then you go to UCLA, Penn State, obviously teams that are Penn State and UCLA in transition. How important is it to get off to a good start for Minnesota, which they generally have, but then also continue it during the season, especially when you play likes at Indiana, and then you play an up-and-coming supposedly team like UCLA in weeks after?
I think it's extremely important. I mean, it's always important in every sport, and particularly football, because you only play one time a week, and then you have anything could happen, injuries and things like that. So, and I think that Penn State's going to evolve this year. I think if you want to come and fix a program in air quotes, that's the type of program I want. Usually people just kind of oh wow, that guy. It was they're not trying to put together pieces. There will be guys there. There's a tradition. I'm sure there's a bunch of people's sons there that played in NFL and other places. So there's that's not a program that's going to be very difficult to resurrect. And obviously the incredible year that Indiana had last year, so I mean, I think that's it's a challenging schedule, but it's a gettable schedule, but it's also fun. And we go to Washington, so that's it's going to be a challenging year, but I think it'll be a lot of fun.
When you look at Minnesota and you look at PJ Fleck and where they could go, where do you think that the ceiling is, for, could they possibly, get to a point there where they're in the college football playoffs? Because especially if it expands, but could you think they could get into that 12, or where do you think they can get into the top 2 or 3, 4 in the Big Ten? What do you think the ceiling is for this program in the I guess the present or the near future?
I would say in the top 2 or 3, the Big Ten would be probably the most realistic, and I think the expansion, which after yesterday's press conference, you were here, but they beat it to death that we're probably going to be at 24. Within that's
going to happen within a year or two.
Yeah. So I mean that piece makes it like everyone. Everyone. I mean, I think what happened in Indiana makes people think, oh, you know what? I said, that was. Have you seen lightning strike? I mean, that was everything happened.
The oldest team and is older than the NFL teams as far as the average age and stuff like that. It doesn't happen all the time.
And him and NIL and his attention to detail, everything just happened. It might not even happen 7 or 8 years ago.
Right.
The ability to do everything that he did, NIL, the transfer portal. Yeah, he's a great coach and a great evaluator, but all that stuff just came into the magic pot at the right time, and then lightning struck and they won a national championship.
Yeah, I mean it's always interesting to see how people react to it, but if it gets to 24, it does give a lot more leeway for people. But then also I think, and I want your opinion, it might amp up the pressure, because then it's all right, now you got to make it. Whereas sometimes you can have the SEC when now they're going to probably petition to get 6 teams in, and they only want the Big Ten to get 2, so you kind of have a little bit of a built-in excuse. Are you seeing the expansion as more opportunity or more pressure for teams like Minnesota, Nebraska, Illinois?
It's pressure, but it's also we were talking about last night at dinner. It's also hope.
Yeah,
you're hanging around, we can't get to the 12 unless they lose. Someone has gone this tremendous losing streak. So, actually, if it's 24, there's enough room for that 13, 14, 15 team, and then these other 6 or 7 teams are we're hanging around, and we're winning. And then if you just lose one game, but you're a great team, then you're not out. Versus you're just you're just out because you just have to have a Indiana-ish or Miami-ish type of season to have to get in the championship.
What's the mood for Minnesota football fans surrounding PJ Fleck and the program, where it's been consistent run of it being good? But aside from 2019, not that big step up. Where are Gopher fans? What's kind of the temperature in the room for them with year 10 of PJ Fleck coming up?
You know what? There's a sense of excitement and hope. I mean, people actually believe. I think that used to be they were kind of oh, PJ says a lot of kind of interesting things. Has a lot of things like slogans and things like that. But they're believing them, they're walking them, they're talking them, and they're playing them on the field. So I feel like it's people are pretty optimistic about the season.
When I went to Nebraska, it was Oklahoma, Colorado. Talk about Iowa week and when you play Wisconsin. Talk about what that means to you as a Gopher when you were playing, and obviously as a former Gopher.
Well, you don't know until you get there. When you
I always tell people the same thing.
Yeah, when you get there, and all of a sudden you see the passion around the acts, and both teams have kind of been up, and Wisconsin's a little bit down right now. Sure. Iowa's kind of unfortunately owns us a little bit right now. So I mean, there's that passion around the acts. There's that passion around Floyd of Rosedale, and you start to hear the history. And then, nowadays you got all, they start showing the film and people hugging it and the history of, even unfortunately for us, a Little Round Jug at Michigan that's been there for basically forever, unfortunately. But, just the opportunity to play in those games, but particularly being border battles and having a trophy game and something you play every single year really means a lot.
Yeah, man, it's I always tell I didn't know what Oklahoma and Colorado week until you get into practice, and I always tell people it's a different atmosphere in the building, in the city, in the stadium, and especially if you're going on the road. it's totally different going into the Lions Den. So
it makes it fun. It makes it fun. I mean, I think that like I've never like enjoyed practice, but I was also like,
this is fun.
You get ready this week. You know, not like I wasn't getting ready. Why can't I do this every week?
Right.
I know you've mentioned PJ Fleck as Mr. Consistent. What you see is what you get. Do you have a sense, does his messaging change during rivalry week? Are those games bigger than the others, or is it just another game? How does that work? What's that?
Well, actually, with PJ, it is just another game. He might have like some oinking noise going around, or they meet somebody like chopping wood, or like I think coaches like even like when I remember when I was coaching my kids like in youth football, like I want to motivate you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, if I can get like someone like, hey man, they're looking pretty good over there. Oh, this guy's really good. They think he's better than you. So that's just nothing gets my juices boiling more when they think someone's better than me, or that this guy's got more than me or something like that. Like, okay, so let me have this from my or that we lost last year, or that they smoked cigars in our locker room, or that they I don't kiss my girlfriend, whatever it is that you can get someone juiced up about, juice them up. So I mean, coaches will always do that.
I love it, man. I love it. We're gonna take we're gonna go to break though. Appreciate Daryl coming in again. You gotta tell us about the Gophers. We're lucky we got a year off now that we don't
come on.
After last year. But we're gonna go to break. Daryl Thompson, Jay Foreman, Austin Norman. We'll be right back.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Hi, Kendall Warnock here, owner of A1 Automotive. If you own a BMW, Audi, Volkswagen, or Mini, specialized service matters. Our team uses advanced diagnostic equipment, OE equipment, including factory-level software, to accurately diagnose and repair your vehicle. Dealer-level capabilities with hometown service. A1 Automotive, 1117 L Street. You can call us 402-477-4660.
Building a new home can be a challenge, a lot of big choices. With our Remington homes, we have designed 15 different floor plans that appeal to a wide range of people.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier.
People really enjoy being able to go to our website, which is remingtonlincoln.com, pick a plan, pick a price point, go through and build it yourself. You have a lot of options, whether you want granite, painted trim, wood floors, more stone, all options with our Remington homes. People do not want to be married to their house payment. You're able to get what you really want in a home for a great price with very limited stress. And that's what Remington homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Attention, able-bodied adults on Medicaid.
Starting May 1st, you may have to complete work requirements to keep or receive your Medicaid coverage. This includes working, volunteering, attending school, or participating in a work program. People with disabilities or a serious medical condition may be exempt from these requirements. You must respond if DHHS requests information to verify that you meet these requirements. Visit dhhs.ne.gov/work requirements to learn more. Paid for by Nebraska DHHS.
Transform your watch party into a full fan experience. Benny's Battle Barge from Arbor Axe House is the mobile axe throwing trailer designed for fans who want more than just to watch from the sidelines. Step into a lane and go head-to-head while the game plays on screen. It's safe, fun, and perfect for groups who take their sports and their competition seriously. Upgrade your fan headquarters today. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Play ball! Some places just feel like home. In Lincoln, that place is Haymarket Park. For 25 seasons, it's where we gather with friends, with family, and our out-of-towners who want that same warm welcome. It's where kids catch their first foul ball, where we're all neighbors for at least 9 innings. Because when Salt Dogs fans root for our home team, there isn't a single stranger in the stands. So come one, come all, and let your local tradition play on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Perch Merch is your one-stop shop for all your printing and promotional needs in Lincoln, Nebraska. They specialize in screen printing, embroidery, vehicle wraps, window wraps, print collateral, promotional products, and signage. At Perch Merch, they're committed to delivering high-quality products and exceptional customer service. Their experienced team of designers and printing professionals will work with you every step of the way to ensure that your vision is realized. Call for a quote today at 402-217-5212 or go to perchmerch.com.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-assed fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right, back here to the Hilton Chicago. Big thanks to all the sponsors who are making our coverage possible, including Sandhills Global, growing right here in Lincoln. With their expanding campus and continued growth, they're hiring across a wide range of careers from interns to experienced professionals. You can join the team at Sandhills Global to build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. Master Norman, DP, Jay Foreman with you. Jay, I'll throw this to you first, and DP, I know you've been listening in as well, but from the Minnesota contingent, Jay, Drake Lindsay, Anthony Smith, and then our conversation with Daryl Thompson, your key takeaways, what stood out about what they said about the program and the 2026 season to come?
Man, it was crazy because when they were talking about, I think Anthony Smith was talking about the time that they spend together. That's why they play so well, year in and year out. So whatever they're doing, the culture and all the taglines that everybody likes to talk about, the identity and all that, it is for real up there. So, and it's not just because a defensive player is hanging out with offensive players. It's because they actually, are doing it for a bigger purpose, and they really want the program to succeed. You have Darius Taylor that could have went to the NFL. Now he was a little banged up. Now he probably still could have went to the combine, did well, and then rose his draft stock up there and got drafted, right? Then you had Anthony Smith, who had 13 sacks last year, he definitely would have been, a day one, day two guy, right? A 6'6", 285, 265. But they come back for a bigger reason. Obviously, they're probably getting paid enough to make it enticing to them. But the togetherness, the culture, and the belief is the reason why they play the way they do. And they're not pre-programmed to say it. And unless you've been in the locker room, and I'm not pulling the former player card, but I'm just telling you, when you've been in the locker room and you know what it looks like and you know what it sounds like, that's exactly what it is. And so they've done a good job at it, and they got probably, really 4 really good leaders that are down here, and they all like and love each other, and they play for a bigger purpose, and that's why they've been successful.
Yeah, I'm in that lane, that authentic care.
Yeah.
Not that manufactured care. You know what? Behind the door, in the locker room, in the classroom, at practice, at workouts.
Yeah.
That they actually care. And it's personal care. Like, I'm responsible for doing my part. Like, I'm not going to rely on my teammate. I'm not coattail riding. I'm not going to just go, hey, I'm with my guy. No, we're guys. We're going to put in the work. And they make you kind of want to believe that everybody's really tight when things are good. I think that's a group that's tight
no matter what.
And that doesn't always happen.
The biggest thing that when Anthony Smith was talking about, they brought in, that must be the portal guy, Bush, another defensive end, and it's that good peer pressure that I always talk about what we had when we were, doing our agility drills or 10 or 5 yard starts. The competition was there, that good peer pressure, that brotherhood, that I'm going to push you to the point that you understand that every day you have to bring it. So when you get out there in the fire, it's just rinse and repeat.
It's natural.
It's natural to them. And so, and one of the things that, Drake Lindsay was talking about, that, that it's not transactional, it's transformational, where PJ's up there and, meeting with these guys and getting to know the players. I talk about it all the time. Look, in order to be a successful coach, it should always, but I think back in the day you could get away with, and we're seeing some of it at different places, you have to be a good person first. You have to be able to care about the players, even if you're mad at how they're playing. You can't be mad at the end of the individual. If Jay Foreman isn't the player that you thought I could be at this point, that doesn't mean you turn the back and you treat me any different. That's what you're seeing, right? And so when they talk about PJ Fleck is have a vested interest in him, well, they believe that when he's telling them, this is your options if you go to the pros, this is your option if you come back, this is what's happened to players that have done it before, or this is where you could be if you come here as a portal guy, this is what happens, and they can just look at books and players that have done it and seen success. And then also, I think one thing they said, I think Lindsay said, is the way that they went about addressing the portal, and particularly Daryl Thompson talking about the defensive backs, but then Lindsay was talking about the ability to go in the portal and nab a guy at the skill position that they need. One other thing I took from what Daryl Thompson was talking about, that offensive line is going to be back to where they need to be because it was below Minnesota standards. So what did they tell you? It was a physical spring. You're going against one of the best D lines, not only in the Big Ten in the nation, and one of the best defensive ends in the Big Ten in the nation. They got after it. You got a running back. If you look at Darius Taylor over there, he's put on some weight, got bigger, right? So he's been able to attack his offseason. So it lets you know, right now, they're going to run it. And they're going to try to run it down your face. And they have a quarterback that they feel if he has to go win a game, he can win not only one game, multiple games.
And not put it on him to win every game.
Right.
To not put it on him, to have balance and depth. But it's that thing where we often say you can tell the state of a program by the number of questions you have about it. Well, they're answering questions out loud. And not every program that's walked in this building can say that. That quite frankly, here are the things where we felt ourselves lacking. Here's how we addressed it. And then we got to the core of it, which was us. Individual accountability for all of us. And that's the thing that, again, we get caught up in the mantra business, but my goodness, you know what it sounds like when an athlete tells you man, I've been working.
Yeah.
I've been working.
And I think for the Minnesota credit that they're due, Iowa to an extent as well, not just working, but seeing results. The proof of concept that Anthony Smith was finally able to see, that Drake Lindsay got from coming to a program where, okay, they went to the portal for Brosmer, got to sit a year behind him, and then got on the field, and then to be getting better throughout the course of the year, right? He talked about, the worksheet that he filled out, getting to the bowl game, feeling in control and command of that offense in his first season. The work is one thing. The fact that Minnesota and other programs are able to consistently show the results, I think that bleeds over into 5-5 as well for a program like Minnesota that says, hey, you can trust us. We have a plan for you. You've seen it from this guy to this guy to this guy. You can be next in line.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit easier for them to build their program and be consistent because they're able to go get guys and develop guys at the rate that they need to without the potential of getting plucked. And Daryl Johnson talked about that as well. Also, you have to look at it where you talk about Lindsey, where they've created a level of ownership within the team. The interesting answer was right around the bowl game, right? We've seen you play. We've seen you progress. Now let's see if you can take it to the next level. Here's the ownership of the playbook.
Well, that's the thing. As to what Austin was talking about, we always defined that work had to have results to show. Otherwise, you were just recreating. Like there's a difference between work, efforting to accomplish, and that commitment to execution. There are a whole lot of dudes that work to look the part, but can't bust a grape.
Yeah.
And there's a full difference, and a whole lot of space between fake hustle and actual hustle. Actual work is there's the rock is busted, right? The boat is rowed. It's all the things that people say rather than, hey man, I'm grinding. No, you're not.
Well, and Jay, you always talk about, nothing's promised in football. Even if you put in the legitimate work, not the fake hustle work, it's not promised. And so I think that speaks to the plan that Minnesota has in place to put in the real work and to add that effective execution on top of it to get the results.
Yeah, you got to work while you wait. You got to work in the darkness. And a lot of times the best teams, working hardest in the darkest times. And that's what the lights off. And you don't get a lot of social media stuff coming out of Minnesota. Very, very little out of the social media department or the players. And so they know what it looks like. They know exactly what they sign up for and what it takes to be successful. I think one of the bigger points is that when Anthony Smith, he talked about the connection of present-day player of former players from way yonder years. Why is that important? Those guys have been told, not told, or the environment is created that these are the guys that set forth the path for you. This is the standard that you have to uphold. And they are also good people to go to in confidence to learn things, to be evaluated, to have somebody to listen to you. So that connection is there way before PJ Fleck. Some of the players that they were talking about on the defensive line were way before PJ Fleck got there. I talked about Carter Cashman. He was only there for 1 year, so he was a PJ guy, but he was there before. So the fact that he knows him is letting you know there's a connection there.
That old leadership that we were talking about earlier,
and it doesn't have to be in the building. It's just done just when they're around, and they're in the trenches together, old and new. And so when they're going out there, it's almost like high school where they're playing for your community. Well, the community is all the former players and the present players and the ones that are coming. So when they're doing their things and he's saying that they have a family, and I don't know if it's a spring game or whatever, you're having the old beat up Gopher leather jackets, the new ones, and the guys that don't have them. So they're all doing everything on the up and up. And so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I love the fact that proximity matters, and that we're close enough that we know if Jay's having a bad day or not. Even if Jay doesn't say, even if Jay doesn't know he's having a bad day, proximity matters.
Right.
That you have a teammate that can say, "You good?"
Yeah.
Or more importantly, "Hey, come go with me."
Yeah.
Like if I go down right now, I know y'all got it. Y'all be the first DP. Chill. Go recover. That part is missed in all this. I mean, but that's again in this room over 3 days. Most of the people that come in here are a different level than the normals.
Sure.
So we're getting a different perspective, but it's good to kind of breathe in this level of Big Ten. It's as I said yesterday, that Big Ten smell. Yeah, that's a real thing.
Before we go to break here, I do think it's worth bringing up the departure of Coy Parrish from Minnesota
Yeah.
as well. We've seen Oregon do this before from the old Big Ten West. They plucked Dylan Thieneman.
Yep.
Now they pluck Coy Parrish, who's probably more versatile than Thieneman because Parrish adds some value in the return game as well. That's a challenge facing a team like Minnesota that hasn't taken that step from good to great to
Yeah.
elite, is that some of these top programs will still come in and make those offers, which is where, you don't fault Parrish for leaving, but just the reality of the situation right now, a player as good as Parrish can still walk out the door.
I think it's one of those things that, we talk about what's sellable for PJ in his program. If a defensive lineman or running back or whatever, you've seen success, right? And so where Oregon in recent success, where Thieneman is able to go and be drafted really high, and we took him, and he was a great player at Purdue, and had his brother was a heck of a player too. And so you're like, okay, this is what you can be. But I will say this, they're two different players. And if you watch, and this is just my opinion, watching Parrish last year, I didn't see the things. I saw a great athlete. I didn't see a guy that wanted to stick his face in there. So but now it might be a little bit easier when you play at Oregon. They can kind of put you in position to do
playing
stuff.
it free.
And but he can make plays on the ball. He can take care of the middle third. Physically, just by stature alone, he can play and be in the box. He can cover the slot. So he's a phenomenal athlete. And so now if they're coming up with 2X or 3X check, you can't even be mad at them. Now it's on PJ and the defensive staff to replace a great athlete like that. It's going to be athletes. But you also heard from Daryl Thompson how excited he was about the defensive backs this year. Why is that? They felt the defensive backs as a whole didn't play well last year.
Do you think some of that was reliance on Parrish to be janitor, cleanup guy in the back end, or
Probably was
just
trying to?
youth,
I think he was trying to
et cetera?
force things a little bit too much, or maybe was trying to make too many big plays. I think the other safety they had that actually played well against Nebraska, he was playing like corner, and he was actually the built of a safety, kind of a man without a position. I think he'll kick back inside his natural position. So, I think a little bit of like you had your four best football players out there. The mix wasn't the best, and then Parrish was a lot was put upon him. He had the breakout year the year before, phenomenal athlete, kind of like the second coming of Jason Sehorn, right? With Cooper DeJean is the same type of athlete, but he's taller, right? And it just didn't work out. But then he was able to go to Oregon and increase his profile. So, look, I'm sure they wish him the best, but then, Nebraska will see where he's at, in about the middle of the season as they go out to, was it Aztec Stadium out there?
Autzen
Stadium.
Autzen
So
Stadium.
we'll see what happens when they go out there.
Let's go ahead and go to break here. We'll be back to wrap up the 10 o'clock hour. But first, big thanks to Warhorse Casino. You can download the Warhorse Casino app today where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino, where Nebraska wins. Starter Heyman Jewelers text line again, still open for you. Send us your thoughts all day long. DP, Jay, Austin, Jake Sorensen wandering around. He'll be back before too long. We'll be back with more to wrap up the 10 o'clock hour in just a sec.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Perch Merch is your one-stop shop for all your printing and promotional needs in Lincoln, Nebraska. They specialize in screen printing, embroidery, vehicle wraps, window wraps, print collateral, promotional products, and signage. At Perch Merch, they're committed to delivering high-quality products and exceptional customer service. Their experienced team of designers and printing professionals will work with you every step of the way to ensure that your vision is realized. Call for a quote today at 402-217-5212 or go to perchmerch.com.
College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Attention, able-bodied adults on Medicaid. Starting May 1st, you may have to complete work requirements to keep or receive your Medicaid coverage. This includes working, volunteering, attending school, or participating in a work program. People with disabilities or a serious medical condition may be exempt from these requirements. You must respond if DHHS requests information to verify that you meet these requirements. Visit dhhs.ne.gov/work requirements to learn more. Paid for by Nebraska DHHS.
Transform your watch party into a full fan experience. Benny's Battle Barge from Arbor Axe House is the mobile axe throwing trailer designed for fans who want more than just to watch from the sidelines. Step into a lane and go head to head while the game plays on screen. It's safe, fun, and perfect for groups who take their sports and their competition seriously. Upgrade your fan headquarters today. Charter the barge at arbораxe.com or call 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
Hi, everyone. Kendall Warnock, owner of A1 Automotive. I want to personally thank you, our customers, for trusting us with your vehicle repair needs. Your support allows us to do what we love, serving people through quality automotive repair. If you're looking for a repair shop that values relationships as much as repairs, we'd love the opportunity to earn your trust. We have 2 locations here in Lincoln, 1117 L Street, 5110 State Hill Drive, and our newest location in Seward, Nebraska, 408 Main Street. Come see us. Visit us online at a1autolincoln.com.
We're not living in some perfect TV land, the kind where the sun's always shining and life's what-ifs just don't exist. Here in Nebraska, we live in reality. We have unpredictable weather and risky moments that mean you need insurance protection you can trust. At Battle Creek Insurance Company, we protect you with flexible policies for home, auto, farm, and multi-peril crop insurance. Hometown service for all of life's what-ifs. Contact your local independent agent and ask about Battle Creek Insurance. Better together.
Play ball! Some places just feel like home. In Lincoln, that place is Haymarket Park. For 25 seasons, it's where we gather with friends, with family, and our out-of-towners who want that same warm welcome. It's where kids catch their first foul ball, where we're all neighbors for at least 9 innings. Because when Salt Dogs fans root for our home team, there isn't a single stranger in the stands. So come one, come all, and let your local tradition play on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Hi, Sean Callahan here of HuskerOnline.com, inviting you to join us here on 93.7 The Ticket every Saturday morning now in our new time. We're on from 8 to 9 with the weekly Husker Online radio show. We'll give you the latest in recruiting. We'll talk about what's going on with both football, basketball, and we'll probably share a few stories from the inside. It's every Saturday morning right here on 93.7 The Ticket. It's the Husker Online radio show from 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
All right, welcome back in to Big Ten Media Days from Chicago, wrapping up the 10 o'clock hour here. Guys, we're going to switch gears, talk some Nebraska basketball as they dropped their non-conference slates officially. No, it's not quite basketball season yet, but news comes when the news comes. The home slate for Nebraska coming off the school record year last year, pretty horrendous.
Yeah.
The non-conference games at home for Nebraska: Lindenwood, South Dakota, Southern, Mount St. Mary's, Fairleigh Dickinson, and New Haven. That's the non-con. The home games for Nebraska in the Big Ten: Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, Michigan State, Minnesota, Ohio State, Penn State, Rutgers, UCLA, USC. 3.5 good games at home. 3.5 good games at home.
Boy, you better
What's your
create
half game?
You better have some good halftime entertainment.
I mean, your good games at home: Michigan, Michigan State. I don't even count Iowa because that's a given. I think Indiana's a half. I'm not sure that team's going to gel.
That's your half game. Okay.
And then we'll see about what does Ohio State look like? What does UCLA look like? Maybe 4.5, potentially. Holy smokes, what a letdown coming off of last season.
your best non-conference home game, that's South Dakota, right? Is that about it?
Easily
That's
South
not
Dakota.
good.
Unless you say Fairleigh Dickinson.
Why would you do that? Why would
Well,
you?
teams don't want to schedule Nebraska, Jay. They're scared of Nebraska.
Or is Nebraska not a big enough brand yet to get pull after just one elite season? Now, I'd say they have
I
3
think
good
it's
years
'cause
in a
that
row.
that team that's going to roll out there, you look like you could find at the rec. That's why.
Don't you owe your fans at least one good non-conference game at home? Like,
Did they try though? You can't
That's
say
what I don't know.
You can't say they didn't try before without knowing that for sure. I mean, we can criticize all we want, and it's fine. This is the schedule. Now we can criticize what it looks like, but we don't know what it looked like behind closed doors about the efforts to get a good team here.
But if you can get St. Louis for an exhibition, why can't you get St. Louis for a real game?
Because it's a risky game for St. Louis to come to Nebraska and lose that game.
It's a riskier game for Nebraska.
St. Louis has everything in the game. They're supposed they're supposed to lose to Nebraska. If they win, they gain almost 2x of what they would have got before.
Well, and if you're Schertz, you're probably next in line at Michigan with your relationship with Dusty May. Don't you want to go take a road trip to Big Ten Arena and play that game?
Their exhibition games they got BYU, St. Louis, K-State. That's fun. That's awesome. Wish we could count one of those games. It's kind of tragic.
Horribly tragic.
You have nothing to lose. It's just, let's go. Let's see what we stack up. And if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. We wish we could have counted it. But, yeah, I mean, it's disappointing for sure. You never want to have any year where your best non-conference home game is South Dakota. Lindenwood.
So what do you do? I mean, the schedule is a schedule, so you can't really change it. So you just got to go out there and ball out of control.
That's the thing. I mean, you got to win by 25, 30 points in these games. I mean, at this point, it's boosting the net rankings. That's all it is. That's all you're going for.
Yeah.
You know, what's the point of scheduling these games and you know, losing
points,
spots in the net, right? I mean, if you mess around like you did a couple times last year, and I know Nebraska obviously went undefeated in the non-con, Jay, but they weren't overly impressive in some of those performances against some of those bottom feeding teams. Not going to get away with that this year. I mean, these are teams that are in probably the 150s or below. I mean, South Dakota's probably 150. Otherwise, you're looking at 200s and maybe even some 300s. And we know Fred Hoiberg's done a little bit of that. Not that he's in charge of scheduling. It's a Luca Virgilio at this point. But Nebraska, I think, is a team that likes to take swings on who they think are going to be these good, lower major types of teams. You better be right that they're better than expected, and you better look impressive. Otherwise, you're going to lose some spots in the net, and you're not going to like where you're at come tournament time.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a good idea. You would like to see a little bit more meat on the bone, especially if you're trying to, create a footprint brand wise, right? Like we weren't a 1 year wonder. We're not a one every 4 year tournament team. We're going to be legit. We're a competitive program. And especially because you have the type of players that we have coming back. Now look, you can't project and don't know, right? Nobody knew about last year besides the guys on that team. So I think it's just a process of them trying to, figure out a way to make sure they're in position never to get passed over. Now you have to make sure you do it and do it the right way. And look, with the conversation that we're having of being a little upset about the non-con, that's great. You want to know why it's great? That's because they had a great year last year. If the team was like, 10-20, you were like, oh, that we need it because we need wins. And so, I think it's part of. Remember, we talked about when Nebraska got to the Sweet 16 that this is a new place for them. This is it, right? New expectations. We're going to complain about the non-con. We're going to expect more. We want to see you play against like opponents, both in conference and out of conference, or non-conference and the in-conference game. We want you to perform well on the road at Michigan, even or eventually, you know what I'm saying, or at whoever's good. We want you to actually get back against Iowa. We want you to win those type of games, and that's what Fred knows, and he understands it. I mean, look, it's part of the process of becoming a legitimate basketball program. It's a good thing that people want more meat on the bone for the non-con, because I'm sure ticket prices are going to be a little bit more spendy.
Well, and
you want people to be there too.
Yeah, and I think because you trust the program to win and be competitive in some of these games, is that you'd like to see them tested. And what's the difference between a 9-2 non-con, with a couple quality quote unquote losses, as opposed to 11-0 non-conference where you're not really tested? And Derek Nakar says, are you forgetting the magic 20-win season is necessary in order to get through a rigorous Big Ten schedule? Well, yeah, but
all 21 seasons aren't created equal.
They're not, right? And again, it's not just the selection committee looking at your number of wins. They're looking at the net. They're looking at your power ratings, underneath the hood, which is where I think Nebraska is in a spot that they should test themselves a little bit more. And I give them credit for going out and getting the neutral games they did. Boise State, fun game, 3.5, 4 hours away. Missouri, fun game, 3 hours away. The game in Chicago against Butler, not a great team, a big transfer portal team with a new head coach. It's close, but again, you're asking Husker fans to travel. Could you have set up a home neutral series as opposed to a one-off? I don't know, again, everything that goes into these conversations, but it's just unfortunate that Nebraska wasn't able to have more sway in these conversations or make it worth these teams' time.
Do you think fans will be upset because you're having the fans travel for games that you can have at home?
Well, again,
you can't, you know what I mean? The neutral site games. I mean,
1 year's okay. It's a one-off right now. It's got to be better next year.
Well, I'd ask this: do you think they're trying for home and home with Butler? They say no, we'll play it one time and
we'll see how it goes.
Same thing for Providence.
Yeah.
They're playing Nebraska.
Yeah, right.
Did you try to get a home and home? And they said no, we'll play it one time in neutral site. That's the question I would ask: is I'm sure that they efforted home and home.
Right. And maybe it's on those other teams' end where, first-year head coaches Hodgson at Providence and Ronald Norad at Butler. But we see so many top teams being able to take these swings. And I think Nebraska, I would have thought, was in a better position to have enough credibility to get home and homes, right? The teams would trust Nebraska and its recent pedigree enough to, not worry about what Nebraska is going to look like. Is this going to be a worse game? Is this going to be even a tougher game if Nebraska continues to be good? So that's that on Nebraska men's basketball. We'll go to break and get back to your regularly scheduled football programming as we are here at the Big Ten Football Media Days in Chicago. In celebration of America turning 250, Gary Michaels is offering a $250 reduction off any suit or sport coat and pant combo through the month of July. Included is the entire inventory of Oxford, Caruso, Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more. Plus, you'll get a free Woven USA-themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. You can call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848 or go to GaryMichaels.com. Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, Austin Norman, DP in the house as well. We'll be back with more from Chicago soon.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Perch Merch is your one-stop shop for all your printing and promotional needs in Lincoln, Nebraska. They specialize in screen printing, embroidery, vehicle wraps, window wraps, print collateral, promotional products, and signage. At Perch Merch, they're committed to delivering high-quality products and exceptional customer service. Their experienced team of designers and printing professionals will work with you every step of the way to ensure that your vision is realized. Call for a quote today at 402-217-5212 or go to perchmerch.com.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Play ball! Some places just feel like home. In Lincoln, that place is Haymarket Park. For 25 seasons, it's where we gather with friends, with family, and our out-of-towners who want that same warm welcome. It's where kids catch their first foul ball, where we're all neighbors for at least 9 innings. Because when Salt Dogs fans root for our home team, there isn't a single stranger in the stands. So come one, come all, and let your local tradition play on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
We're not living in some perfect TV land, the kind where the sun's always shining and life's what-ifs just don't exist. Here in Nebraska, we live in reality. We have unpredictable weather and risky moments that mean you need insurance protection you can trust. At Battle Creek Insurance Company, we protect you with flexible policies for home, auto, farm, and multi-peril crop insurance. Hometown service for all of life's what-ifs. Contact your local independent agent and ask about Battle Creek Insurance. Better together.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
Transform your watch party into a full fan experience. Benny's Battle Barge from Arbor Axe House is the mobile axe throwing trailer designed for fans who want more than just to watch from the sidelines. Step into a lane and go head-to-head while the game plays on screen. It's safe, fun, and perfect for groups who take their sports and their competition seriously. Upgrade your fan headquarters today. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Hi, everyone. Kendall Warnock, owner of A1 Automotive. I want to personally thank you, our customers, for trusting us with your vehicle repair needs. Your support allows us to do what we love, serving people through quality automotive repair. If you're looking for a repair shop that values relationships as much as repairs, we'd love the opportunity to earn your trust. We have 2 locations here in Lincoln, 1117 L Street, 5110 State Hill Drive, and our newest location in Seward, Nebraska, 408 Main Street. Come see us. Visit us online at a1autolincoln.com.
Attention, able-bodied adults on Medicaid. Starting May 1st, you may have to complete work requirements to keep or receive your Medicaid coverage. This includes working, volunteering, attending school, or participating in a work program. People with disabilities or a serious medical condition may be exempt from these requirements. You must respond if DHHS requests information to verify that you meet these requirements. Visit dhhs.ne.gov/work requirements to learn more. Paid for by Nebraska DHHS.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blanker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back in. 11 o'clock hour of coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days. About half an hour away from getting things rolling up at the podium. But Austin Norman, Jay Foreman with you, joined here by the CEO of the Peach Bowl, Mr. David Epps. David, I feel like we need to call you Mr. Peach Bowl. I mean, 30-plus years at the Peach Bowl. Take us through your journey there.
Hey, guys. First, really appreciate being able to spend a little time with you guys. And, one of the important things about college football is history and tradition, which you guys in Nebraska know better than anybody. I started in the Peach Bowl in 1994 as an intern, native Atlantan, so, sort of born into the college football
atmosphere.
DNA and atmosphere, right? And I've done every job in our company since then, and finally got a shot at the big chair back in June 1, and just really excited about the opportunity. And as crazy as college football is, it's still the greatest game in the world. So I'm thrilled to be where I am today.
What have these couple summer months been like for you since the bump?
It has been an absolute gauntlet. This is the talking season, right?
Right.
So Big 12 media days, ACC, SEC, and now finishing up here and just getting ready. We also kick off the season in Atlanta with our Aflac kickoff game, so we're preparing for that. Baylor and Auburn. So it's been a whirlwind, but all in a very good way.
I think people don't really realize how important the Peach Bowl is to the bowl season. Just talk about what it means to the city of Atlanta, but then obviously over the history of college football, all the great teams that played in the Peach Bowl, then obviously what it means to Atlanta.
Well, one of the things we're really proud of is that we were started by a charity in Atlanta, and we're the 9th oldest bowl game. And it was to raise money for eye care and eyewear for families who could not afford it. And we continue to support that along with a lot of other missions. So we've donated $72 million in our existence towards charitable and scholarship donations.
And it's the highest, right?
It is. It's the highest bowl organization in the country. We have 38 endowed scholarships at colleges across the country. We invest in our local school system, American Red Cross, children's health care, and trying to find a cure for childhood cancer. So it's really important to us that I always say, if we do well, we can do good. And the good we do in our community, I mean, you guys know the transformative power college football can have in a community. That's all we're trying to do is make sure that Atlanta feels the benefit of having something like the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl there.
Are you able to imprint that message on the athletes and the coaches and the teams that come down for your bowl game anymore? I know that the Peach Bowl being tied in with the college football playoff, I'm sure it's a little more transient than it was before. What does bowl week or bowl day look like for you guys at the Peach Bowl?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's definitely different. Right. I mean, you go back even 10 years and the bowl experience was as much a reward for the players as it was anything else.
Yeah. Bowl gifts and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and even in the first, 10 years, 11 years of the CFP era.
Yeah.
Right. There were 2 games that were playing for the national championship. The other 4 of us were still doing a reward for the players.
Right.
And, it's harder to message that to the players, but we certainly continue to do it because we're going to make donations back to both schools that play in our game, to their general scholarship funds. If there are ever disasters in the communities of the teams that play in our games, we try to support that. So it's harder because we don't, it's a business trip now for these players and coaches, and we know they're there to win a football game, but we try in subtle ways here and there to make sure we communicate that we're in it to use college football for the greater good.
And then talking about the business trip, where the last 3 national champions have came through the Peach Bowl. Talk about that, how it's been kind of the launching pad. You go there, I think it's the semifinal game. They play the Peach Bowl. Next thing you know, they're national champs.
It's nuts, isn't it? In fact, one of the funniest, somebody who's been with the bowl my whole career, and I'll being honest, I mean, the Peach Bowl used to be a little bit of a punchline back in the 80s and the 90s. And so one of the greatest tweets I saw on New Year's Day was, whoever thought we'd see the day that the winner of the Rose Bowl was fighting for a chance to go play in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, And so it's been a thrill, man. I mean, to be able to have games that matter. Every game we have now is on the path to the national championship. And for us, Big Ten wise, I mean, we were looking up the numbers. We've had more Big Ten teams since 2014 than we had in our entire history prior to that. So
Right.
when you talk about the who's who, really the only super traditional blue blood from the Big Ten that we haven't had yet is Nebraska.
Yeah.
And we're just waiting for that.
Can you describe?
We're waiting for it too.
Yeah, right, seriously. What Nebraska's one tie to the Peach Bowl is it was supposed to launch Scott Frost to greatness.
Yeah.
The
That's right.
UCF Auburn game, and not your guys' fault that didn't happen. You did your part absolutely. Can you take us through the transformation of the Peach Bowl? The long history you guys have. What went into growing from the bowl game that it started as to now, premier college football playoff, road to the national championship sort of event and game?
We just always, Atlanta's a big event town and a college football town. And
Yeah.
that marriage was perfect for us because I always say we try to punch above our weight. And even when we were sort of an afterthought in the bowl industry, we always aspired to more. The whole idea, dress for the job you want, not the
Yeah.
job you have.
Sure. Right.
And we always dressed for the job we want, which was being either in the BCS or being in the CFP. And so Chick-fil-A came on as our title sponsor in 1996. And from that day on, we knew we had a world-class title sponsor, a world-class city. The Georgia Dome at the time, right, was a world-class facility. Now we got another one in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. So we started putting all these pieces together and realized there's no reason that we can't work our way to be at the top of the food chain. And that's all we've done is just work and grind. And the same thing that these football coaches do. We come up with a plan. We try to put the right people in the right positions. And ultimately, it's, we've been blessed. It's worked out for us. It's worked out for the city of Atlanta. And even though there's tumultuous times surrounding us, we're still optimistic that college football is not going away. It's going to continue to be a vehicle for good in our city.
And you mentioned your career, 30 years, obviously with the Peach Bowl, and obviously you've been involved with college football, both indirectly and directly. What are your thoughts on how it's essentially, there wasn't any transfer portal back when I played, or even when you started in 1994, you couldn't transfer or sit out. Then you had the port you could transfer, right? And it was post grad originally, then NIL. Now you have kind of the pay for play. Just your whole thoughts are like, from 1994, we probably never thought it would get here. Now we're here, and then it could, continue to move and progress, moving forward.
Yeah, my opinion has evolved, and the truth is in this industry and all industries, you evolve or die.
Yeah.
So I'm very old school. I mean, I was a fan first.
Sure.
I'm still a fan first. Right. And so there was always that part of me that said, student athlete, they're getting an education. That's their compensation for doing this. They don't need to, but I think we've all needed to evolve our mentality that there's so much money in the game and there's so many people who are outside of the white lines who are getting wealthy off of it. It's fair that the players got a little more control and autonomy. Now, the pendulum's probably swung too far in that direction, and as typically happens. So there's probably a course correction that needs to come, and that's what we're all watching, unfortunately, now play out in, lobbyists and in Congress and in the commissioner's offices. It's tough. It's really tough because the players absolutely deserve to be compensated for their part of the enterprise, but we love college football, right? We're fans first, so we don't want to see what makes college football so incredible get permanently changed.
How do you take that fan perspective you said you started with into your day job as CEO and representing the Peach Bowl and then college football at large?
Yeah, this is a funny story. When I first started with the Peach Bowl in '94, and the next year I was an intern, then I got a full-time job, and I was in ticketing, as most people start selling tickets. And I remember we were having the debate, can we raise our, at that time, Peach Bowl ticket from $34 to $35? And will people be willing to pay it? And at that point, I realized I was looking at everything through a fan's lens. And obviously, when you're sitting in my chair, you have to look at the good of the company and what we're able to do.
Right.
But I think it's important to keep that fan perspective because college football is nothing
without the fans.
The fans. And if we lose sight of that, if ticket prices get too high, if the experience on campus gets sacrificed, if all these things get out of whack, the goose is going to stay home instead of coming to Lincoln on game day and making that huge investment in the community. So I try to look at everything through both filters. but you can't lose sight of the fans.
How do you see that same perspective from other bowl CEOs or representatives in these big picture college football playoff discussions? Do you think that the fans are still being represented in those discussions to the degree you think they should be?
I don't know if it's to the degree they should be, but I know that there are plenty of people involved in those decisions who are keeping the fans in mind. It's too important to not do it. And I can tell you that the 6 bowl games that are a part of the playoff, as I said, used to be a reward for the players.
Right.
Now it's a business trip. Our job as these 6 bowls is to serve the good beyond our cities, serving
Right.
our cities. We're serving the good of college football, the commissioners, the coaches, the players, the fans, and the media. Right. So our job, and so the fans are always going to be a key component of all that. And you just hope that the men and women who are in the room to finally make the decision don't lose sight of it. And I don't think they will, because as we've said, there's still no other game in the world that is what it is because of the fans, the way college football is.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And I wanted to ask you, obviously, with potential another expansion on the horizon, and obviously you don't have a concrete answer. Well, I was just thinking about it, as you said it, with the 6 bowl games that you have right now, and say it does go to 24. Will you guys be able to double dip with that? I mean, because you can't get better than Atlanta. I don't think Austin, you can't get better than Atlanta on a game day or a bowl experience. Would you guys be able to get like 2 of them, and maybe have another sponsor? How would that work?
Well, but I probably don't know a whole lot more about the format than you guys do, but what I've heard is if it were to go to 24
on camp,
that essentially the first 8 top 8 teams would get a first round bye.
Yeah.
And then that would put 1 extra round on campus.
Yeah.
So essentially
Yeah.
you'd have to add 1 week of games. And then those top 8 teams would get an on, because one of the criticisms now is the top 4 don't get an on-campus playoff game.
Yeah.
So that would give those top 8 teams a chance to get an on-campus playoff game. And then when you get to the last 2 rounds, it would still be the 6 bowl games, quarters, and semis. So I think we're positioned right now to hopefully be in that same position.
Right.
And it works for us, whether it's 12, 16, or 24.
Oh, that's great.
You're obviously representing the Peach Bowl, but I'm sure you have a lot of conversations with a lot of leaders in Atlanta as well. What's your Peach Bowl relationship, just as in business sense, with like the Hawks, the Falcons, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, Atlanta, as I said, it's a great sports town. And I think everybody recognizes the value that college sports has to that ecosystem. I mean, I think Atlanta, we were just ranked as the #1 sports city in the country by Sports Business Journal. And that's because of the collaboration of everybody. So we all have to work together. When there's a big event, a national championship game that's going to come to the city, we're not the ones running it. It's a collaborative effort by everybody. And that includes, the Falcons.
Right.
They're not just the Falcons. They're the United. They're the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I mean, the Hawks are great, but they're also State Farm Arena. So all of us work together and our tentacles entwine to make sure that we're doing what's best for the whole sports ecosystem, because it's one of those true deals. If we can raise the tide, everybody here is truly going to benefit from it. And, that's just the kind of town Atlanta is.
Yeah. I always wanted to ask, people to put on big events. I was aware of Big Ten Media Days, and obviously you're the CEO of the Peach Bowl. What's your game day like? Because you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I know what it was like to prepare for it as a player, but I know for you, obviously what's your game day like? And I'm sure it's lead up to the game day, because it's a lot of late nights, early mornings. But what's your game day like?
That's never been asked that question, but that's a great question.
Way to go, partner.
In a sense, probably like a player, when game day gets here, you've put in the work.
Yeah.
Right? You got the game plan, the
Yeah.
playbook, and, it's the same way for us. We've worked all year to make sure that we're ready to execute what needs to be done. I learned early in the bowl business, somebody said the bowl business is really about 2 big decisions and 1 million details. The 2 big decisions are the teams.
Yeah.
And then the rest of game day is, how's the marching band going to get from their seats in the stands down to the field? And are we going to get coach off of the sideline in time to do his sideline interview?
Yeah.
And do the players have enough ice? So it's really about making sure our playbook is in place and making sure that we're keeping in touch with each of those constituencies I mentioned earlier. So it's really a lot of being a fireman.
Yeah.
and being on call to make sure that anything that doesn't go right, we're ready to react to pretty quickly.
That's pretty cool.
On that front, and thanks for your time, your team at the Peach Bowl, whether it's front office or just operations staff, what makes them so special?
Well, we just have people who love what they do, and they love who they do it with. When I first started in this industry, I was interviewing for a job in sports, and it was the general manager of the Georgia Dome. He said, "David, why do you want to work in sports?" I said, "Well, I'm just a huge fan." And he said, "Let me stop you. If you're a fan, buy season tickets. That's not a reason to want to work in sports. You've got to love the industry, but you got to have a passion for what you do and the people you do it with."
Right.
And that's what we have in our office. People on our team, they're committed to the vision. They're committed to doing good by doing well. And when you have like-minded people, it's easy. You know it being a part of a football team. If everybody's pulling in the right direction, you're going to get there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There you go. That's David Epps, the CEO of the Peach Bowl, with us here on 93.7 The Ticket. David, appreciate your time. Thanks for the insights, and hope Nebraska can get down to Atlanta for this game. It'd be a blast.
Now the pressure's on.
Bring it on, guys.
And we want to get in the semifinal game too, right?
We are ready for you. We're ready for you.
We'll look forward to that. David Epps, thanks again for your time.
Thank you, guys.
We'll be back with more from Hilton Chicago next on The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Play ball!
Some places just feel like home. In Lincoln, that place is Haymarket Park. For 25 seasons, it's where we gather with friends, with family, and our out-of-towners who want that same warm welcome. It's where kids catch their first foul ball, where we're all neighbors for at least 9 innings. Because when Salt Dogs fans root for our home team, there isn't a single stranger in the stands. So come one, come all, and let your local tradition play on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest-rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, this 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Perch Merch is your one-stop shop for all your printing and promotional needs in Lincoln, Nebraska. They specialize in screen printing, embroidery, vehicle wraps, window wraps, print collateral, promotional products, and signage. At Perch Merch, they're committed to delivering high-quality products and exceptional customer service. Their experienced team of designers and printing professionals will work with you every step of the way to ensure that your vision is realized. Call for a quote today at 402-217-5212 or go to perchmerch.com.
In every office, there's 2 types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sauter Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at SauterHeyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
We're not living in some perfect TV land, the kind where the sun's always shining and life's what-ifs just don't exist. Here in Nebraska, we live in reality. We have unpredictable weather and risky moments that mean you need insurance protection you can trust. At Battle Creek Insurance Company, we protect you with flexible policies for home, auto, farm, and multi-peril crop insurance. Hometown service for all of life's what-ifs. Contact your local independent agent and ask about Battle Creek Insurance. Better together.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back in. It is coverage from the Hilton Chicago Big Ten Media Days Day 2. Thanks in part to Ben Bleicher, Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate, for sponsoring our coverage. Whether you're buying or selling residential, luxury, leasing, investment properties, or commercial properties, small or large, Ben's team offers decades of experience, unbeatable customer service, and they promise to fully protect your interests throughout the transaction. Call 402-419-6309 for all your real estate needs, or go to prg-ne.com. Big thanks to David Epps, Peach Bowl CEO, for spending some time with us there in the first segment of this 11 o'clock hour. Jay, these are conversations that I don't think we've ever had before, right? You get a Peach Bowl CEO, the Fiesta Bowl CEO yesterday. Incredible to get that different kind of peek behind the curtains from the guys that are actually helping plan these events, helping run these organizations and whatnot. And it'd be nice for Nebraska to get back to, a big time bowl like this, to experience that big time experience, not just because of what it would mean on the field, but I mean, these are first class people running these organizations. And it seems like they're great events.
I think the importance of the bowl game is came back, especially the big ones. And obviously the Peach Bowl is right there in the last three national champions that came through there. So of course Nebraska wants to get back there because that means you are officially back. But more importantly, the landscape of bowl games has changed, right? They want to. It's a business trip. They're down there really be a launching pad for you and your program. They're there to support your program, like he said, if there's ever in disaster relief, and versus back when, remember, it was all about whatever bowl game you could go to get PlayStation 5s and AirPods and all this other stuff.
Right.
So things it changed drastically, but they're no different than football coaches. They're CEOs. They want to make sure everything goes on without any snubs, and they're doing it for the betterment of the football game, and they all love working with each other. So it was great to have Mr. Epps on here because it really peeled back the curtain to what goes into it. We just see the finished product, right?
Right.
we know to turn the TV on at 7 or 6 p.m. or whatever it is and watch the magic happen. But, it takes a year or so to plan and partnerships and having humility, right? And I mean by that, sometimes you see guys that are, whether they're coaches or CEOs in just regular business world or a successful business person, and they go on to have success, and then they don't want to work with anybody. Where he's talking about in Atlanta, in particular, they want to make sure everybody rises together. They work together. They all kind of work in conjunction. He talked about the obviously Atlanta Falcons with the Mercedes-Benz, and obviously State Farm with the Hawks. That's how you do it. And you have a great sports town in Atlanta and some great leaders, and he's one of them.
The moderator is on stage, and the intro video is playing, so we're just a couple minutes away from hearing from PJ Fleck getting the party started up at the podium for his opening statement, getting Minnesota's season officially kicked off. The game last year was Indiana and Oregon in the Peach Bowl. Really fascinating season ahead for two of those teams. We'll hear from Oregon later today. And Jay, I wonder if Dan Lanning references that Peach Bowl game and how Oregon came in and didn't really show up. Right, it was a game early. Indiana really pulled away. I wonder how much that Peach Bowl loss is going to sit in the craw for Dan Lanning and that team.
Well, it got to be there because they got through. I think they beat
James Madison.
Then they beat Texas
Tech.
Yeah. So they were like, okay, we're on a roll. We're a different team, right? Dante Moore was on the way to beat a number. But if that game was like, who's going to be number one?
Yeah.
And so, when you think about attacking in the offseason, that was not the Oregon team that we saw all year long from a competitive standpoint.
Right.
So the standard that he expects, forget the scoreboard, was not met. That is definitely a point of emphasis. I don't know if he'll mention it today because he's moving on, but I guarantee you back in Eugene, it is something that is definitely on the forefront. So, winning a championship, sometimes, you face a team that's the hottest team going. Indiana won the Big Ten championship, and they were able to kind of parlay that into a national championship. So Oregon has to get some of that juice, but they have to also replace a couple coordinators. So they have a lot on here. Coach Lane has a lot on his plate. Dante Moore has a lot on his plate. He took a big risk coming back to college. Probably would have at least, worst case scenario, go to the Jets. Heck, you came back, you still going to the Jets. you know what I'm saying? So you were to be able to escape. Everybody's trying to run away from the
Dread
Jets.
It, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same.
Hey, listen, man, you can't run from the Jets. The Jets there to get you. So I just think it's one of those things that for teams like Oregon, a hard learning experience on the biggest stage out there. Sometimes are the hardest ones to accept, but once you accept it, you learn from it, get better from it. That's how you end up taking a huge step, in which they've done every single year. So you have to expect and give him the benefit of the doubt because he's earned it. He's built the program up. He's got on the cusp, knocked on the door, got, had the number one ranking, got blown out by Ohio State, come back, go another 2 steps. You can almost expect Dan Lanning to have a process and a plan to right the wrong of what happened last year.
If I gave you the question of which team would you feel more confident in going 11-1 in the regular season, Indiana or Oregon? I can give you the schedules if you'd like.
Yeah.
Indiana's schedule: North Texas, Howard, Western Kentucky in the non-con, host Northwestern, travel to Rutgers, travel to Nebraska, back-to-back weeks, host Ohio State, travel to Michigan, host Minnesota, bye week, host USC, travel to Washington, host Purdue.
Indiana.
The flip side of that, how about this? We interrupt this.
Yeah, we got to interrupt this.
We have to do this. We interrupt whatever we're talking about to bring on a legend. You don't use that word lightly. Mr. Brad Nessler, CBS Sports. Brad, welcome to The Ticket. Thanks for stopping by.
How are you guys? Good to see you.
We're better now. Absolutely better now. Long-time SEC guy. Got some Big Ten games again last year. What was that like?
Well, this is going to be the 3rd year in the Big Ten now, so I'm getting accustomed to it. I grew up in the Big Ten from Minnesota, so I grew up listening to Ray Christensen doing Gopher games when I was a kid. He was one of my idols, and just kind of went from there. Did spend a lot of time in the SEC, but I think it's my magic touch that it's 3 national championships in a row.
Yeah. So wherever you go, so just stay right there.
That's right. We're taking credit for it. Adam
Brad,
Zucker said yesterday, he said, "Hey man, 3 national championships in a row in the Big Ten," and I think it's us. I think that's
We got to get them down in Nebraska so we can start winning. Since you're in the Big Ten, we're going to get you down in Nebraska, then we can get back to the top there. So since you're
I was down there once last year. Coach was great to me. Not many guys bring a bottle of scotch to the coaches meeting, and he did for me. That was pretty special.
Brad, I wanted to ask you, obviously your opinion, obviously with the SEC versus the Big Ten, your view, is there a difference like it was? Is the gap football-wise closed versus when it was, say, over 10 years ago?
Yeah, I think so. I think the biggest difference was the speed of like the defensive linemen in the SEC, and that gap's closed, and a lot of reasons for that. The portal, the money, everything. I think it's really evened off, and the SEC would still like to claim, as they do, that they're the best and everything. And listen to the commissioner yesterday, and people trying to have the war between he and Greg Sankey and stuff, and the poor guy had to answer the same question 28 different ways yesterday about either the SEC and the Big Ten or the expansion of the playoffs and all that. But yeah, I think talent-wise, with the portal, everything's really evened off. Same thing in basketball. I was talking to somebody earlier about the fact that I used to say, like, maybe where somebody was from their hometown, and now I say, well, they started in Akron, and then they went to Eastern Illinois, and then they went – now I talk about how many schools they were at, not like their hometown, that type of thing. So that's made it a lot more even, I think.
And you've seen college football and all college sports change. What's your overall thought? Obviously, you've been doing this a long time, been in the business. You've seen it where when I played, you couldn't transfer at all. Now you had to. You remember it was the post grad, and then now you can kind of do it freely. Now you're back to one free transfer. What are your whole thoughts of where college football was and where it is and where it potentially could go?
I think the saddest part of it, for me anyway, is that we used to see the same guys for 3 years at least, if you were really good, and then maybe you're gone. Maybe 4 years, and maybe you had a red shirt and you see 5 years. And we get to know the players, and we get to know a lot of families, and that type of thing. And I mean, like James Laurinaitis, I brought this up the other day, Ohio State linebacker and coach now there.
And Hall of Famer now.
And a Hall of Famer, that's right. And, like I knew his family. And because I did so many Ohio State games, and they were in the crowd, or they'd be tailgating, or I'd see him the night before the game, his dad Joe, and whatever. That part's all gone away. And in basketball, I did so many Kentucky games. I knew the names of all the ushers at Rupp Arena. I mean, that's all gone, for me. So that part of it, for me anyway, is kind of sad. But and I don't know if the fans feel that way. I think still what the product's on the field is what everybody really looks at. And we talk about all the politics and the expansion and all that kind of thing. But when you get down to get into the stadium on Saturday, or you go tailgating on Saturday, the product on the field is just as much fun as it's always been. And I think it's great that the players get paid and all of that. But man, I know some guys that were not starters at their position and now are in the Big Ten, and they're making more money than their mom and dad will make in 5 years, and God bless them. But that part's kind of strange still for me.
With your role calling the games, how do you view your place in the landscape of college athletics as a storyteller for these young men, the coaches and programs?
Yeah, I think analysts have a bigger impact. I don't think what I do is brain surgery. Everybody can see what I'm talking about. I think my job is, to tell some stories, and Jenny, especially on the sideline with those human interest type stories. I think my job's always been to make a bad game sound good, make a good game sound great, and on a great game, get the hell out of the way. I don't have to do anything. Great game's going to take care of itself. So that's kind of my role. And I think we look at doing a game over 3.5 hours as making a movie. Got to be a story. Hopefully there's a crescendo, and hopefully there's a really good finish. It's like I went to the Odyssey the other day, and I was like, Matt Damon just did 3 hours and 10 minutes of play-by-play right there. So, we kind of try to make a movie out of everything, and sometimes it doesn't work because when it's Notre Dame 66, Purdue 3, it's not working for me. I don't care what I do. It's not going to
work. I wanted to ask you, man, I know you've been all over the SEC and obviously just starting to get familiar with the Big Ten. What are some of your favorite places to go in Colgate's atmosphere and all that in the SEC, and then obviously in the Big Ten the last or 2 going on 3 years?
Yeah, LSU at night is pretty special because the fans have been geared up all day,
yeah.
if you know what I mean. That's pretty cool. I always liked Tennessee just because they had the Vol Navy out there. You know, you can see the river and all the orange and white checkered boats and all that kind of thing. I love like Madison.
Yeah.
You know, Madtown's just, I don't know, it's probably because Gary and I had so many games when Coach Alvarez got them going, you know,
right.
And so they were getting good, and you know, had a lot of friends there, and being from Minnesota, I have Wisconsin friends and stuff. State Street brats, you know, I got to hit the same dives all the time, you know, it's same places. But they're all, once you're there, they're all special. You know, I didn't spend any time hardly at all in Autzen Stadium until last year, and I felt like I was living in Oregon, and that place is crazy, and it's only about half the size of the Big House, you know. So it just, where you are is where it's happening, you know.
What stands out to you then about the expansion of the Big Ten, right? From a pretty regional SEC to the national Big Ten. What do you like or what do you miss maybe about the travel differences?
It's a major difference. So, you know, when I did the SEC all those years, we had our SEC bus, and literally if we did Tuscaloosa, Auburn, Georgia, even as far as Ole Miss, the bus always came back to Atlanta because that's where everybody spent the night before they flew to wherever they lived. And I live in Atlanta. So I would get home probably 70% of the games after the game was over on Saturday night. It might be late, but I get home. Well, last year I took 7 red eyes last year from either USC, Washington, Seattle, Portland. And so between the Big Ten meetings being in Vegas last year and the 6 games I had on the left coast, I got a lot of Delta miles, guys. But the travel's killing me. Not as young as I used to be.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Just because I think people don't realize the type of travel that you guys are. You're traveling just like the team. And obviously, then you got to go back into prep and then obviously getting ready to go on to the next city.
Right, exactly. By the time you really get home and you go through the kind of the jet lag thing, and you go right back to work, you know, probably if I'm awake enough, I would watch the Falcons game on Sunday or whatever with some friends, then right back at it Monday morning, and you still kind of got that jet lag thing going on. And then you get normal by Wednesday, and then you take off on Thursday. So my wife's got that window of opportunity where she thinks I'm a normal person, like Tuesday night to Wednesday noontime.
Right. Yeah, get the honey-do list and all the things that she's been waiting for about half a week.
Speaking of that prep, what makes a good, pre-game meeting with the staff in a coach? What goes into that, and who are some of your favorite pre-game meetings?
Some are much better than others, and it when you get to know the coach, or you've known a coach for a long time, it's a lot easier. I've known Kirk Ferentz since he was the offensive line coach with the Cleveland Browns, and I was at CBS the first time. So some of those are like, you get together and it's like old home week, and you kind of talk about your families and that kind of thing, and then you get around to football a little bit. Then there's some guys that don't want to tell you anything. There's some players that are really, really good, and there are some that are too shy, or they're either not interested or they're kind of in awe or something, and they might tell me, "Oh, I used to play your video games all the time," and all that kind of thing. But they're useful. I think we get stuff that a normal fan wouldn't know, and that's why we have them. But
what do people get right and wrong about Kirk Ferentz?
That's a good question. I don't know, but I love his attitude because, they're so consistent and they're capable of winning 9 or 10 games every year, and nobody wants to play them. Nobody in the big. I don't care who it is. I don't care if you've got a lineup that's loaded. You're like, oh God, we got Iowa in week 4. Whatever. Whether it's home or away, it doesn't seem. He's just so consistent, and when talking to him last year and stuff, and he's gotten to the point where they're never happy. If you don't win the national championship, you don't make playoffs, the fans aren't happy. Well, he gives them a great brand of football. Might not be as many wins as Iowa fans want, but like he said to me last year, he said, "Ness, we've been in this business a long time. I really don't care what they think anymore." So I kind of dig that attitude, because that's the same one I have right now. It's like, I don't care.
One more, and then we'll let you go. What are you looking forward to out of the Big Ten in 2026? What stands out to you kind of in a big picture sense for the conference or some of the teams?
Yeah. My pick would, I guess they picked Oregon. My pick would be Oregon because of all the talent they have coming back. I think, starting with Dante at quarterback and 2 really good running backs. Their receiving core is healthy. They're going to miss Kenyon Sadiq at tight end, but the guy they got is still pretty good. I think the front four is going to be the best.
Yeah.
Two inside guys, Bear Alexander, Amari Washington. The edge guys, Uiagalelei and Tuiota. And they, got another safety from Minnesota, which is going to store up their backfield. I just think they're loaded. I would pick them, and I guess it's because I have them in week 1 that I'm saying that right now. But I'd say Ohio State's right there too, for sure. And who's going to cut out that jersey right there? What Kurt's done at Indiana. That's a movie that you write that script and everybody goes, come on, that ain't going to happen.
Right.
Well, it happened. It happened 2 years in a row. So I wouldn't count those guys out either. But I think with the returning talent that Oregon has, they'd be my pick right now.
3 for 3 is a good day at the plate. We'll see if we can be 4 for 4 with the Big Ten back on CBS.
I'll be back and talk to you guys, and you'll give me credit next year.
That we will. It's Brad Nessler, voice of CBS Sports, college football, and more. Brad, really appreciate your time. Thanks for stopping
guys.
by.
Have a good one.
Okay.
We'll be back with more on 93.7 The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blanker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
In every office, there's 2 types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday. You lost Wednesday. You're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe.
Hi, everyone. Kendall Warnock, owner of A1 Automotive. I want to personally thank you, our customers, for trusting us with your vehicle repair needs. Your support allows us to do what we love, serving people through quality automotive repair. If you're looking for a repair shop that values relationships as much as repairs, we'd love the opportunity to earn your trust. We have 2 locations here in Lincoln, 1117 L Street, 5110 State Hill Drive, and our newest location in Seward, Nebraska, 408 Main Street. Come see us. Visit us online at a1autolincoln.com.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Transform your watch party into a full fan experience. Benny's Battle Barge from Arbor Axe House is the mobile axe throwing trailer designed for fans who want more than just to watch from the sidelines. Step into a lane and go head-to-head while the game plays on screen. It's safe, fun, and perfect for groups who take their sports and their competition seriously. Upgrade your fan headquarters today. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Come back in as we start wrapping up the 11 o'clock hour, turn toward the afternoon. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman with you. Been a heck of an hour. David Epps, Peach Bowl CEO, as well as Brad Nessler, CBS Sports, stopping by here at our radio position. Jay, PJ Fleck just got done up at the podium.
Yeah.
Did his filibuster thing, talked for quite a while. And the quote that I think is going to stick out with most people will end up being need supplements, a 45-year-old man being like roster supplements from Portal. So, all right, we will break in here again at the bottom
What's up,
of
man? Nice to see you again.
the hour. Welcome over to Tatum Tuioti from Oregon. Excited to have him here. Obviously, some Nebraska ties and Nebraska connections. Tatum, thanks for hopping on. How's it going?
It's good, man. I'm good.
How are you enjoying Chicago, man?
It's good. The first thing I did, got a deep dish pizza over
Yeah.
there last night, so I'm doing great.
Whole one just for you? Did you split it?
Whole one just for me. I got the rest in my bag. I'm waiting to take it back to
Yeah,
you.
we won't tell Coach Lanning, man. I know you're going to be on you about your weight, man. I wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously I know your dad, right? I mean, because I helped out with the Nebraska team while he was there. Talk about your just progress as a player from Lincoln. Then you go and obviously end up at Oregon, and then how you've progressed now, that big year last year, then obviously coming into this year.
Yeah, no, I think that throughout the years, I continue to develop as a player.
Right.
Thanks to my dad, thanks to Coach Lanning, thanks to all the coaches I've been around. I've been able to continue to work on my technique, holding down on some skills I wasn't good at the time, and now I'm able to see some success from that.
Part of a loaded defensive line. Talk about the other guys on that line with you and what makes you guys so special as a group.
Yeah, I mean, we got so much great players. Amari Washington, Bear Alexander, Mateo. We got Nas. We got some young bucks too, Aiden Breland, Elijah Rushing. And all of us are just really thinking about getting to the ball. You know what I'm talking about? Like the best thing I can describe our defense is like everyone wants to make plays. Everyone wants to be around the ball. That it's like a fight to get to that ball. Making a tackle in this defense is really hard. So our defense is really good. We're really excited to showcase what we got this year.
Talk about the process of you guys. Now you're being an older player, but going from a younger player, figuring it out together with now that with a couple Portal guys, and then seeing the big jump for you guys, and then all you guys deciding to come back and then have a really good this year, a good year this year. Talk about that process of kind of playing a little bit, playing a lot, figuring it out, the aha moment, and now you guys are leading your team now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for me personally, I see it as freshman year. I played a little bit. I was able to learn from guys like Brandon Dorless, like Jordan Birch, these older cats, May Spooner. Going into my sophomore year, I had to kind of figure it out myself. All my leaders are gone. And that year I'm trying to, figure out how it works being a starter for the first time. And this junior year was a great year for me, being able to, all right, I've been a starter. I see how it is. I can teach these young guys and just hone down on my skills. And now I'm excited because, all of us are it's our last year. This is the last thing we got to do. So we want to end with the bang and just, we're excited for this season, showcase what we got up front.
Talk about what it's like for you guys. It seems like every year you guys take a step further going into the college football playoffs and stuff. Talk about how you're getting used to it, and now you guys, all right, we've been there. We've made a couple big steps. Now we're going for it all.
Yeah, one of the biggest things at Oregon is that, you experience a lot. So since freshman year, I was able to play in big games.
Right.
So, being able to see all this, now it's like we don't feel nervous. We've been there. We've done that. So, this year, we're expecting to have a great season, work hard with each other, play for each other, and we're excited on how it's going to go.
What was it that drew you to Oregon and Coach Lanning specifically?
Yeah, I mean, the first time I talked to him, he's a great guy. He's honest. And one of the biggest things is that he's going to tell you how it is. Sometimes you're going to hear what you want to hear, but Coach Lanning is going to tell you what you need to hear. Sometimes you won't like it. Sometimes I won't like it, but he will take you where you want to go, and that's all I can ask for. A coach that's going to take you where you want to go.
One thing we always see Coach Lanning, we've seen a couple of the videos. So I told him, obviously being a former player, I say he's a controlled psychopath. Talk about what it's like to play for him, because I think when Coach Lanning got there, I was like, he's grown on me, and I'm like, yeah, I could roll with him just because I know he can turn that switch up to level 10 at a drop of a hat.
Oh yeah, for sure. He has one of the best pregame speeches I've ever heard. Every game, it's authentic. It's him, and he really brings that juice for us. And that's not only on game days. Every day on practice, every day in the meeting, he will make sure that we are locked in, that we're staying dialed, and that we're ready to go. But yeah, Coach Lanning's been a great coach for us. I really appreciate him for everything he's done for me and our whole our whole team, because without him, man, I don't know if we would be where we are.
His most famous speech is probably the one from Colorado. Is that the best one, or is there a better one?
That is the best one. I talked about this a little before this, but the Colorado one, I don't know if it can be touched. He was feeling some type of way about that game, and he had some great energy for that one.
And so did the rest of you.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, it was great. Another one was a Penn State game.
Oh yeah,
whiteout game.
Yeah, that was my favorite.
Top tier.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's a great coach. I really appreciate him for everything he's done.
I wanted to ask you, as a defensive player, with Dante Moore making the decision to come back, how important is it to you? Obviously, you had a decision to make, and you made yours. But for Dante Moore, had a chance to go potentially be number one, come back, invest in the team, invest in you as a teammate. What's that mean for you and your teammates at Oregon?
Yeah, it means a lot. Obviously, Dante's the leader of this team, and we'll back him up whatever he does. But having him back, it gives us a little spark,
Right.
Like us as defense, we came back, and watching him come back, we're like, we can really do this,
Right.
like we have a shot of doing something special around here. And him as a teammate, as a leader, is great. There's only one Dante Moore in this world, man, and I'm glad to play with him.
And we'll ask the Nebraska question here as well. How's it been for Dylan, acclimating, getting to Oregon, a different environment? How's he fit in? What's it been like for him?
Oh, he's great, man. He's just like that. He came in and he's used to everyone, man. He got a great personality. Him as a quarterback, like just the quarterbacks in general, they have a great connection with the whole team. So him just coming in, being himself is great, and he's a great guy. He's going to do great things at Oregon.
Yeah, I think you have another Nebraska player out there. There's a Jackson, right?
Devin Jackson.
Yeah. How's he doing? I know he got injured a little bit last year. I know he's looking for a big year this year. How's he progressed?
Oh, he's been doing great. Devin Jackson's a great vocal guy on our defense. He's going to make sure our defense is set. He's going to be that middle linebacker for us that's making sure that we're all on the same page. So he's been doing great. I remember I played him in Nebraska when he was at Burke, and I was watching the first time I was watching him. He blocked the field goal for the win against Southeast. The next time we played him was in the playoffs. That was my junior year before I moved to Oregon, and he just smoked us, man. He's such a freak athlete. He's so good, man. But I'm glad that he's on my middle linebacker.
Yeah, for 220-some pounds, he might be one of the fastest guys on the team. I mean, he was for real track speed. And so that's great to have as a middle linebacker, clean up some of the trash that comes through there. I wanted to ask you about your game, right? I mean, I've seen you progress. Like I said, I know your dad, so I've seen you progress. What are some of the things that you went into the last 2 off seasons to add to your game to make you the player that you are right now?
Yeah, one of the biggest things is my pass rush. That's always been a focus for me. I love stopping the run. I haven't had too much problem stopping the run, but my pass rush definitely had to develop into a better package, more in my toolbox. And I would say one of the biggest things is finding counters off of my power rush. Me personally, I like to run power a lot, just finding ways to counter off of it because the old lineman will stop me sometimes and I won't know what to do.
Right.
So finding whether that's a forklift, whether that's getting back to my rip, whether that's spinning back, just finding counters off of my power is tremendous for me this year.
One more before we get you out of here. I got to ask you, man. I had a famous dad, and he coached me when I was a little younger. What's it like for you?
Yeah.
I know it can be a little bit difficult at times. Your dad's pretty cool, calm, and collected. What's it like to play for your dad?
You know, it means a lot to me. You know, it's a blessing in disguise, man. I'm glad that I can be with my dad. Glad that he can help me develop still.
Right.
And I mean, he's been helping me out since I was a little kid.
Sure,
You know,
right.
I remember times when I was at the Nebraska facility late at night, 10 p.m., and I'm just my dad has us running around, getting ready for season. And, you know, I just look back and I'm just glad that, you know, for him, like, we are successful. All of us are doing good because he poured in so much for me. And I'm just glad that I can, you know, give that back to him.
There you have it, Tatum Tudioti, Oregon defensive lineman with us. Tatum, thanks for your time. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you up in Eugene in October.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
We'll go to break and start the noon hour next on The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blanker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Keep summer green with Judson Baleen and Judson Irrigation. More than 40 years ago, Judson Irrigation started taking in orphans. Lawn sprinkler systems installed by a quickie, cheapy summer job, install them and forget them outfit, long forgotten. Call Judson Irrigation. They'll never forget you.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
Transform your watch party into a full fan experience. Benny's Battle Barge from Arbor Axe House is the mobile axe throwing trailer designed for fans who want more than just to watch from the sidelines. Step into a lane and go head-to-head while the game plays on screen. It's safe, fun, and perfect for groups who take their sports and their competition seriously. Upgrade your fan headquarters today. Charter the barge at arbораxe.com or call 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
Where there's smoke, there's flavor, and there's plenty of that at the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market. Award-winning, old world recipes made in Lincoln since 1984 with many flavors and smoked sausage and brats to choose from. The Smokehouse has something special for every season: brats and sausage for the grill, beef sticks and beef jerky for snacking, and smoked salmon, smoked turkey, and smoked hams for your holiday feast. Stop by the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market today to fulfill your search for real flavor.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish. No mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
In every office, there's two types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet, KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Rolling into the new hour here from Big Ten Media Days, Day 2 at the Hilton Chicago. Austin Orman, Jay Foreman on air with you. DP and Jake Sorensen will be back on air here before too long. Huge thank you to our 4 great sponsors that have gotten us out here for yesterday, for today, and for tomorrow. We'll give a shout out right now to Sandhills Global, growing in Lincoln with their expanding campus and continued growth. They're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global and build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. As always, 402-464-5685 if you would like to be a part of the show. Would love to hear from you. We'll stay flexible with player and coach guests throughout the rest of the afternoon. But Jay, Pat Fitzgerald just walked off the stage, his opening statement at Michigan State. Included a line I saw Sam McEwen tweet out. Fitzgerald says, "I wouldn't say I have a chip on my shoulder. I wouldn't say our team has a chip on its shoulder. I would say we have a bag of chips on our shoulders. I'll leave it at that." What do you make of that mindset, that mentality for Pat Fitzgerald with how his last few years have gone in this Michigan State program that isn't where it was, say, a decade ago?
Oh, he's out for revenge. And it's not even a personal anybody. He feels like, he was wrong. And his name was slandered, his career was slandered, and he's created a culture where, that Sparty tough is back. and wants to create it, right? So, and so it's really ready-made for a coach and a person like Pat Fitzgerald, right? They're going to go about their business. They're overlooked. Michigan's getting all the attention. They've always kind of been looked at as the little brother or whatever you want to call it, and they don't like it. And they've been able to go on a run at times and really be able to handle Michigan. So he's trying to bring that back, and he has a lot more resources. And I feel like he potentially could always have a better roster than he's ever had. And he's had some pretty dang good players at Northwestern, and so he's always had to do more with less, and has been a very well respected and very successful coach. But he recognized what he's bringing, the type of energy that he's bringing, the standard that he's bringing, the type of mindset that he wants his team to play with day in and day out, right? Doesn't matter if they're in the classroom, weight room, obviously on the football field, is going to be embody him, and he is fully invested, just by what he said, into Michigan State's part.
Michigan State's been going through some stuff over the last year and a half or so as well. And behind the scenes, we've talked about the Tom Izzo comments and whatnot. What can Pat Fitzgerald do for Michigan State University, and what do you think his relationship with Tom Izzo can be like in terms of how they interact and what they can do together?
The best thing you can do is meet and be with Tom Izzo as much as possible. Tom Izzo is the godfather at Michigan State. He's a guy that's been there long, been very successful. He's a great person to learn from, for Pat Fitzgerald. And so I think it's if I was him, that's what I would be doing. But also I think what Pat Fitzgerald can do is, bring life back into that football program. You had it for a year there with Mel Tucker, and then, you had the off-the-field stuff that kind of wasn't handled right internally by Michigan State, let's be honest, right? And then, you thought you had your guy and Coach Smith, and you really didn't even give it a chance, and now you have the guy that you really believe in that kind of fits you, right? And so, I think if the football team can embody the basketball team, the toughness, the physicality. Obviously, he's able to recruit. He's been able to develop. East Lansing, a great, academic school and campus. And so, for him, he just got to go business as usual. And he's probably been chomping at the bit. I know when he was out, he was going around and being at different NFL camps and college camps. So he wasn't totally like at the cabin just watching, Star Wars every single day. So he's been in the business. He's been waiting for this day, oddly enough, Big Ten Media Days, for quite some time. And he's waiting to get started at camp whenever they open. And so that team, you expect when Nebraska goes up there in week 4, expect their best. Listen, they have a head coach, and he has his quarterback. All right? So we saw the quarterback last year. We know who the head coach is. And they have a special teams coach. All the staff is going to embody him. Expect Michigan State to be the best version that they could be with this team and this roster. So if you expect them to be, middle of the road defense, expect them to play better against Nebraska. If you expect them to be a middle road offense, expect them to play better against Nebraska. It's their first big home game in the conference. And so you expect for them to really, try to get after Nebraska. And look, he's looking for a signature win. I mean, right now he hates everybody. He respects everybody. He hates everybody. So, you know what? You can't fault him, and, you just wish him all the luck except for week 4.
Let's roll through that Michigan State schedule here to continue this discussion. Host Toledo, host Eastern Michigan, have a game against Notre Dame.
That's an L.
Host Nebraska.
I'm going to say it's an L.
Go to Wisconsin.
Toss up.
Host Illinois.
L.
Host Northwestern.
They definitely beat Northwestern.
Okay, travel to UCLA.
Well, depending on what they look like up into that game, I would probably say Michigan State, sorry.
Okay, bye week into the rivalry against Michigan.
And is that Michigan?
At Michigan.
Yeah,
Big house.
that game.
Host Washington.
See, that's also a game, depending on where Washington's at. They don't travel well. Now, they travel better to the Midwest. We'll see. Obviously, when they come to Nebraska, it's going to be their second trip. Is that after us? Okay, so you know what? I'm going to say Michigan State and upset.
Okay, then they host Oregon.
L.
And that's a Friday game at Michigan State.
It's an L.
Okay, and then they go to Rutgers, final day of the year.
I can see him winning. I can see him losing. I mean, that's another toss-up game. So right there, you can
bowl eligibility's in the picture.
Right. So he's right on. He could be right on path. And if you have an upset victory in there, then he's really looking at kind of like that Braun that year that Fitzgerald was out. You could mess around 7-8 wins, and then listen, if he comes in and gets the party started this year, watch out. Watch out. It's gonna be Chicago or Michigan up there. They're gonna have all the dudes up there thinking they're a lot tougher than they.
When you're going through that schedule and you're projecting out for Michigan State, how much of your confidence comes from, like you said, that duo of Fitzgerald and I'm going to do my best with the name here, Alessio Milivojevic?
Just call him Millie.
Millie?
Mill ticket.
Mill ticket. Okay.
Yeah.
How much of your confidence comes from Pat Fitzgerald versus the quarterback versus the rest of the roster versus the bag of chips on their shoulder? What gives you this sense of optimism that Michigan State could have a surprisingly positive year?
Well, I saw the quarterback last year. I was very impressed as a true freshman. And then with Fitzgerald and Woods, I mean, I think he fixed some of one of his biggest holes, right? Mm-hmm. Right. Here's why I look at it. Okay, he's been out of the game at that point in time for a couple of years, right? Mm-hmm. You've been out of the mix. Yeah, you've been around different people, but they've been talking about it. You don't know it. So what did he do? He went and got one of the best Big Ten recruiters out there and one of the best special teams coaches. And then they brought in one of the best returners. Mm-hmm. So that lets me know his process of the ability to put together a staff and a plan for 2026 is ahead of where naturally everybody else would be coming and getting the job. Now, that's from experience.
Yeah.
That's also with some humility and obviously strategic planning. That's where I guess I get the confidence that, I just assume, look, he had Northwestern teams out there that they might have had like one or two good players. Mm-hmm. But they were always able to win and maybe have that one upset victory and give people a ton of fits. And so I think that
– ton of fits.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I like
it.
Good
one, Jay.
I like that one. So they give people, some issues. And so you got to think just right now, he has a better roster than he's – I wouldn't say ever had, but he's had a pretty – it's not a start over. So that's where I probably get more confidence that he can come in there and get bowl eligible and play consistent football. And, they probably maybe lack a little depth, but I think that's everybody because of the portal. So I think that I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he is scouted better, has a better idea what he wants in the Big Ten. The only thing that probably worries me is that if he doesn't understand the landscape and the type of player that you need right now. But I normally I think he does.
I'm going to try to make this comparison, and the more I have to explain it, the more it's going to fall apart. But bear with me here as I try to do this. Pat Fitzgerald, obviously the way he left Northwestern, everything that went down, that was a do more with less. Obviously well-endowed, well-resourced university, not necessarily the football program. Not a rich tradition, even with the new stadium that he never got to be a part of, even though guess what? With his Butkus Awards and everything he did, Pat Fitzgerald built got that stadium built, essentially. Not going to get a take part in that. I'm sure he'll take Michigan State there at some point. But it'll do more with less program to a program that we've seen make the college football playoff before in Michigan State with enough football history, Mark D'Antonio, et cetera, et cetera. Are there any parallels with what Pat Fitzgerald is doing in terms of a do more with less program to a better resource program to what Matt Campbell's doing coming from Iowa State?
There is. Yeah, there is. And now obviously Penn State is a little ahead, but there are two coaches that are the same. Long time at each school, iconic at each school.
Probably the best coach in school history,
right?
Both of them.
Yeah, for sure, right? And done way more with less. Put a ton of guys in the league consistently. Yeah, I mean, you don't even look at some of the lean years with Northwestern or his last year at Northwestern, right? Yeah. I mean, and so or at Matt Campbell when he's had a couple lean years, but you expect them because of their personality and their ability to build. And to stay there and not jump at every single offer that they were offered at any point in time, that when they pick a school, which is Penn State for Campbell and obviously Michigan State for Fitzgerald, that it's only a matter of time that they not only replicate what they did, but then they actually do a little bit more because they have the support financially and they have the resources, the facilities, and all that type of stuff.
The record for Pat Fitzgerald overall at Northwestern, 110 and 101 in 17 seasons, named head coach before 2006. Final year was 2022. 10 bowl games in 17 seasons. Missed it the first 2 years, missed it the last 2 years. But other than that, 10 bowls out of, that'd be 13 opportunities, essentially. That's a remarkable run of consistency for a place like Northwestern. And Jay, obviously it's been a tougher road for Michigan State under Jonathan Smith, and they had the pop of beer with Mel Tucker and everything. What does a successful tenure at Michigan State look like for Pat Fitzgerald?
He gets him up there 7 to 9 wins, consistently. always bowl eligible, right? That's what he's done. You're right there. That would be my assessment, and that's what I would think, he expects to do. Now, obviously, he expects to, overtake Michigan and all that, but I'm thinking about when you look at it, say like 6 years, or say stays there 10 years, that he was bowl eligible, 8 of those 10 years, and they were up, in between 7 to 9 wins every single year. Consistently tough football team and a really efficient football team as well.
Pat Fitzgerald, obviously a Hall of Fame player, in his time at Northwestern. To me, we'll go back to the conversation we had toward the end of the day yesterday, kind of in that Mike Leach territory for me as a head coach, where he's a good head coach. He deserves a lot of respect for building Northwestern the way he did. This could catapult him, though. It could catapult him if he's able to even exceed what you're saying. If it's 7 to 9 wins and that's the normal, but if he I'll give him 15 years, goes to the college football playoff three times in 15 years in the 2014 deal that I think we both believe
then we're
is
thinking
coming.
about him a lot different.
And then, okay, will he ever get his win percentage up over, 60%? Probably not. He's at 52% right now. But, he's a Northwestern icon in a lot of ways. 3 college football playoff appearances, pick off a win or 2 here or there. Maybe that's a Michigan State football icon potentially.
Oh, for sure. Obviously, he's not going to go as number one, but yeah, I mean, especially in this modern era, if he comes in there and first of all, if he's there for 15 years, he's going to be the best of all time, right? If you're there for 15 years, but yeah, he can almost have, now granted, I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame coach at Northwestern, but you can have a Hall of Fame like run at a like school. Mm-hmm. Now, Northwestern, Michigan State is just a step up now. So you got to think, man, for him, is one that you try to make exception. I know a big metric is obviously win percentage, but when you think about what he's done and the impact he's had at 2 universities that needed to rejuvenate their football program, or rejuvenate in Michigan State, but rejuvenate as well in Northwestern, you can't find anybody better to do it. And so if he's able to be successful, so if he's able to do that, then the whole conversation around him, his coaching career, it's like, yeah, his winning percentage was, say, 56%, but 56% at Northwestern and Michigan State, if he gets to that point or whatever it ends up being, if it's in middle to high 50s, is equivalent over 60, 70% based on the lack of resources, players, and support.
Obviously, Michigan State hired Pat Fitzgerald to be Pat Fitzgerald, everything that comes with it. For a guy like him, though, it worked at Northwestern, where he was Northwestern football in a lot of ways. What's that balance for Pat Fitzgerald between, hey, I have to be the culture changer they need, I come in to be myself, but also, not get so arrogant to the point of, well, they brought me in, I have to do everything my way and not still, fit into the fabric of Michigan State after 17 years of doing things his way where he was revered.
Yeah, and that's the hard part. I mean, they got some, a little bit of uneasy times in the administration, so you got to make sure that you keep everything in perspective. I'd expect, even though he feels like, rejuvenated and really, the wrong was righted by him being able to be hired again, based on the findings at Northwestern, that he was a, man of his word and all that type of stuff, is that you have to have some humility, right? And you have to have some perspective of, if you had some sort of percentage of fault in it, you have to take that on. Mm-hmm. And also go back to look at over your tenure, okay, what did I really do well? What maybe jammed me up, and what can I do when I'm in that position of having some power, quote unquote, after some success? Yeah. Do I let it go to my head, or do I keep it, moving and being real low key and humble with it? Mm-hmm. And that'll only tell over time, or you only know that over time. So,
and I think that's what would fit Michigan State better, right? I think at Michigan you can get away with a little more pomp and circumstance, stick the chest out a little bit, but I think that the little brother reputation in some ways that the Michigan State will always be fighting.
Yeah,
Pat Fitzgerald can embody that, and I think Izzo's done in college basketball in the next 5 years. I mean, more likely than not. Yeah. It's going to be important for Fitzgerald to have that program up and rolling, have himself ingratiated into the community, just for the transition for that community's sake.
Yeah, for sure. You want to be the next one, and he's in a. I mean, listen, a lot of these coaches that get hired, I mean, realistically, the agent are probably telling them, look, bro, you got to come in there and really do well 4 years, or else you're gone, right? Or we're gone.
Yeah.
Whereas like Michigan State, as the timing, especially that relationship with Tom Izzo to be able to go to bat for him, because even if Tom Izzo retires, he will be a confidant of the athletic department and all this other stuff. So
he's not going anywhere,
right? So for him to be able to take over and What's up, Rhett? To be able to take over and be that next iconic figure in the football realm and be that person that they look for leadership.
Mm-hmm.
There's not many opportunities to do that, right? And if he's able to take advantage of it, I mean, it's great for him. But ultimately, they got to win some games on the field.
The last one, and then we'll go to break here on Pat Fitzgerald. Let's say in the next 5 years we have college football playoff expansion. It's 24 teams, and Pat Fitzgerald gets Michigan State to a bowl game 3 out of 5 years plus the college football playoff. Do you think he's a Michigan State lifer? Do you think this is it for him? Or do you think that, if Iowa opens up, they might look, or if Bielema, goes to Iowa, Illinois would look at him? Do you think that it's Michigan State is a good enough job to keep him? Or do you think that, other Big Ten schools, and maybe SEC, I don't know, would look and sniff around?
Well, it'd be tough, man, because you got to think, the NFL was calling them. And by that time, the Chicago Bears would be open. You never know if Detroit or even Minnesota would be open. I mean, I think if he has success there, it's good problems for Michigan State. Now, it's probably not ideal because I think it takes a certain personality to go to Michigan State. They do have the resources to pay them. They have money. So it won't. I don't think it'll be so much money that Michigan State won't be able to come within the ballpark. Yeah. So, I think. Look, I think if it's kind of like what I said about Matt Rule. If Matt Rule, well, at that time, if he was going to leave to go to Penn State, but if he comes in Nebraska and knocks it out of the park, and somebody else has come offering, and if he chooses to leave, well, that means he's won on a consistent basis. That means whoever comes in here, it's already set up for them to win. Maybe not the same way, but they can't go back and say we're going to scrap this whole project.
Right.
Same thing with Michigan State. Whereas if he, has in 6 years he gets into 3 or 4 bowl games and he has a couple double-digit or maybe that last year a double-digit win and he gets whatever he's able to do.
Yeah.
Whoever comes in there, you got to start off on being bowl eligible and getting up to that 7-8 wins because
you're probably set up for it.
You're set up for it, and so I could see him being a Michigan State lifer, but then also I can see him being successful, and then people just come knocking, and it's like, all right, Tennessee calls him or whatever, because I think, with him, being a middle linebacker by trait and being able to, be on the up and up and provide the type of leadership that he does internally, I think it's a thing where, he'd be appealing to anybody. And sometimes one domino that doesn't have anything to do with Michigan State happens. And we saw it with Michigan and Penn State. One domino lead, one no over here, automatically makes you say yes to something that you had never thought about.
Well, the one that stands out to me in college basketball is Andy Enfield just walks away from USC to go to SMU.
Right.
So Eric Musselman ends up taking USC to get back home, and then all of a sudden, John Calipari, Arkansas basketball head coach.
Right. Yeah, just like that. Just chilling, just having a nice time or where we're going, where's our summer vacation? The agents are the ones that keep making that referral fee and keep making that percentage, because when they switch jobs, obviously they get paid more, and then obviously they get a little bit more on their agent fees. So, we shall see. But more importantly, the main thing that has to happen for Michigan State, they got to play some good football here in the near future.
Here in year one, absolutely. Week 4, Nebraska and Michigan State conference opener for both teams. We'll be back with more from the Hilton Chicago momentarily.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Keep summer green with Judson Bylene and Judson Irrigation. More than 40 years ago, Judson Irrigation started taking in orphans. Lawn sprinkler systems installed by a quickie, cheapy summer job, install them and forget them outfit, long forgotten. Call Judson Irrigation. They'll never forget you.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Where there's smoke, there's flavor, and there's plenty of that at the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market. Award-winning Old World recipes made in Lincoln since 1984 with many flavors and smoked sausage and brats to choose from. The Smokehouse has something special for every season: brats and sausage for the grill, beef sticks and beef jerky for snacking, and smoked salmon, smoked turkey, and smoked hams for your holiday feast. Stop by the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market today to fulfill your search for real flavor.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Hey Husker Nation, this is Todd Euler, two-time national champion with Window World Lincoln. Are you ready to transform your home? We offer exceptional replacement windows, doors, siding, and roofing that will elevate your home's curb appeal and value. As a nationally known, locally owned business, we treat you like family and work tirelessly to deliver the best for less. Don't wait to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Contact Window World Lincoln today at 464-7313 or check out windowworldlincoln.com. Let's make your home the talk of the neighborhood.
Building a new home can be a challenge, a lot of big choices. With our Remington homes, we have designed 15 different floor plans that appeal to a wide range of people.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier.
People really enjoy being able to go to our website, which is remingtonlincoln.com, pick a plan, pick a price point, go through and build it yourself. You have a lot of options, whether you want granite, painted trim, wood floors, more stone, all options with our Remington homes. People do not want to be married to their house payment. You're able to get what you really want in a home for a great price with very limited stress. And that's what Remington homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish. No mess, done in a day, and cost effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back in to coverage of Big Ten Football Media Days, Day 2 from the Hilton Chicago. Austin Orman and Jay Foreman with you. Big thanks to Gary Michaels Clothiers for helping sponsor our trip out here. In celebration of America turning 250, Gary Michaels is offering a $250 reduction off any suit or sport coat and pant combo through the month of July. Included is the entire inventory of Oxford, Caruso, Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more. Plus, you'll get a free Woven USA-themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. Call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848. You can also go to GaryMichaels.com. Ryan Day just wrapped up on the podium, Jay, and obviously Ohio State's going to be a big national story, big national brand. We talked about their $17 million per year deal with JP Morgan Chase a little bit yesterday. And yet, as we previewed Day 2, I don't know how much any of us were interested in hearing what Ryan Day had to say, and on the one hand, I think that's odd for a program as consistently talented and, good on the field as Ohio State is. I also think that's okay for Ohio State. They don't necessarily need they need a show pony more so than they need a racing horse, right? They don't need to be, making headlines at the podium because they're going to make them on the field. And so you can quibble with Ryan Day's record. He does have the national championship to show for it, but I think Ohio State leadership is okay with him being a little bit boring on the podium as long as the machine keeps machining.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a national champion, so he's got over the hump. And so the funny thing is you move from being very, very consistent, and obviously people want you to win. They put pressure on you, so you're not the villain. And so now it's like, ho-hum.
Mm-hmm.
There's Ryan Day, and, he's going to say what he needs to say. He's going to represent the university, always with class and dignity. And sometimes that's boring to people, but also what's not boring to Ohio State fans and obviously everybody else is that the way he recruits, develops, and beats teams. And so I think it works out well for them. It works out perfectly. Everybody's going to be here to, hear Kirk Cignetti, which was yesterday. Dan Lanning as well, right? A little bit more excitable. And then Ohio State gets to be like under the radar. I mean, you got big personalities, and Ryan Day is a personality of his own, but he's just very, very, low-key and humble, and it works out for Ohio State because what they are solely focused on is getting back and winning the national championship, which they feel internally they should have won. They feel like they let themselves down last year, and they probably felt like they
feel the championship's their birthright.
Right, but they played probably one of their worst games against Miami, and especially when they still had a chance to win, they didn't win.
Sure.
So they feel like they're a little bit better this year, just because – they lost a lot, but they bring back Smith. They bring back Sayin. They bring in Henry Jr. They still have first-round picks on defense. The offensive line is going to be better. So they're like, all right, well, cool. We'll be underneath the radar, and then next thing you know, we'll be number one.
Sayin and Smith both here at Media Days. Didn't seem like we're going to be able to get them, but we will hold out hope potentially. Where are you at with Sayin? Pretty good, darn good freshman year, Heisman finals, Heisman conversation, game manager, something more.
Oh, it's more than that. Some people pick Dante Moore. I'd probably take Sayin. I think he's played well in bigger games. I think for a young guy to come in and take the reins, when they started to release those reins, he started to play even better. Expect him to be, better than he was last year. He's got the ultimate equalizer out there in Jeremiah Smith, and so you expect, him continue to be in the long list of great Ohio State quarterbacks. National championship worthy quarterback. That's what you grade yourself with, along with Dante Moore. So I think, look, he's not going to be the problem. He's only going to be part of the solution. So I think he's was a really good get for Ryan Day. And then Ryan Day is able to kind of put his reputation on the line. Look, you come here, whether you have to, sit a year or develop a year, but when you get on the field, you will be ready. Ryan Day is a former quarterback himself. So his idea of what good quarterback play is probably a little bit different than the normal person.
His new offensive coordinator we touched on very briefly yesterday, Arthur Smith.
Yeah.
Just looking at the points per game from 2019 through 2025. So with the Titans, Falcons, and Steelers, points per game 10th, 4th, 26th, 15th, 26th, 16th, and 15th. Yards per game 12th, 3rd, 29th, 24th, 17th, 23rd, and 25th. There's a lot of NFL talent there. There's an NFL defensive coordinator they'll be matching wits with across the field in practices and whatnot, and comparing notes with, obviously, in Matt Patricia. I'm not sold on that hire unless the NFL experience translates. But what Ohio State has done doesn't scream Arthur Smith fitting right into
doesn't.
me.
Yeah, and so we're going to see it's a big step up and challenge for Arthur Smith. I think from Tennessee to Pittsburgh, you knew what they were going to do. You're going to play it tight to the vest, run the ball, control passing game. Even when he had explosive players, he never seemed to use them effectively.
Consistently. Yeah.
But I also think sometimes you hire a coach because maybe you want to learn as much from him as that he can learn from you. Ryan Day I'm assuming will be in there and say, this is what we do here. We want to add what you do well, and then what we do well will add to you if you choose to move on. That's the only way this year is going to work. And so I think Ryan Day probably did his homework and talked to Arthur Smith on what his mindset is around offense and how you're going to, work here at Ohio State, because your reputation hasn't been very explosive, very innovative. So we've seen it play out with Pittsburgh. So you expect him to be a little bit different, and that could work out well. You didn't expect Matt Patricia to be as successful both as a coach and a recruiter at Ohio State. You got to expect the same from Arthur Smith. I think the NFL experience and the continuity from the college game to the NFL game, I think, is there, now where it's not such a drastic difference. So that should help. Plus, then when you have Jeremiah Smith and those guys out there, maybe it will probably encourage you to push the ball down the field and be a little bit more innovative with plays you probably could draw up on PlayStation.
You mentioned Jeremiah Smith, who is certainly in the short list in the conversation for best overall players in college football. What would it take for him to win the Heisman?
It'd take a Devontae type of Smith. You got to be either national champion or right there type of team. Consistently really good and dominant in the big game. I don't think it's going to take much. I think he's got to go out there. He's got to get the touches and the opportunities. He's got a great set of hands. He's athletically can make the acrobatic catch. He's got to have a couple games where he goes off for 200 or something like that. But that's just a normal day at the office for him. So I think yard wise, 1,200 or more yards. I think if he starts to rack up those touchdowns, and Ohio State is performing well, and there's not a extraordinary performance by another quarterback or something like that out there. What also works to potentially Jeremiah Smith's favor is this. He is back with a vengeance this year.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, there's so many quarterbacks, I'm going to call them good quarterbacks, that are all around each other in the SEC, and then obviously in the Big Ten. Obviously, it's Dante Moore and Sayin and Maiava. Probably Dante Moore and Sayin are really
Hoover,
up there.
Potentially.
Hoover. But
your Nico guy.
Right. They could all level up to take away some votes there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where Jeremiah Smith is the only receiver out there that, there's nobody in his category.
Well, and the other options for the Big Ten preseason poll are KJ Duff from Rutgers and Charlie Becker from Indiana. It's telling you that there's a really clear-cut number one.
There's no other receiver that's close to him. Whereas you think about like all the other guys I mentioned, especially Dante Moore and saying it's kind of like whatever your flavor is, and all the other guys below him are all there. But if they all level up and take away a little bit of notoriety, that's where Jeremiah Smith could be there. But also, I think if I'm Ryan Day, I have to have a guy that, with our running game, and we can extend our run game. Jeremiah Smith can take a 2-yard hitch to, 100-yard touchdown or 98-yard touchdown. So, it's right there for him. But I think also he's wanting to win that Biletnikoff Award because he should have won it last year. He is. If I'm a DB, you better get in the weight room because homeboy going to be trying to run you over.
The year for Devontae Smith, the year he won the Heisman in 2020, 117 catches, 1,856 yards, 23 touchdowns. You mentioned those two games of 200 yards. It was 11 for 203 against Mississippi State, 8 for 231 against LSU with 3 touchdowns. And that one also had games of 13 for 164 at Ole Miss, 11 for 167 against Georgia with a pair of touchdowns in that one, 15 for 184 against Florida in the conference championship game. And then the rest of the big games, 31-14 win against Notre Dame. He outscored him single-handedly, 7 for 130 and 3 touchdowns. And then against Ohio State in the Alabama romp, it was 12 for 215 and 3 touchdowns for Devontae Smith there. You mentioned the quarterback situation. Quarterbacks finished 2-3-4 in voting that year. It was Trevor Lawrence that came in second, Mac Jones in third, and then Kyle Trask of Florida in fourth. But how about this, Jay? Bama had 3 of the top 5 vote getters because Najee Harris finished in 5th in that Heisman race. That 2020 Alabama team, of course, the COVID year and everything that went on around it,
pure domination,
might be getting a little bit overlooked because of the circumstances. That team was loaded.
Yeah, it was loaded, especially offensively, and that's why you get three guys up there, because they were straight dominating. And I don't think Jeremiah has to have those type of numbers, 23 touchdowns, but you have to have that domination. If Ohio State continues to win, and say he gets up and I'll even go higher than 12. Say he gets 14 to 16 touchdowns. You got to. I wouldn't say he's a shoe-in, but he's somebody that you definitely got to consider because he's been very consistent and they've been dominant. Because that means Julian Sands in the conversation.
Yeah.
That means potentially Bo Jackson's in the conversation, or maybe not 5th or in the top 5, but it may be in top 10.
Sure.
So that lets you know that they're in the national championship conversation, definitely in the hunt, realistically. So that would work out well for them.
We'll have one more on Ohio State here, and then we'll take our final break of the noon hour. If you're Tony Petitti, what are your expectations for Ohio State and for Ryan Day, not just on the field, but off the field, as you're in this kind of Cold War standoff, situationship with the FCC? You can about bank on Ohio State being good, right? They've been recession-proof on the field, but off the field here at media days, and then, the way they look in winning their games, what does Tony Petitti in the Big Ten office need Ohio State to do to look like to help the conference out?
I mean, they just got to get business as usual. Tightened up on and off the field, tighten up on how you play the game, be a representation. Obviously, they know how to, express the company line. The Big Ten, you should believe in the Big Ten. The Big Ten has done what they need to do. It's actually on the field. It's not fiction.
Yeah.
It's not fake that they've been out there and played well against the SEC in the bowl games, and they are 3-time national champion as far as the conference goes.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what you expect from them. Maybe you expect them to be, dominant and be like the Alabama that Sankey had, where you have, okay, this is the coach there. Is my leader. That's the guy that can kind of move the needle and the program as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what you expect. I think you expect them to play up to their potential, not have the worst loss in the game, whereas like there's such the point spread, and then Michigan had the upset. You don't want to see that from them, but you just want to see them continue along the process of being a dominant program.
That's Jay Foreman. I'm Austin Norman. We'll have DP and Jake hop on again here momentarily, but we will wrap up the noon hour from the Hilton Chicago. 5 hours left to go once we hit the top of the hour. Thanks to everyone sticking with us. Thanks to everyone who sent us out here, including Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels, Clothiers, Ben Bleicher, Professional Realty Group, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate, and Warhorse Casino. You can download the Warhorse Casino app today, where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino is where Nebraska wins. Back with more to wrap up the hour in just a moment.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, this 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbbsmidlands.org.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Noticing more dust at home? It may be time for duct cleaning from Bryant. Breathe easy and healthy. Call 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Building a new home can be a challenge, a lot of big choices. With our Remington homes, we have designed 15 different floor plans that appeal to a wide range of people.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier.
People really enjoy being able to go to our website, which is remingtonlincoln.com, pick a plan, pick a price point, go through and build it yourself. You have a lot of options, whether you want granite, painted trim, wood floors, more stone, all options with our Remington homes. People do not want to be married to their house payment. You're able to get what you really want in a home for a great price with very limited stress. And that's what Remington homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
At Anderson Ford, we offer a 5-day return or exchange policy, so you can make sure the vehicle you choose is the best vehicle for you. No pressure. Right now, lease a 2026 Ford F-150 for $195 per month for 36 months. Experience better at Anderson Ford. Stock number 1009974, $195 per month lease for 36 months with approved credit, 7,500 miles per year, 10,000 due at signing, no security deposit required. Tax, title, and license fees expert. Residency restrictions apply. Program subject to change. Must take new retail delivery from Anderson Auto Group by 8/31/26.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish. No mess, done in a day, and cost effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
Hey, Husker Nation, this is Todd Euler, 2-time national champion with Window World Lincoln. Are you ready to transform your home? We offer exceptional replacement windows, doors, siding, and roofing that will elevate your home's curb appeal and value. As a nationally known, locally owned business, we treat you like family and work tirelessly to deliver the best for less. Don't wait to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Contact Window World Lincoln today at 464-7313 or check out windowworldlincoln.com. Let's make your home the talk of the neighborhood.
Where there's smoke, there's flavor, and there's plenty of that at the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market. Award-winning Old World recipes made in Lincoln since 1984 with many flavors and smoked sausage and brats to choose from. The Smokehouse has something special for every season: brats and sausage for the grill, beef sticks and beef jerky for snacking, and smoked salmon, smoked turkey, and smoked hams for your holiday feast. Stop by the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market today to fulfill your search for real flavor.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We're wrapping up the noon hour here from Big Ten Football Media Days Day 2. Austin Orman and Jay Foreman with you. Appreciate everyone who has chimed in. GBR Captain on YouTube. Appreciate you listening and texting in. Gus Mohawk and Bill and Bennett as well. Bill says the ticket seems to be growing in popularity among the players and certain coaches. Just stop by your table and chat a little. Keep it up, guys. Thank you, Bill. And yes, we are into the pretty business-heavy portion of the day for the media contingents out here, the coaches and players. And so hopefully we can have that pick up again later this afternoon. But, Jay, I mean, we got off to a rip-roaring start. Obviously, a lot of good stuff out of Minnesota with a couple representatives from the team, Daryl Thompson as well. David Epps with Brad Nessler pop in was pretty fun. And then Tatum Tuioti as well. Dan Lanning up there at the podium right now as well. We didn't get a chance to dive too far into it, but Oregon – obviously not relying on Nebraska talent, but they've come in and they've poached some players from time to time, right?
Yeah.
Devin Jackson, Tatum Tuioti with Nebraska ties, about Avante Dickerson at some point in Minnesota, Oregon kind of combination. Just a good reminder that, Nebraska, prep ranks can send people all across the country to go play roles for good teams.
I mean, Nebraska, like a lot of states in the Midwest that normally weren't looked at as a hotbed for national talent, is leveled up. I think the expansion of 7-on-7 and the satellite camps has really helped Nebraska kids, and kids are training year round. And obviously Oregon has a eye for talent, and every player they kind of came in and got has been really successful. Now I think the Tuioti thing kind of went with his dad going to be the head coach, but they were on him before that. So and then with Jackson and Dickerson, I mean, speed really helps those guys, but I also they've performed well. And so I think, what's great about it is that you have a national brand, a nationally respected and obviously successful program like Oregon. They don't care they'll go anywhere to get you. And so, look, that's good for Nebraska. I know people always want every Nebraska player to stay here. I always say it's a good problem to have. That means that, there's more to choose from. And then now you just got to make sure that you're able to get guys locked in our state borders so they don't go and help teams like Oregon get in the national title hunt.
Yeah, Oregon has been in the title hunt for a few years. What are your biggest concerns for Oregon as they chase that first title in school history?
Well, I think just the transition of two new coordinators. Look, tremendously talented. Dante Moore is great. He's could have been at the Jets. He's going to be at the Jets next year. I hate to tell you that, Dante, if you're listening. And then I think the defensive line, you got 4 NFL defensive players. They're very, very tight-knit, well-coached. There's continuity with the assistant coaches, so I think the coordinators are kind of will have an easier transition. So I just think that continuity and that transition to the 2 new coordinators is probably, my biggest question.
The other part about that, I'll throw in really quick just because it relates to my Colts, Bryce Bocher out the door as well, middle linebacker.
Right, yeah, and that was the leadership part, but that's where Jackson steps in.
Yeah.
He had to wait. He learned. Now it's his turn. And he's built just like him, probably a little bit more faster. Now you need the production to go there. But I think that's where, you leaned on Bryce last year. Now you're going to be leaning on the D-line that's going to allow there to be that marriage. So I think
which is a very Kirby thing.
Right. That's what you do. You just reload. Yeah. You don't rebuild, you reload. You have guys in waiting that have played some. Now you playing bigger roles and they expect you to play the same. So, I think it's, with that talent, they're there. Like I said, they have 2 most important things: head coach, quarterback continuity. And you also have the support, and they have, 2 really good running backs. The offensive line is always something that they put an emphasis on. The defensive line is good. So the offensive line will be good just going against those guys. They're, like you said, they're healthy at receiver. They got the Texas A&M commit transfer that was banged up last year. That's healthy this year. And all the things you heard about, him coming out of training or out of spring ball, is that wide receiver group is deep. They mentioned that the tight end. They'll be good. So I just think for them, it's just kind of the business as usual and taking advantage of their opportunities when they get a chance. Every year they've taken a step farther. I don't expect anything else. They, much like Ryan Day, much like PJ Fleck, out of the big 3 that, in the Big Ten, Oregon's kind of like, proximity of where they're at obviously helps. But as far as being like, I wouldn't say respected, but they feel like they can be disrespected. They're a little bit like, all right, it's an Indiana, Ohio State or bust, right? Now, obviously, some people pick Oregon, but realistically, where they're at and they're not getting a lot of attention. You talk about pregame speeches. He's probably got them all written out right now, and he's got the playoffs ones written as well.
Speaking of Kirby and defensive linemen, we probably won't have much time to get to it, but Jalen Carter Biggest extension by average annual value for a defensive tackle in NFL history. 4 years, $152 million. And then with the Browns, Denzel Ward, highest paid corner in the league again, and they just signed Grant Delpit again today.
Well, first of all, Jalen Carter, that's, look, Howie's done a really good job. For me, I would be a little bit risk adverse. Not sure I want to, the spitting on the field, the speeding, the other issue he had, that they must really believe in the culture and what they have around him, that he's turned the corner maturity-wise. So that's where
maybe it was all A.J. Brown's fault.
No,
I'm kidding.
Well, heck, he's gone.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? Hey, we blame everything.
It's gonna be better, AJ.
Hey, we blame everything on Trev. Why not? But Jalen Carter is a dominant player. They're paying for the present and the future, so that's good. But then Denzel Ward and Delpit, those guys are. I mean, look, for you to be successful and dominant defensively with the Cleveland Browns, what they've supported you with offensively over the last few years, much deserved for those two.
Yep, good for all three of those guys. Jay and I are going to step away for a little bit. We'll bring DP and Jake in. They'll take you through the 1 o'clock hour as Jay and I grab a bite to eat. We're not done for the day, though. We'll be back. Don't miss us too mad. So it's okay. Just take a deep breath. DP and Jake we'll get you through it. Have a good time with them. We'll be back with more from Hilton Chicago after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Keep summer green with Judson Bylene and Judson Irrigation. More than 40 years ago, Judson Irrigation started taking in orphans. Lawn sprinkler systems installed by a quickie, cheapy summer job, install them and forget them outfit, long forgotten. Call Judson Irrigation. They'll never forget you.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Hey, Husker Nation, this is Todd Euler, two-time national champion with Window World Lincoln. Are you ready to transform your home? We offer exceptional replacement windows, doors, siding, and roofing that will elevate your home's curb appeal and value. As a nationally known, locally owned business, we treat you like family and work tirelessly to deliver the best for less. Don't wait to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Contact Window World Lincoln today at 464-7313 or check out windowworldlincoln.com. Let's make your home the talk of the neighborhood.
Building a new home can be a challenge, a lot of big choices. With our Remington homes, we have designed 15 different floor plans that appeal to a wide range of people.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier.
People really enjoy being able to go to our website, which is remingtonlincoln.com, pick a plan, pick a price point, go through and build it yourself. You have a lot of options, whether you want granite, painted trim, wood floors, more stone, all options with our Remington homes. People do not want to be married to their house payment. You're able to get what you really want in a home for a great price with very limited stress. And that's what Remington homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
Noticing more dust at home? It may be time for duct cleaning from Bryant. Breathe easy and healthy. Call 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program by building a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today. Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbbsmidlands.org.
At Anderson Ford, we offer a 5-day return or exchange policy, so you can make sure the vehicle you choose is the best vehicle for you. No pressure. Right now, lease a 2026 Ford F-150 for $195 per month for 36 months. Experience better at Anderson Ford. Stock number 1009974. $195 per month lease for 36 months with approved credit. 7,500 miles per year. 10,000 due at signing. No security deposit required. Tax, title, and license fees extra. Residency restrictions apply. Program subject to change. Must take new retail delivery from Anderson Auto Group by 8/31/26.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back. 1 p.m. hour here at Big Ten Media Days here at the Hilton Chicago. We call this a line change. It's not hockey, DP, but it's football. Talking football.
We will take it.
We will take it.
We will take it.
Thanks to Jay and Austin doing a great job for the first couple hours here. Media Day. If you missed any of the interviews, we've had these so far. We had Drake Lindsay, the quarterback of Minnesota, also Anthony Smith, who is just a massive human being, defensive end for Minnesota, maybe the top player in the league defensively. Daryl Thompson, of course, from Minnesota Color Commentary. David Epps from the Peach Bowl, the CEO. Brad Nessler, I call that the voice of God. His voice,
iconic.
Iconic. And Tatum Tuioti, of course, formerly from Lincoln, now with the Oregon Ducks, star defensive lineman for them. But it's been a fun day. We've got way more ahead in terms of interviews and content. So thank you for all of you tuning in, and we hope you tell your friends to tune in right now as well.
Yeah, I mean it's informative to be able to talk to, even if we can't get them to sit down,
right.
Talk to some of the folks in the room. Several short conversations with PJ Flegg.
Yep.
Pat Fitzgerald, a couple of different players.
You just saw RG3 a second ago.
Just patted him on the back just to let him know. I was like, I probably, in this room, I probably have more of those RG3 jerseys at my house than he does at his.
Hopefully he stops by.
Bobby Three Sticks, man. That was that he did a stand-up over here at the Heisman Trophy behind.
Yes, he did.
Behind us. I did a short one myself with our dear friend Dave Remington and the Remington Trophy behind us. The Jet Award is behind us as well. So the connections, the names that are on it, of course, Tuioti.
Yep.
I don't know if he actually stood next to his dad's name or not, but that would be a thing the next time he comes through. That there are folks here who are representing the Big Ten Conference. And we just heard from Bobby Chesney. I just tweeted out that I hope the Big Ten Conference and college football sends the residual flowers and cash to James Madison University for their contribution to the state and affairs of college football. That who knew that in order to fix most things in college football, that you had to travel to Harrisonburg, Virginia, to James Madison University.
Well, that's a big kudos, though, DP, to the AD who hired both Cignetti and Bob Chesney.
Is he still at JMU?
I don't think he is. I think he retired. Did he step down? Is he done?
Well, you've done everything. At that point,
I've reached the mountaintop, the pinnacle. I can do no more.
It can only go downhill from there.
I'm good.
As a matter of fact, if you're Indiana, you've made your hire. Like, what do you do after this? And ideally, I would imagine somebody on staff. But yeah, watching Coach Day maneuver within the room, PJ Fleck and he draws in the vacuum and becomes the vacuum, and it's a pretty unique thing. Pat Fitzgerald, of course, a presence, a physical presence, and then the emotional and intellectual presence of listening to him talk about Big Ten football. And then the players to see, I mean, listen, there are 18 ball players in here, and Dante Moore looks like a dude. Nico looks like a dude. Like you understand. It's like, oh, I get it. A 6'5", 215-pound quarterback next to a 6'4", 235-pound quarterback that we saw yesterday in Hauser. It's a real thing. Very informative.
By the way, you can always chime in on the text line 402-464-5685. Thoughts so far on Media Days. Any questions for us? You can always chime in there. Also on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Allo961. You can watch us there. He's DP. I'm Jake Sorensen. This is, again, the 1 o'clock hour here at Media Days here at the Hilton Chicago. And I want to go back. So just for the schedule's sake, the podium stuff is done. The main podium is done. Dan Lanning was the last one to go from Oregon. It is now side podium session as well as radio roast stuff the rest of the afternoon. So we should have several people stopping by the next few hours. But I was watching as much as I could of the podium, and I'm going back to Bob Chesney. I think he's going to work out at UCLA. I don't know what it looks like there this year or going forward, but I just have a weird feeling that's going to work out for them.
I still haven't figured out why UCLA is in the shape they're in anyway. You're in Los Angeles, you're in Hollywood, and you are UCLA. It is still a brand. The colors are iconic. The building that you play in is iconic as well. You're able to recruit. I don't understand how you tell me that USC and UCLA don't have money. With the alumni base that they have and the financial support of folks who pay a lot of money to stand on that sideline,
right?
I don't understand. I really don't. I mean, it falls in line with Florida State, Miami, Florida, Texas, where there's certain programs that have that sort of celebrity support, and I don't understand it, quite frankly.
Well, that's what Bob says he's going to try to fix, DP. And Lincoln Riley's trying to get that figured out at USC. Of course, has been good before. They had a rough go for a while. It's kind of been average for a while.
How do you fix? But here's the thing: go back to UCLA.
UCLA.
What needs to be fixed?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a talent acquisition thing or what it is, because you'd ask if you went to Indiana prior to Cignetti, you say what needs to be fixed. I would tell you everything.
Everything.
And guess what? He fixed everything, and he did it right away.
So have we identified how?
No,
and you can't
no, we haven't.
And you can't do the mentally lazy thing, which is just say Mark Cuban wrote a check and it's all good. No, first of all, I don't think that was the biggest check, and second of all, I don't think that's why it happened. Sometimes you just have to you got to get a hard hat, and you got to get to work. And Cignetti got to work. Yeah, he went. He said, "We're not old enough. We're not mature enough. We're not experienced enough." So he went and got guys that knew his system, would buy into what his messaging was, and then would work at his level, at his standard. Now, again, we didn't know that James Madison had a higher level of work than Indiana,
right,
or any team in the Big Ten. But it turns out that It's every team in the Big Ten. Matter of fact, it's every team in the country. So what Indiana did, if UCLA does that, hard hat, go to work, less finesse and more foundation and structure. I mean, listen, they can get big linemen in Los Angeles, right?
They should be able to.
You should be able to get runners. I mean, that's a program that had a ton of running backs. Can they get receivers? Absolutely. And building
that's no doubt.
Top tier defensive backs, yes. Linebackers, absolutely. Bigs up front, without a doubt. I mean, we saw them in the room. So I don't think they're that far away. I just think it's the tightening up of foundational things. And I think UCLA has an opportunity.
Now, hear me out in this, TP. Now, they have the right because they have Bob Chesney. But if I am a college football coach or program in general, and I'm trying to figure out how to get out of the doldrums or just ways to improve, do not just send like a mole to go follow Kurt Cignetti and see, hey, what's this guy doing? It's not, money is a factor, it is, but you don't just fix everything with money. There's a culture that gets instilled. There's a belief that gets changed, and it happened overnight there. So I don't just say, hey, that's an outlier. That's great. No. You can be like the outlier. You just got to put the work in and find a way, hey, figure out what did he do and how can I make that possible at my program?
Well, I would have spent months down in Harrisonburg. I would have gone to James Madison to find out, okay, one, who's the next great thing? Two, what are they doing? What were the iconic change of thought that was in play? And the way they work has changed.
Yes.
Listen, they look different. They play differently. They do the basic things more often. Well, that's the basic thing. That at James Madison, you couldn't think that you would have the type of talent that the Big Ten has. So you cannot make mistakes. You can't miss in your recruiting. You can't miss in your development, and you cannot miss when it comes to what your game plan is. That's that way. Then you move it to Indiana. You move it to UCLA. You move it to all the schools that, quite frankly, we have the circle around. I mean, Maryland's next on deck. Rutgers on deck. Purdue on deck. That you're going to have to work your way out of it. I think trying to buy your way out isn't the way. Working your way out of the bottom of the bottom third of the Big Ten is certainly a way. And listen, you're in the Big Ten, and Midwest folks will tell you, start with your line. Don't go and buy skill players without having foundational players up front to move bodies and get folks out of the way. Go and get your bigs, then get your skill position players, because quarterbacks that aren't protected end up transferring to Oregon.
Yeah, you're right, and it did come to that. The trenches in Indiana changed tenfold overnight, and they're not. But these aren't guys that were seen as certified NFL players or All-Americans that they got. They just found a way to, again, make it work. They instill the belief, and it has worked out at that program. So, but yeah, if you are Purdue in the same state as Indiana, and you know that, listen, you already had a rough time. It went bad for a while, and then you brought it back to success with Jeff Brom. He left. It's gone back to bad again. But it doesn't have to be that forever. Just because you haven't won a conference game in 2 years does not mean that this year can't be some sort of a breakout year. You just have to. Something's got to change.
Well, I mean, what are you doing in the off season? Like all of the work, all of the film stuff.
It can't be status quo. It cannot be status quo.
Like, listen, what you accept and what you coach to accept. You either teach it or you accept it. And that's the rule of all 18 coaches and all 18 programs. Either you're coaching the results that you're getting, or you're accepting the results that you're getting. This is drill by drill, practice by practice, film study by film study. It's everything. And you can get better at it, or you can simply think, fake hustle, it looks like I'm doing the work, but I'm not seeing the results. No, the results are an accumulation of the work you put in.
Amen.
So listen, you can go through. I can only speak about the situations I've been around, and Urban Meyer was never going to accept getting his head kicked in.
No.
And he said, in order for me to process how we're going to win games on Saturday, the work that we put in the offseason and the work that we put in during the week has to show up. And he measured and graded coaches every day at practice. That every coach, every group had to be accountable for being the best group that day, beating your opposition group. I mean, he wanted to know, look, we'll have the receiving coaches together in a room with the defensive backs who had the better day and why. Let's figure out why. Okay, if you got beat and bested 2 days in a row, that's on the coach. And quite frankly, other coaches holding you accountable is the way you move the needle anyway, right? Then the players understand, listen, I've got to fight for my coach. I got to fight for my own brand and my own name. But listen, I can't be outworked by my coach. I can't be outworked by my teammate. That's how you change cultures and all that. It's not all the rah-rah stuff. Can you put your hand in the dirt? Can you go in the classroom and film study and learn? Can you get stronger? Can you get faster? Do you have a better understanding?
Yeah.
Indiana did the basic things. They did less better. They did less better. That's
but I think with Indiana though, and I maybe say will think differently, but to me, when I watched them the last 2 years, like they take every game personally. Like there's no slip up game. I go back to last year, for example. Like Cignetti said in either the week leading up to it or the post game when they played Illinois, like people kept saying, "Who's this year's Indiana?" and they said Illinois. And I think he's like, well, why can't we be this year's Indiana once again? Because that's just who we are. And if you remember that game, DP, a physical team that Illinois is, a good running team, got outrushed 307-2 on the ground because they were just dialed in on that game. But that was the same case for every game. They just always bludgeoned teams, it felt like.
But this is what I would say from the inside out rather than the outside in. Illinois has to be the best version of Illinois. You get your head kicked in by Indiana because you weren't the best Illinois then. Look, you can't mimic Indiana. You can't mimic Ohio State. You can't mimic Michigan. You couldn't. One, you still haven't figured out all the magic and behind the curtain stuff that Michigan was doing. Right. Like Michigan was willing to do some stuff that nobody else was willing to do. Ohio State had to adjust and had to be the best version of themselves. Now, they don't – when was the last time they missed on a receiver or missed on a running back or missed on a quarterback for that matter? Listen, you can get caught up in looking over your neighbor's fence and trying to be some version of that. Nope. Quite frankly, you got to get better than you. Everybody's competing with themselves. Every coach should hold themselves accountable. Every player. You know what? Get your head out of your butt and let's get to work. That's you can get caught watching your neighbor's yard. Don't. Just every team up there. Wisconsin is responsible. Fickle understands that, listen, it doesn't matter what his neighbor is doing. PJ Fleck's not worried about what anybody else is doing. His rules are his rules. His standard is his standard. It's easier to manage when you're just in control of what you can control rather than looking over the neighbor's fence trying to figure out what they're doing.
You know, one program I am interested in specifically for this upcoming year because it involves a coach that has been in the Big Ten before, took a couple years off, and I was back at the Big Ten. And you want to know what he could have changed over his time off is Michigan State and Pat Fitzgerald. He said, and I know Austin J brought this up last hour, but this is a quote from Pat Fitzgerald at the podium. He said, I wouldn't say we have a chip on my shoulder. I'd say we have a bag of chips on our shoulders. So they have a lot of things that they want to prove people wrong on.
Well, again, be the best version of you. Pat Fitzgerald comes in with his own list of things that he wants to accomplish and the way that he wants to accomplish it. Now, I don't know what the talent pool is and how you compare Michigan State versus what he had at Northwestern. I don't know. It's a different type of athlete, right? Smarter kids, different academic program, a different academic responsibility. Okay, fine. You're in East Lansing, and you're going to be compared to previous Michigan State teams before you get compared to your neighbor in Ann Arbor, right? It doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter what Northwestern's doing. Doesn't matter what Michigan's doing. You're in East Lansing with an opportunity. And that's his resume and his style. The Michigan State team will start to look like Pat Fitzgerald rather than what they look like. Listen, Tuck did his thing, but that team this year has to swallow all of the Pat Fitzgerald psyche, mentality, attitude. That's how they're going to play. That's how they're going to be developed. Do we know what that looks like? Nope. We have no idea what the Spartans are going to look like. But hey, you're gonna stand Fitzgerald next to Sparty? That's some easy marketing.
Yeah, the last time we saw Fitzgerald coach a football team, they went 1-11, and it was stunning to everybody. No one ever thinks that they're that great of a team at Northwestern, but no one's ever seen that kind of fall from a guy like Pat Fitzgerald. So he has a lot of things to prove, and a lot of things to hopefully get back in the right on.
Why do you think he struggled differently that his last year than any other year? What was going on in the Big Ten Conference? Yeah, there were a lot of things going on behind the curtain.
Yeah.
There were a lot of things going on in the transfer portal.
Yes.
There were a lot of things going on in NIL. There's a lot of cash, bags of cash.
Yeah.
There's a lot. And listen, if you don't have the freedom to do that kind of business in Fitzgerald's last year, what did you think was going to happen? If you handcuffed him, what did you think was going to happen? Listen, it wasn't.
But that's what I'm saying. How much has he learned from that, and how much is he prepared now for today's day and age in college football? He seems like he's ready.
He's at Michigan State. There's a different pocketbook over there.
I get that.
There's a different credit card. Like, listen, we're talking about different bank balance. there's a different mentality in East Lansing than there was in Evanston. So we only know what we know. I don't know what that Michigan State team is going to look like. We will find out what version of Northwestern exists.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find out what Bielema is doing with Illinois this year. We'll find out, is this his year? Is this the year that you find? Remember, this is the year where streaks have ended. I mean, again, if the Knicks are winning titles,
that's true. You are right.
Weird
things are happening in sports.
So if a weird thing is going to happen, where is it going to happen? Is it going to happen in Los Angeles at USC? Maybe it goes to Oregon. Maybe it's the rebirth of Penn State football under Kyle Whittingham. I don't know. Is there one last run in Kirk Ferentz at Iowa? Is this
a quarterback?
Right. Is this the year that locks? Well, I mean, listen, they haven't relied on having. What was the last stellar quarterback they had? They don't do star quarterbacks.
They actually do better when they have no quarterback. For
Basic
some reason.
level dude, where the rest of the team does what it does.
A linebacker playing quarterback. Oh, let's go win 10 games because we're Iowa. It's the Iowa way.
I don't know who that team is going to be. Remember, Washington, 4 years ago, played for the national title?
They did. No, 3 years ago.
3 years
That was
ago?
against Michigan.
I don't, and not for nothing, but maybe it's the year of PJ Flay. Maybe all the things
like
that happen.
his team. I like
maybe
his team.
all the things that happen there, or maybe it's Matt Rule. Maybe he was a year late, and all the magic that we were expecting a year ago starts to happen now. And listen, the fact that we don't know as much as we want to know about Nebraska might be a thing of benefit. It might be on purpose.
I'm hoping that's the case.
It
TP.
might be on purpose. It might be listening to Troy Dannon say, hey, Matt, give the folks less, work more, talk less. And that may be the thing that's happening. We'll find out soon.
You've got fans that are hoping that is exactly what's happening here, that this quiet offseason will mean that we're surprised by, in a good way, with things to come for Nebraska. But on that note, we will take a break. We are again live at Big Ten Media Days here at the Hilton Chicago. We'll have more to come here after the break here on 937 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
I love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
At Anderson Ford, we offer a 5-day return or exchange policy, so you can make sure the vehicle you choose is the best vehicle for you. No pressure. Right now, lease a 2026 Ford F-150 for $195 per month for 36 months. Experience better at Anderson Ford. Stock number 1009974. $195 per month lease for 36. No security deposit required. Tax, title, and license fees expert. Residency restrictions apply. Program subject to change. Must take new retail delivery from Anderson Auto Group by 8/31/26.
It's the best time of the year to order a new John Deere planter from Landmark Implement during the early order program. Plan for success with the industry's latest technology. Upgrade to an ExactEmerge high-speed planter to cover more acres, increasing flexibility and productivity. Now is the time to lock in the best price of the year. Contact your local Landmark location to order your new John Deere planter and experience the Landmark difference.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement. Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbbsmidlands.org.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com. Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program by building a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at HamiltonIsBusiness.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Back here at Big Ten Media Days, Day 2, DP Jake Sorensen, 1 o'clock hour here. Thanks to all of our sponsors, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Blanker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate for making our coverage possible here from Chicago. It has been a fun day and a half thus far. Again, about 5 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago still today, DP. We'll look forward to seeing all the stuff from the side sessions and the podiums and people stopping by here throughout the afternoon. But is there anybody that's impressed you the most? I mean, we talked about Bob Chesney in the last segment, but anybody else that's impressed you so far from a presence, things said, things not said potentially?
Listen, 6 of the best 20 coaches in America have taken that podium today. 6 of the best. There's no way around that. Elite level coaches have walked in the building. Several of the best quarterbacks in the country walked in this room today. Nico's in the building. We watched him. We watched Blake walk up, and he sat down and had a conversation. You understand why Minnesota's so excited about it. Makes all the sense in the world. Then we look down the street, and I don't know, Ryan Brown shows up. He's walking through like he's the mayor. That makes all the sense in the world. Michigan State brings their quarterback. He walks through like he has a full understanding of what his expectations are. And quite frankly, I don't know that you're going to have a better group of quarterbacks tomorrow. Oh, that dude from Ohio State. Yeah, that dude was here today.
Yes, he was.
So
Julian Sain is in the building at some point.
Here's my thing with all of this. The Big Ten Conference is big boy football now. SEC, get in line. If you want to line up your 6 quarterbacks on a second day of SEC and tell me they're as good as the ones that walked in the door, I don't know if the answer is yes. Better coaches? Absolutely not. Minnesota brings a running back in that could have been in the NFL draft last year. Right? So, listen, depth, the best receiver in the country walked in the building. Preseason All-America at quarterback walking in the building. We saw 2 absolute cyborgs at linebacker walking through the door.
Anthony Smith. Wow.
These are machines. Listen, I don't know where everybody else in the Big Ten shops, but, hey, man, they're not shopping at the dime store. They're not at the dollar store. They go to grown man's store. Hey, I want to bring in my dude. Let's bring him in. He is one of my dear friends and one of the people I admire and respect the most. And quite frankly, the funniest dude I've ever seen in the world. But we're taking every social risk that we can.
I was good, man. I was good.
Comedian Griff, you can catch him on tour. You can catch him. We need to get him at Howlers is what we need to do. But you can find him on tour. Griff, tell the folks, where have you been over the course of the last few months? What have you been doing? Let the folks know.
So for the last few months, I mean, you can hear me every day, Monday through Friday. I'm on air. I'm on an inspirational station. We're syndicated across the country. Get Up Mornings with Erica Campbell.
Who was Erica Campbell?
From the group Mary Mary.
Sir, say that
her and her
out loud.
husband have about 9 Grammys or so. She's nominated for some stellar awards next month.
You said
Charlotte.
her, y'all.
I mean, well, I was gonna get to that. I was saying musically, Erica is nominated, and then our show is nominated for the 3rd time in a row, best syndicated show. We won 2 in a row already, but I just want to answer your question. So he said we taking a risk on having Griff up here. Ohio State, Julian Sain, is right behind us right now. The quarterback for Ohio State. I asked him a question, and it wasn't what I told y'all yesterday. I asked him. So y'all got to know I'm a tattooed Michigan fan, right? But so I asked Julian, I said, Julian, when you're not playing football and do you still get to be a kid and just play video games with your homies? And he was like, yeah, in the off season we go fishing and all that. And then at that time, did I want to yell out, go blue, and I hate your whole school? Of course I did. But did I know?
Do that,
because I am with the ticket the last 3 days or the next couple days, and I got to make sure DP don't get in trouble. But I will say this. Yesterday, me and DP came in. He had to come get me because the credential place was closed, and the USC quarterback just happened to be downstairs.
Jade Maeva.
Yo, so I shake his hand. There's only two other people whose hands might be bigger than his. Patrick Ewing shook my hand one time. Patrick Ewing shook my hand one time and wrapped my hand up like a baby hand. It was unbelievable, and so did Dikembe Mutombo. But this quarterback for USC has the biggest hands ever, and I know he's gonna slang that rock. I'm excited to be here because you got coaches like Michigan State behind us that's up there talking right now. The coach from Minnesota is so fired up. He believes he's gonna win. He believes now. Listen, I've been about this Michigan life since I was 6. Minnesota has never been sweet. Since they done had a running back here and there, they done had a wide receiver.
Oh, DT about to get you.
That's the running back I'm talking about. I saw him yesterday. He was like, I said, how you doing, man? Nice to meet you. He said, I know who you are, dog. I'm saying they got a few people that's always been sweet, but the coaches over there hyped up like he gonna win. I'm a fan of this part, and I live in Atlanta, so I'm surrounded by SEC people. But in the end, this whole group right here where you guys see the ticket, they are in front of all the trophies that you can win in college. They're right in front of the bowl game trophies. But the best part about where they're sitting right here in Chicago in this Big Ten media conference, every team in the Big Ten has mannequins behind us with their full jersey uniform on. And when you get to see teams like Iowa and the defending champions Indiana, and then Nebraska and Northwestern and Oregon, I just ran into the Oregon coach and I was like, hey man, your energy is contagious. Like I cannot wait now that the Big Ten is expanded like they have. I cannot wait to go to Oregon to watch a game, and I can't wait to go back home to the Rose Bowl and watch a game as well.
Yeah, that home is California's home.
Yes.
Home.
Yeah, even though I've been in the A for like 3 decades and met I met DP in DC when I started comedy about 31 years, 3 months, 2 weeks.
So here's the funny story. I'm hanging out with Henry Cho.
Oh yeah,
back in the day.
Yeah.
Back in the day, hanging out with Henry Cho in DC, and there in the back area, there's this big dude standing in the hallway, and he and I started talking, and the first time I heard him laugh, I said, that's my dude. That's my dude. And here's what's funny. We hung out that night.
Yes.
And then we were inseparable from that point forward.
Until I moved to Atlanta.
And then here's the thing. He came to our wedding. And when I texted him, first of all, I had to convince him that I wasn't joking when I said I was getting married.
No, yeah, that's number one. Then number two, he was like, we getting married where? I said, well, just give me the address. I'm there. He said, we getting married where Washington play. I said, okay, we in DC, so that makes sense. He was like, no, we getting married by the Nationals. I said, oh, you getting married by the stadium? He said, no, we getting married in the stadium. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. I've been to some flossy weddings before. I've been to a lot of, I know entertainers, I know football players. This dude, the whole step, when people say, hey, I'm getting married at the Fox Theater, it's not on the stage of the Fox Theater where you would see a Broadway play or Wicked or something like that. It's normally a side room. This dude got married at the Washington National Stadium. The whole place was closed. The whole place was closed and just open for his wedding. It was the flossiest thing I ever seen in my life. Still, Jay, I promise you.
We had, first of all, we kidnapped the carts. the bullpen carts,
Yeah,
and we're rolling,
riding
I
around.
just can't
in
imagine this whole visual. The whole thing.
I know. That's why I'm
crazy.
trying to make it as calm as I
sounds
can. And
crazy.
no. And then so he's getting married in the park. We go all the way to this place. Where else? It's the most perfect place in the park where their background is the home plate and then outfield and a national sign. And you're like,
I've seen the pictures of this, but I have seen the pictures.
We took them down to the dugouts, to the locker room. We took pictures on the field. We did the whole thing, and then we do a thing. All of my friends have done this thing forever and ever and ever. When somebody gets married, we do this thing called the Dance of the Rose.
Yes.
And the Dance of the Rose is everybody in the room has to dance.
Everybody.
And you start it, and then you pass the rose from person to
okay.
person, and then you have to take the middle of the dance floor. And it's one of my favorite videos because Griff went off.
I showed off. I was like, is this what we doing at the Washington National Stadium? Getting down? Is it get down time? Yeah. Let me tell you guys something. Every day I'm on the radio and I do comedy around the country and the world. But yesterday, to meet DP, for DP to meet me downstairs here at this event on his birthday, I tell you, man, I've easily known him 30 years, and I said it yesterday in a post. I was like, he not only is he my homie, but he also is a great friend and my mentor. And I put in parentheses, y'all ain't even know I had a mentor, huh? This dude has been guiding me in the right way and showing me that time, everything. Hey, Griff, DP, I want to do this right now. Derek, I think I can. He was like, Griff, he never said, man, that's not a good idea. And he was just like, Griff, you can, but it's the process. He always wanted me to understand and respect the process. And that's what I love him for. I mean, I couldn't be more proud of you. I haven't been to the new station there, but I'm coming. You took me to the Michigan game. I got to find out what the big homie behind me, Jay, is what the black shirts was. I found out what the black shirts was, which is really crazy. I went to a night game. It was all red. It was amazing, man. Nebraska's dope. And then y'all's volleyball team, it made me start watching volleyball competitively. Like, you watch it like, look at the girl. But then when you see them smashing through people and really letting it be known, ain't nobody better than us. Shout out to their coach and everybody there in Lincoln.
And he is comedian Griff. And again, it is 2 trillion on social media.
On everything. At 2 trillion, the number 2, the word trillion on everything. I'll let your boy.
On everything. But here's the thing. And you and I have had this conversation off air, but let's have it on, and because we should.
How about that?
I don't care where, and it's the conversation you and I had 6 years ago, 5 years ago. And I said, if we could go back in time and say to each other, guess what we're going to do? Guess what the future holds for us? That I told Jake Sorensen 5 years ago what the ticket was going to be, and he looked at me like I had 8 heads. Like, this dude's on
10.
This dude's crazy.
10, not 8.
Like this dude's crazy. And then, but if Griff and I, that night in Washington, D.C., said to each other, hey, bro, guess what we're going to do? If we said that you would be a Stellar Award winning, right?
Man.
World traveling, world famous, international. Look, you're known in European countries that, like, you've been to. I mean, we can go to Finland, we can go to Newfoundland,
Newfoundland,
right?
Newfoundland, Canada. That's my spot.
We could go anywhere. I mean, any star any comedian you see on television and in movies, that's Griff's space.
I received that, man.
Yeah, that's your space. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, dog.
Because I know where you were. I know where you were. And listen, when the people of faith, the leaders of faith and inspiration in this country, when they got him on speed dial, I can't go wrong when I call him. I'm never going to go wrong. I can never be led astray. This dude is deep as blood for me. I'm proud of you.
You trying to make me cry on it. I'm going to cry right here by the Ohio State people, dog. Don't have me crying out here by the Buckeyes, dog. I'm trying to keep it together.
Hey, bro, your voice too deep to cry.
On that note, we're going to take a break. We'll have more. Thank you, Griff. We'll have more from Big Ten Media Days here in Chicago next here on 937 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait. Apply now.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Played Against Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Played Against Sports at 48th and Vine.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbbsmidlands.org.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
It's the best time of the year to order a new John Deere planter from Landmark Implement during the early order program. Plan for success with the industry's latest technology. Upgrade to an Exact Emerge high-speed planter to cover more acres, increasing flexibility and productivity. Now is the time to lock in the best price of the year. Contact your local Landmark location to order your new John Deere planter and experience the Landmark difference.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers, and if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Call Bats to Rats today at 402-781-8691. That's 402-781-8691. Bats to Rats.
College football season is nearly here. and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Here at Big Ten Media Days at the Hilton Chicago, Day 2, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen. We've got a special guest joining us from the Purdue Boilermakers. Receiver, Denilan Morissette. Good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing, man? How you doing?
We're doing great. We're hanging in there. This is like a marathon being there. We've been there from 6 a.m. till 6 p.m. for 3 straight days. That's a lot.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Our own form of 2 days of training camp. That's what we get done right now.
Hey,
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all.
Well, we appreciate you being here. And I guess walk us through expectations for the year. You guys are coming into the year, and where do you stand in terms of your guys' belief and what's ahead for you guys this year for Purdue?
So first off, I feel like we're a more serious team overall, right?
Okay.
We're a more serious team on what we want to do, where we're trying to get to, and how we need to get there. We know it's a lot of things that it's going to take for us to get to the place we're trying to get to, and Coach Odom has done a great job with implementing the blueprint and implementing the foundation of how to get there. And we're just following the game plan. We're following the game plan. We're buying into the game plan. And the older guys are showing, or the leaders per se, the leaders or older guys per se, are showing everyone else what's the right way. How are we supposed to do things?
You know, you mentioned Barry Odom. I played against Barry. I was a linebacker. He was too. So obviously I know Barry really well. So I want to ask you from a young player's perspective, what attracts you to him as a leader? I know him as the man. You know him as the man and the coach. But for our listeners, tell them what attracts you to Barry Odom as your leader.
For me, it's the structure and organization. He comes with a certain structure and organization to first the coaching in his life to where he can handle everything. He can multitask with multiple things. And I see that the way he has football organized, right? We handle so many things throughout the day, but at the same time, if you're great with your time, if you're great with allocating your time, you can even do more with your day. And I'm seeing that through Coach Odom. If you just look at how a regular day with Coach Odom goes, he's probably with us an hour maybe, but he's handling stuff all throughout the day. He's meeting with players all throughout the day. He's doing this and that. And that's the foundation for me. That's the foundation that I want to model.
Yeah, I mean, Barry's he was a great player, great leader, and obviously what he did at UNLV led him to coach at Purdue. Excellent recruiter. Always keep an eye on Purdue just because of Barry. You guys had a really good, portal offseason. I wanted to ask you about you. Obviously, coming back, obviously from injury from last year. Talk about that process. You go from Georgia to Purdue. Now you got to take a year off, but you've made enough strides, right? And I know how Barry is. He's more looking at you, how you operate day to day for you to be here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a credit to you. Talk about your process of getting here, and then obviously throughout the offseason.
So the process looks like me waking up around 5 a.m., getting in, if we got a 9 a.m. workout, getting in treatment around 7 a.m. and getting potentially 2 rounds before the 9 a.m. workout. And after the workout, getting 2 more rounds in while still catching, doing stretches and everything like that. But it's consistently doing that day in and day out, just how you just said, showing up every day, having my schedule of how I want to go about things, how I need to fix my body, and where I'm trying to get to, and following that plan.
You mentioned that you guys you're taking it more serious this offseason ahead of the season. I guess what has changed for you since last year in terms of how you approach things for this year?
Oh, nothing has changed for me.
Okay.
The only thing that's changed is I'm on the field. Now that I'm on the field, I'm actually back in workouts with them. I have a bigger say-so. Nice. They felt me and they knew my presence from before, before the season started. But, I missed the whole season. It's only so much I can say throughout the season. It's only so much I can do for the team without me being on the field. Now that I'm back on the field, I can I can first lead by example and then communicate and talk and be vocal on both sides.
You're from Stone Mountain, Georgia,
yes,
right?
Sir.
Now you're up in Purdue. How's that transition been? What are the things that you love about it, which attracted you to it? Going from the South up to the Midwest. Honestly, you handled the cold all right?
Nah,
that hawk is a little different. That's all I want to know. I always ask how you handle that hawk.
Man, I would say, the cold been the worst part. Yeah. Like, honestly, that cold, my first week down there, it was -5 degrees.
Right.
I never felt below 30 degrees in my life. And
Right.
It was -5 degrees up to like -2, 0 that whole week. So that week killed me.
Yeah.
But honestly, other than that, man, Purdue is perfect for me.
Right.
Like, I'm going into my senior year now. I'm more focused. I'm more mature on the things I want to do on and off the field. And Purdue is allowing me to do that. Now, freshman, sophomore year, me would have probably said something completely different just because I was more into just playing football and doing whatever else I was doing. Now I'm more of I feel like I'm more of an all-around person with handling my stuff on the field, handling my future outside the field, and doing even more things I can do.
Talking about Denylin Moore, set receiver for Purdue. Everybody, we've seen some epic leaps from year to year in football. From some teams that had a rough season, they have a great next year. How do you guys assess your goals for the upcoming year for Purdue? So what do you want to achieve this season?
Win the first game. Like, I'm not somebody that's going to say I want to win undefeated, go national championship. No, I want to take this thing 1 week at a time. I want to start next week with fall count first. I want to win next week first. You see what I'm saying? Then win the second week, win the third week, and that's going to lead up to us winning the first game. But I'm not taking it too far. I literally want to take this step very slow and make sure we're handling every single aspect that we need to handle before we get to those big games. So when we get to those big games, it's okay, it's time to handle business. It's not we still trying to look for this, that, and this. It's all right, let's go to work and let's go play.
Last year you guys played. I felt like you guys played better than your record. I mean, way more competitive. And then now you had a really good offseason. Talk about the switch from when it seemed like about middle of the season, it kind of started to really go in the way, on the field wise, what kind of fits Barry Odom, and then through the offseason. Talk about that switch. What was it? Was it finally the team coming together and understanding his process? Because when you're very process oriented and very with his ability, it takes a little while to understand his method to his madness. Was that it? You guys kind of understood it, and then everybody started to execute it, and then made the offseason that much better this year?
Yeah, I would definitely say that. Towards the end of the season, you would definitely see the entire team grab onto what Coach Odom was trying to do throughout the whole year. Of course, this was his first year. It was a brand new team, so of course it's going to take time. Right. But towards the end of the season, you can definitely see everybody grab onto that and just flow with that until January. You see what I'm saying? Take that same momentum that we had with trying to build in December, and let's move that to January. Let's move that to February. Let's move that to the next month. And that's all we've been doing.
That's pretty good, man. I mean, I think, you guys are on the come up. I know I saw Coach Barry yesterday and had a good conversation with him. And I know what obviously I'm not going to divulge too much, but you guys
private conversation, Jay.
Private conversation. You guys are in a great position as you know what I'm talking about. He feels very confident in what you guys have done.
Absolutely.
So it's a credit to you. And the credit for you to be here, right? You have a year off. Some guys can go in the tank, look for other places. You stay 10 toes down. That's a credit to you and Barry. So we're looking forward to watch you this year, man. So, my hat's off to you, and I know you guys will have a good year.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
He is Denylin Morissette, Purdue receiver. Thanks so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your media days, and good luck this season.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having me.
Yeah, thank
you
for
bet.
coming.
We'll have the 2 o'clock hour next for media days here in Chicago, here on The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers, and if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Call Bats to Rats today at 402-781-8691. That's 402-781-8691. Bats to Rats.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service, bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
There once was a man from Nebraska who went searching for food in Alaska. When his stomach was rumbling while laying in bed, he could think of only one option, Führer's cheese spread. So he left it once and drove day and night to return back home for cheese spread delight. Now his stomach is full and the voice in his head tells him no more vacations without Führer's cheese spread. Find yours today at most local grocers.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Time for a new AC? Call Bryant. Get rebates now and lower operating costs every day. For comfort and efficiency, call 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
2 o'clock hour here on Wednesday, day 2, Big Ten Football Media Days. Jake Sorensen, DP, Jay Foreman, our coverage sponsored by our friends at Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Flanker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Thanks again to Denial and Morissette for joining us from Purdue last segment as they try to get back in the win column in the Big Ten. It's been a couple years for Purdue, but good news for them is if they get one, that's better than the last 2 years. We think they can do that. As Jay said in the interview, they were better than the record last year. They couldn't go over the hump with the dub, but there's belief that they will certainly be an improved team this year, Purdue.
Well, you can't be much worse. It was, I mean, just in the result. We're not talking about
the play itself was not.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, again, you're in the Big Ten. Whatever your flaw is, it'll be magnified, and people will take advantage of it. In a conference that had predators, full on attack the ship predators. You understood? Yeah. You had some dudes. So when you don't have it there, but also what Coach Odom was talking on the side, and you have to ask the question. And he said, we pay attention to what people did last year. We pay attention. He goes, you have to learn your guys, but you pay attention. He said, as Jake say, receipts.
Yeah.
Receipts.
I mean, when you look at them, I mean, they got blown out against a team that ended up winning a national championship against Indiana. Washington got after them a little bit, but you got to think when they played Wisconsin pretty tough. They put the beat down on Illinois, lost by 6 to Iowa. And then obviously, some other games where they were in a dogfight or a kind of a, back and forth with Fresno. And so not actually that wasn't last year, excuse me, but where when you come into the Big Ten and you're starting over and you're coming from UNLV, you're already kind of backtracking a little bit. Walters, the previous coach, started to make some headway. And so you're really year one is more like extended spring, but you're playing for keeps. And when you play against the likes that they were playing against, it doesn't really bode well. So I think for Coach Odom, and I talked to him yesterday, he seems excited. It feels like he's on the uptick, and also he feels like his success as a recruiter in the SEC, and then obviously his ability to kind of have an eye for unique talent at UNLV, meaning you had to take some risk on guys. That means you had to go and find and do some background checks on guys to make sure they were able to perform down at UNLV. He's using that same formula up there in Lafayette, so West Lafayette. So,
do we dare ask him
about what?
About quarterback play
at UNLV?
Yes.
Well, Clandre wasn't there then.
No, but I mean, I would imagine he's informed.
Oh, we should ask him. Maybe not on air, but we'll ask him.
Like the difference in talent, the style of play.
Well, I'd like to ask him what the biggest difference that he sees, when he went from Mountain West to the Big Ten, and maybe to project that, because I think that's huge for Nebraska to look at, or not. Well, I guess Nebraska like, hey, was it change of speed, change of size, execution, game planning?
Yes.
Can you be? Because
yes,
I feel like in the Mountain West, it's kind of like when Scott Frost came up from the AAC. Like, you just go play PlayStation. Like, if you have a couple of athletes that are better than everybody else, you're going to win that game. You just got to keep throwing the ball to them, and you can just mess around up until you decide to win the game. Whereas, like, the Big Ten, it's a possession-led league, meaning you want to have the more possessions, and you got to play defense. And so I think there's going to be a drastic change for coaches and players to come up to Big Ten.
Yeah, some coaches have said, depending on the parts of the country, you can roll a football down the street and get you some skill position players. Not in the Big Ten. And there's a difference, Jake. There's a slight difference.
I don't deny that.
In the quality of play. But you asked me who I was impressed by.
Yes, I did.
Who are you impressed by?
Well, I go back to, there's nobody that is not really impressive at the podium. You have to really mess up to not be impressive, right? It's your chance. We have seen that before. I'm saying,
do we know anybody that was bad at the podium?
It has happened. It's very uncommon for that to be
Jay
the
Foreman, do
sake-
we know anybody that was bad at the podium?
We
We
do.
know two.
At the Big Ten Conference, was there anybody that
My man Deshaun Foster
was
and then Scott Frost.
Yep, those would be the two. Those would be the two.
Boy, yeah. But Deshaun Foster, I think it was more of a.
I'm here.
the
What we
leadership-
doing?
It just seemed like he was. He tried to make it funny, and nobody laughed. And then he got all nervous. It was just kind of weird. They had a chance to deliver, and it just missed, and that's why it's such a big storyline.
That was like a comedian that had the joke that they wanted to do, and they knew it was going to be good, and it was like
crickets.
You had nothing in the back pocket.
Cricket.
Everything was in that front pocket of that joke, and the other pockets just had lint.
It didn't hit at all. It just went downhill after that, and he's no longer there anymore. So it was so long, Deshaun Foster. Thank you for the moment you had here at the media days. But no, I think Bob Chesney was very impressive at UCLA. I think he will be very good, or at least good enough at UCLA. I think Dan Lanning also is always impressive. Like you said, is it his time? 3 straight titles of different teams in the Big Ten of Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana. Is it Oregon's chance to win a 4th title for the Big Ten? They're right there with Ohio State as the favorite for the conference. And boy, what a story would that be to have 4 separate straight championship for this conference in college football.
So I mean,
not one dynasty, but 4 separate ones.
Jay, if based on that, 3 consecutive national champions from the Big Ten Conference. Those trophies are up on the podium, up on the big stage, each with a different Big Ten member program's name on it. So the trend is that there will be a new national champion
from the Big Ten.
From the Big Ten. Where do we land? Who do you think that is, Jay Foreman, and why?
It's Oregon. Head coach, quarterback is always my first go-to combination, and that D line of Oregon is for real.
Yeah, they didn't even bring some dudes.
They're healthy on offense, skill position wise. Receiver, running back, tight end is going to be decent enough, and so that's what I mean. If there's going to be a new one, it's them. It's their turn. They've waited, and they've been trending towards it. You got NFL players to come back. That's what Ohio State did. That's what Indiana did.
Is that the best coach quarterback combination in the Big Ten?
No, it's probably Ryan Day and Julian Saint.
Where do we land or place?
Well, I mean, it's
where
a
do we
toss-up.
put Indiana?
3.
Well, listen, Josh Hoover's a good quarterback, and Signetti fixes mistakes of quarterbacks. I mean, Mendoza had his own problems going to Indiana. He was very good at Cal, but he became a much better quarterback with Signetti. So Josh Hoover had some interception problems, but he's got a great arm talent. So I think anybody that goes with Sigs. I mean, Curtis Rourke was okay at Ohio and became a very good football player in the first year at Indiana. Got injured, still came back and was led him to 11-win season during the year. So I just cannot doubt whoever he brings in to excel under his leadership.
What do we do? And I'm going to give Griff the blues later on this afternoon because we got to ask him about his beloved blue. What's the expectation, Jay? What are we expecting from the folks in Ann Arbor?
Well, I mean, they're expecting to still win 9-10 games.
Is that the?
I mean, there is no like gap year,
right?
No, but I think the biggest thing is how quickly can they get the quarterback to develop, lead, play to the point that where they can be, 8 to 10 wins.
Can they beat distraction?
I think with Kyle they can. I think they can. I think the leadership with him, I mean, that's why he's the perfect fit. But I just think talent-wise, when you have such a gap in the quarterback play, it's hard for them to get to where Michigan wants them to be right now.
What if his play is what they think it is?
Michigan?
Yeah.
Well, the better question is, what if their play gets to where they want it? Oh, then you're in trouble. Everybody's in trouble.
We don't want them in the neighborhood. November.
No, you don't want a bigger version of the pocket Hercules that they had over there in Utah. You don't want that.
Well, that's the thing, right? Michigan's going to run the ball better than Utah?
In theory.
Are they going to throw it better than Utah?
No. Michigan ain't throwing the ball. That's the problem.
Underwood got his problems.
That's the problem right there. That's what's holding them back. So that's why when you think of like where they want to be, where they think they should be, that's where there's a big gap there. unless he's had a heck of an offseason getting better at throwing the football, which doesn't seem like. Eric Widow came up there and pretty much said, look, my junior son is better than him.
Those are fighting words.
Those are fighting.
Those are fighting
Absolutely.
words.
Absolutely it is.
Like when you calling somebody else's quarterback your son.
No, he said his
Like,
son,
no.
his son, who's a junior in high school, throws the football better than Michigan's quarterback right now. And now you got to think, he played at Utah, so he was there doing the camp tours and all this other stuff, and his kids getting recruited. That's where, which is funny. You know, he came out as the number one quarterback, and then it was a big deal. They flipped him from LSU. Realistically, LSU was like, go ahead with your bad self. This isn't going to work anyways. Because if he can't throw the ball at Michigan, he definitely wasn't playing at LSU.
What's the plus minus wins losses for having Kyle Whittingham in the room?
Versus,
Well, they had 9 last year.
They had
right?
9 wins.
Nine last
It's hard
year.
to get a lot more than 9.
Yeah, they're right at.
Not really. Not
That's
if
even.
I mean, remember, you're 3 years.
They
one of
got
the-
a
one of
quarterback
those
they can't
trophies
throw the
is
ball
there.
that well.
One of those trophies is there. So there's, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know they can.
I don't know what coordinator.
Stallions isn't around.
Well, I don't know what coordinator.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
They're
Where's
even.
Connor Stallions at?
They're even. They're 9 wins. Maybe they might even go like down to 8. But they're in better hands right now. More consistent.
Here's what's funny is when I watch Michigan, I fully expect some assistant coach on the sideline to be doing the magic.
Yeah.
To be doing the magic hands, like, oh, right before your
Yeah.
eyes. Pay no attention to what we're doing on the field. I think it's fantastic. So, Jake, then with that, we know that Fleck sits in your top 6.
I too love PJ Fleck.
Give me your top 6 coaches currently, and I know that it may change from week to week, time to time, but give me your current of the 18 teams in the space.
Can I put Signetti 1 through 6
It's
or not?
your list.
Can I
man.
put
You
him 1
can't-
through 6?
It's your list. You can
Kurt
get your own.
Signetti is number 1. It's not even close to that.
Okay.
He's by far the best coach in the conference. No comparison to him at all. I'd say number 2 is probably Ryan Day.
Okay.
I was looking at the teams up there.
Yep.
I think Dan Lanning's probably 3rd at this
Okay.
point.
This is where
And then it gets tough. I mean, that's the top 3 without a doubt. Lincoln Riley, I guess I'd go 4. I'd go 4 in Lincoln Riley.
Okay, that's 4. Give me 5.
I do love Kyle Whittingham. I'll go him at 5.
There's 5.
And then at 6, are you going Ferentz? Are you going Fleck?
Your skin will break out in a rash.
Are you
if
going
if
Matt
you-
Campbell?
If you say Kirk Ferentz, we're all going to throw up.
I'm not going to go Kirk Ferentz. I guess number 6, Bielema was in that conversation too at Illinois. You got to be in that. Gosh,
you only get one.
Number 6, I think I will go. Let's go with PJ Fleck.
Okay. All
I
right.
think he's done so well there. I mean,
I'm not mad at you, bro. I'm not mad at you. It's your list. Jay Foreman.
Is that all right?
Hall of Famer.
I love
Let's
what.
go.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I go Signetti, Day, Lanning for sure. I mean, those are guys that they've been in the hunt. Number 4, I'm looking here. I would probably, reluctantly, I'll just say Kirk Ferentz. I respect him. though.
You just couldn't let us have a good stomach.
Kurt
there.
Ferentz,
I think
Jed
Ferentz
Fish.
is in that conversation.
Kurt Ferentz,
Yes.
Jed Fish. And then I'll throw a tie there of Matt Rule and PJ Fleck.
Okay.
That's Bielema.
All right. You couldn't leave us alone. Couldn't just Jake Sorensen, you couldn't let us.
I know he couldn't do that, but I said I had to consider Kirk Ferentz. He was in
How
the
you not
conversation.
considering Kurt Ferentz?
I know. I said
Because
5
I
or
don't
6.
like him. I don't like him.
We respect him. We don't have to like him. I do respect
listen,
Kirk Ferentz.
Listen,
27 years as the coach of Iowa is
Jay,
an
could you
accomplishment.
have played for him?
Kurt Ferentz?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Would you have wanted to play for him?
Yeah.
Like that's the measuring
Yeah.
stick for me. Like for me, it's do I want to be in the room?
Yeah, I'd play for Kurt Ferentz. I'd play for
Austin Orman,
I've-
you're Mike's hat, right?
I believe.
He's on.
Yeah, you're on. You're on. Austin Orman, please. Break the tie. Top 6, Ferentz or no Ferentz?
It's hard to say yes. It's hard to say no, because longevity is its own measure of greatness in some ways. But where's the high level accomplishment? there's not that year to hang the hat on that ended well. If they had won the Rose Bowl against Stanford in 2015, that's something. They have an Orange Bowl win in his tenure. He's been a really good coach. He's a Hall of Fame coach because longevity is its own measure of greatness, right? Even at a place like Iowa that's, pretty conservative with how it handles coaches. And he deserves credit for that. Does he have the high level accomplishments, though? No. And that's where, Cignetti with a natty, Day with a natty, Lanning with college football playoff appearances,
Yep.
Lincoln Riley.
Yep.
Again, even if you just take his USC tenure, probably just his USC tenure, probably behind the summation of what Kirk Ferentz has done. But if you throw in everything he's done in recruiting and at Oklahoma, 14 college football playoff appearances and put some scares into people at times. Again, Whittingham, unknown in the Big Ten, has some resume there. Jay and I had a bit long section on Fitzgerald that's there. PJ Fleck's done it for a decade now at this point as well. Just going up and down the list. Jed Fish, probably up and comer. I wouldn't put him in that mix quite yet. Luke Fickell got plenty to prove. I'd take Ferentz over Bielema because they're the same guy, but Ferentz has done it longer at this point. So, no, I land just outside the top 6 probably for Ferentz overall.
Here's where we are, and this is kind of the current state of affairs in the Big Ten, is that do you give the coach credit for the program, or do you give the program credit for the coach? So, new coaches, new location. How are we measuring? Do Michigan is a recent national champion with a new coach, different leadership. Pat Fitzgerald is of note at a new location. Penn State has a new coach. We learned even in Nebraska that you bring in a new coach, sometimes the legacy doesn't travel with. So how should we process program, cultural coach?
It's all on a case-by-case basis. So I think, Kirk Ferentz and PJ Fleck, they've made the programs, with their culture. I think when you go...
Can you say that about Kirk? Hayden Fry was a darn good coach.
Hayden Fry was average.
Okay.
Hayden Fry recruited me. He was average.
Okay.
Kurt Ferentz.
Jay has spoken on Hayden Fry.
Okay. He was good, but Kurt Ferentz right now has made that program. What do you think about Iowa? Offensive line, NFL players. He develops talent. When you go to Iowa, you know exactly what you're getting.
And that's Ferentz, not Fry.
That's 1,000% Kurt Ferentz.
Okay.
And like Ohio State, it's kind of that program makes the coach. You know what I mean? You're going in, you're just essentially driving the Ferrari. Kirk Cignetti, he's made the program. Let me see. I'm looking.
I'm looking at Iowa, by the way. Hayden Fry, 143, 89, and 6 as the head coach from 1979 to 1998. A lot of 8-4, 9-3, 5-6, 5-7, 6-6. So, there's some Kirk vibes in there. He's kind of kept it going.
Almost like Kirk was an assistant.
Yeah.
It's just the same.
Like
it's just the same thing, basically.
An evil clone.
He's an evil clone. We just can't get rid of the guy.
Evil clone of Hayden Fry.
Start going away.
Kirk Ferentz. Listen, that's the other thing. Kirk Ferentz has been in some rooms. That's all I'm saying.
He's been up for every NFL job.
Yes, he has.
Cleveland Browns, Jacksonville Jaguars, and every time he comes back.
Bottom 6 job in the NFL 2 times.
Yeah, and he's turned it down every time.
He likes Iowa, man.
He loves Iowa.
Well, again, it's the thing we talked about yesterday. Bottom 6 NFL jobs, franchises and jobs versus top 6 Big Ten jobs. If the money is equal, and often it is, right? That's kind of right. You stay where you have less to deal with. Although some would say it's a matter of whether you want to deal with parents or not.
Well, it's whether you want to do the choosing or get chose. That's what it comes down to, as far as those jobs. And now sometimes in the NFL you can be a head coach and you don't get to do any of the choosing. So that's why you end up staying at said school in college.
But now college football has GMs.
Yeah.
So,
but the head coach can fire a GM because he makes more.
Is that
it's true?
Yeah.
Okay.
true.
It sounds backwards, but it is
Yeah.
true.
And
It is very
director
backwards.
is the
actually the
yeah,
GM
like the GM
or the
equivalent.
GM
Well,
with the
president,
power. Yeah.
president versus
Yeah.
athletic director.
It's a
Versus
bizarre,
in
it's a
the-
bizarre
versus-
structure. It really
Versus
is.
in the NFL, the GM will hire and fire a coach.
Yeah, it is.
The
very,
GM
it's
now
very
is like
different.
almost like you're just the head coach of recruiting,
director of player personnel.
director of salary
Yeah,
cap and recruiting.
essentially.
What is is that the worst coaching job in
GM?
Ohio State, Cleveland, Cincinnati?
Oh, Cleveland's the worst job. Ohio State's the best job.
Man,
In Cincinnati, probably closer to Cleveland. than Ohio State.
Cincinnati's closer to Cleveland.
think about that.
They don't even feed their players breakfast.
Bro. Right, and but that's a player. What is
Bro,
doing?
hey,
What is that? Feature.
stop by Dunkin' Donuts before you come to the team meeting.
That is brutal.
Don't come hungry.
That is right. Like
Yeah.
that is.
Stop by Dunkin'
Fill
Donuts.
yourself up.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by it. Again, that the way this thing has cycled. That if you went to California, if you went to Los Angeles, and said of all the coaching jobs, I'm not sure how it lines up based on this year's lineup. I'm not sure where you want to be. The most control. You want to be an you want to
Well,
be.
if you're a control freak,
Ram
you
or
go to
Chargers.
college.
Ram or Chargers. Better job.
Los Angeles Rams?
Yeah.
Rams. They're actually trying to win. I mean, both of them are trying to win, but I
The
like
Rams are winning.
Rams are winning. Yeah.
So would you rather be the Rams, Chargers, or USC head coach?
USC head coach.
Yeah,
USC head coach for sure.
Man,
Really?
I think it's took the Rams.
You'd like to be the Rams?
Yeah.
One bad year, you're fired. Fired.
Okay, so which is the hardest of those three to win? NFC West, AFC West, or Big Ten? Easiest to get to the playoffs, probably in the Big Ten. Just got to be in the
Right,
top three.
yeah,
But to actually win the division / conference, which is the hardest to win?
Right now, it's like the NFC West. You got a bunch of
NFC
the
West,
Niners,
Seattle,
Seahawks, the Rams
yeah.
are all good.
And the Cardinals are on the come up potentially.
Say same thing about the
Well,
AFC,
maybe.
though. I mean, Mahomes.
Yes. Oh, yeah. The
Against
NFC West
the
is tough.
Broncos
And the Raiders,
I
yeah.
think it's a good question.
It's
all
easy.
three of those are tough to win.
Yeah, all three of them are tough to win.
Very tough.
The easiest is USC based on the Big Ten needs a fourth team to get into the
To get
playoffs,
in,
and they have the opportunity.
And then you just get hot and
Yeah.
win 3 games.
We will get
So can USC be the Big Ten's Ole Miss from last year? Always around the conversation.
And finally
Take a-
get that
take
breakthrough.
a step, have a run.
100% they can.
Well,
They
we
can.
saw
Absolutely.
we saw
Absolutely.
Captain Big Hands yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They most certainly can be the
yeah.
Big Ten's Ole Miss. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We're going
they
to take
can
a
get
quick
in there.
break, but we'll be back with more commentary and hopefully some interviews here at Big Ten Media Days here in Chicago, here at 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers, and if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Call Bats to Rats today at 402-781-8691. That's 402-781-8691. Bats to Rats.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We are, in fact, back. Big Ten Football Media Days, Chicago, Hilton, 402-464-5685. We appreciate you guys hanging out on the Starter Hamer text line. And again, we're here for you so you can reach out throughout the course of the day, and we thank our sponsors for making it happen. It's been an exceptional day two. Lots of information, a lot of detail. Of course, got a lot of activity behind us. The Heisman Trophy, there's some promotional stuff going on. And Austin Orman, Jay Foreman, there are folks who are projected to be a part of the conversation of the people who end up with said trophy.
Yeah, they're taking pictures over there, man. I looked at that Buckets Award over there. I still don't like some of them names. That name over there, 98.
Wait a minute, who got it?
Chris Claiborne was a bad boy though.
Texas Longhorn, yeah.
No, he was a USC linebacker.
Was he? No, I said that for Griff because I can't give you Cali dudes no credit.
Yeah.
They just take the ball.
LeVar won it that I think the year after.
LeVar was legit.
Claiborne was cool.
I got the list for you here, Jay.
Oh, Austin.
I seen it. I can see it right there, Austin.
Yes,
I seen
right.
it in the year that I know who won it. I lost. I was 3.
I'm just
I know exactly who
who
won it.
list to see how many of these guys you were actually better than and how many guys.
I know
who
who I'm better. Ain't nobody on there better
The
than
whole
me.
list. That's what I'm saying.
Kevin Hardy probably not. Everybody else, yeah, including Trev.
You guys
Nah,
did
just
play the
playing.
same position.
Trev sitting in College Station taking
Trev
straight.
catches straight. They know I'm just joking. Matt Russell, come on, man. I mean, are you serious right now?
Where did Matt Russell play?
Linebacker. You from Colorado.
Colorado.
Slow as molasses.
Dan Morgan in 2000.
Nah, Dan was cold blooded.
Okay.
E.J. Henderson was good. Rocky Kalmus, and he couldn't handle me. Teddy Lehman couldn't either. Derek Johnson was cold. Paul Pazlowski was cold blooded. Patrick Willis, yes. James Laurinaitis, yes. Aaron Curry, nope. Rolando McClain, nope. Von Miller, yes. Luke Kuechly, heck yes.
Fine.
Manti Te'o, double yes. If he just didn't get duped, he might be the best college linebacker ever if he didn't get played.
If he knew how to deal, if he knew how to manage, if he knew how to internet,
if he knew how to manage, he would have been straight. But to be honest with you, he would have went down as the most dominant because he went to Notre Dame, the college linebacker ever. If he didn't have that,
and what he did with Notre Dame to get them there,
he was essentially a one-man gang on offense.
I don't remember who played quarterback for them that year.
It was the little dude. He ended up transferring. What was it? He was actually good.
Austin, who was the Notre Dame quarterback?
He was a kind of runner and thrower. He was actually cold-blooded.
At Notre Dame.
He was good.
Their quarterback.
He wasn't like great enough, but he was good.
I mean, think about it. They fought their way through.
Ooh, here's a name: Everett Golson.
Yeah.
And their backup quarterback, Tommy Reese.
Wow.
Now he an offensive guru.
One of the great overhyped. Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah, that Notre Dame team. Man, that was disappointing. Where they showed up to the dance and couldn't find the rhythm. They just couldn't get it done. Here's the thing, Jay. For all these trophies behind us, and there's the Thorpe Award, there's the Jet Award, there's the Remington Award. I'll ask you, as a Husker, what's it mean that iconically Nebraska is always considered in the elite space? The best offensive line, the best lineman in the country, and the best kick returner in the country, specialist in the country, both paying tribute to the Husker program.
I mean, that's great, man. I mean, obviously Nebraska, obviously have always had great players and great teams, over the history. And obviously, we're trying to get back to that. But some of the great players have made, changed the game in their own right. Dave Remington at center, being dominant there, made center this position fashionable. Obviously going on to a really good NFL career. And then Johnny Rodgers, look, in the game of the century, the game, the call, the punt return, the electricity. That's what, that's, and he also did it in the biggest moments. And so that's why, it's really cool that to be, a former Nebraska player, to see obviously my school and some of the players that, played at Nebraska, represented and have a trophy after him. And that's a big honor. And then you look at the Dave Remington Award, the first name up there is Dominic Raiola, right? Two guys that have, obviously went on to do great things at the professional level, but two guys that were trendsetters at the position of center.
Austin, what do we do with this thing that there's a guy in this space? Rich Glover, to me, should be talked about more.
Yeah.
About what he did for Nebraska and when he did it. Austin, everybody say House of Spears, right? I get it. Peter Brothers, Wistrom, there's a full range. Where does he land for you? Where's Glover? What did he do for Husker football?
What didn't he do for Husker football? Linchpin in the middle of those teams there in the 70s that really got Nebraska rolling right and over the hump. It's hard to overstate what Rich Glover did and meant to those defenses. I mean, of course, showing up in the biggest games, the 22 tackle game against Oklahoma certainly comes to mind. Yeah, certainly a guy that I think probably goes under the radar and underappreciated. Chalk it up to recency bias, but I mean, obviously Glover's a legend. You know, it's a shame his name doesn't come up first in some ways. I don't want to sell Sue short. I don't want to sell Glover short. You know, they were both incredible for their era.
Jay Foreman, I need for you to get your hands ready.
For what?
Because Eric is on the text line acting a fool.
What did he say?
He said Jay is absolutely full of himself at the moment, and I'm here. Is Eric an actor?
Eric has that Steve Simple, man. When Steve Simple tried to tell me, look me up and down, tell me he was all right, I was all right. Bro, listen, let me tell you something, man. I did stuff on the football field Steve Simple could only dream about. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the history books. Eric. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just playing. But, you know, as far as about the Rich Glover, I'm going to tell you like this, man. You know, the one thing about Rich Glover, in my opinion, you know, I wish Jason Peter was here. I think that Rich Glover, I think made him special. He was a trendsetter, an undersized defensive tackle, even for that time, teamed up with Larry Jacobson. But the way he played was extraordinary, and it wasn't ordinary, right? So, yeah, it's recency bias. It's like comparing, you know, guards from, you know, basketball guards from 1960 to right now. They'll never be able to play against each other, right? So you can't really say who's the GOAT or not. So, but during that time, that's who he was.
Bob Cousy is Bob Cousy.
Right, but during that time,
Richard
Glover was that dude. And that's one thing you can't ever take away from him. And, you know, we were blessed that he goes about in Nebraska. Now, granted, he lives on the East Coast, right? So he's not here. Larry Jacobs still lives here. Indomitian House of Spears is here. He doesn't live here, but look, his name is in the stadium because he has the weight room after him. So that's
very public.
And he's very public. And he's just recently getting out of the NFL, and Jason lived here and all the other great ones there. So, look, I'm going to tell you like this. When Rich Glover comes around the players, the Dundada walks in. The defensive linemen that truly are Nebraska black shirts, they show 1,000% respect to Rich Glover. The tip of the hat, you just know. And that's, you know, that goes without saying. And he was a great player. And better than that, DP, he is a great dude.
I will say
he's one of the best dudes out there.
I will say this. My first trip into Lincoln 6 years ago, the very first person I talked to in Lincoln was Rich Glover. And Rich Glover sat down and for no reason at all, sat with me and said, you would do really well here. You're going to be just fine. And I said, bro, I'm not going to move here. He goes, you should. Compliments Rich Glover.
Yes, sir, Mr. Rich Glover.
he did the thing. All right, we'll take another break here at 45. Big Ten Football Media Days. The room is still busy. The podiums are active, so the players are moving around. There's a lot of promotional stuff being done, and a lot of camera work being done. But my goodness gracious, the information that's Jay Foreman. We will talk about the fashion show. We will talk about the as you said, the underwear Olympics. When the bodies walk through here, and you can tell what the offseason was.
There's some big old defensive ends, though, man.
That's where
I didn't realize Dante Moore was that big either.
We're gonna have.
I didn't realize they were that big.
We're gonna have Jay Foreman break it down for us because there are some absolute dudes in the building. DP, Austin Orman, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, Griff. We'll be right back to Chicago, Illinois.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. It doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement. Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com. There once was a man from Nebraska who went searching for food in Alaska. When his stomach was rumbling while laying in bed, he could think of only one option, Führer's cheese spread. So he left it once and drove day and night to return back home for cheese spread delight. Now his stomach is full and the voice in his head tells him no more vacations without Führer's cheese spread. Find yours today at most local grocers.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill, open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back to Big Ten Media Days, Hilton, Chicago. Ending the 2 o'clock hour here of day 2. Jake Sorensen, Austin Norman, and Jay Foreman here on the scene as we are just over 3 hours away from wrapping up our day here in Chicago. It was a quick start today. Let's go back to what we did. If you missed any of the interviews off the bat, you missed a very good morning from the ticket. We had Drake Lindsey, the quarterback from Minnesota, on about 9:30. Anthony Smith, the cyborg defensive end, I would call him, from Minnesota, maybe the best player in the league defensively, at 9:45. Daryl Thompson of Minnesota also was on at 10 a.m. David Epps from the Peach Bowl, the CEO, joined at 11 a.m. today. Brad Nessler, the voice of college football, maybe the voice of God, some might say. 11:30.
You might say.
He's got a great voice.
He does have a great voice, but
I love Brad Nessler.
we can tell. Okay. Brad Nessler, Bob Chesney.
I like both those guys. I would definitely take Nessler over Chesney, though.
Not how you made it seem yesterday, but okay.
Well, I love Bob Chesney. I'm a big fan of him. I think he'll be very successful there. But Brad Nessler, man, I mean, you got to realize we have all played college football games, and he's been on a lot of college EA Sports games as the voice of that. So I combine my childhood with my adulthood here, and that's why Brad Nessler, I get giddy when he's sitting down with us. Also, we had Tatum Tuioti, Oregon Ducks defensive lineman, at 11:45, and we had Denylin Morissette, Purdue wide receiver, at about 1:50 an hour ago. Sat down with me and Jay here. But it has been a very fun day, productive day, and again, just over 3 hours to go for us. But gentlemen, the main podium stuff is done. It's side podium sessions. Now we'll see who comes to Radio Row. But favorite parts of your day so far, having been here on the scene? Jay, Austin, what stands out to you? Favorite part so far?
I mean, I think number one, seeing, the coaches, especially today, come in, see how they move, right? Just seeing how they're attacking the new opportunity. Obviously, with Chesney and Fitzgerald, obviously, is a big deal for them. But more importantly, I think it was really enlightening to talk to Lindsey, the quarterback, and Smith, and really dive into what makes Minnesota such a consistent team and a thorn in Nebraska side, right? And it's a little bit of old school mentality. The guys like each other. They hang out with each other. They pull for each other. They're playing for a reason bigger than them. And I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of teams that say that, right? But they actually do it. You can tell it, and you can see it how they move. And, look, from Lindsey being a legit 6'5" and Smith being 6'6", those are some big dudes, man. And so that's been my favorite thing. Some of the funny stories and some of the things we've been able to ask the guys off the air have been pretty cool as well.
You mentioned the size of the quarterbacks in a dual threat league, right? Pro style now means dual threat in a lot of ways, right? Not necessarily run first, but having the ability to scoot a little bit, right? Mobility to throw on the run, not just a statue in the pocket. And that to me has really stood out, right? Calandria is going to be mighty might. Now that we're going to see him here, but the other dudes in the Big Ten might look the part a little bit more traditionally. So what does Calandria have to offset that? What advantages do the other guys have? I think that's a part of the conversation. But yeah, I think we got, with the new blood, right? I think the Matt Campbell stuff was interesting yesterday for Penn State. Obviously, Chesney here today. Those two guys stood out. And obviously, Pat Fitzgerald, right? Seems like he was right at home from what we were able to hear and see. Certainly drew a big crowd. So yeah, seeing the new blood come in has been fascinating, seeing the different players walk by. And I think I'm sensing that these guys are ready to get the season going as well, as you always are by the time you get to late July for media days, right? Drake Lindsey was saying, they report to camp on Sunday, for meetings, and then they get going on Monday. These guys can sense the season's close. They're doing the show they have to here, but they're ready for football season, like I'm sure our audience is.
Fitzgerald is going to be fun to watch, because if he is successful there, think about all the storylines that change regarding coaches that you might think just can't keep up in today's NIL. He obviously is at a place where it's tough, where it's education-based at Northwestern, very difficult to get into Northwestern. It was tough to compete in today's NIL, but David Braun's did a nice job. Same record as Matt Rule so far through 3 years for David Braun with the Wildcats. But I'm curious to see what his new lease on life is for Fitzgerald, to see if he can excel in today's day and era where people just don't really believe that he can. What does he learn in his years off from college football that he can use and for his advantage? So I think his tenure, his first year is something to be. I'll be very curious how it goes. Obviously, that's Nebraska's first road game of the year at East Lansing, and people have marked it as a win for Nebraska. They'll probably be favored in that game. Nebraska will. But I don't know. It's going to be the first conference game also for Michigan State. And they're going to be jacked up for that as they host Nebraska. So,
are you getting nervous?
Yes, I am, because we've
Jake, I
want Nebraska.
Jake, I don't think you can hide when you just get nervous. Your nerves just get going, dog. There's a long time from now that game plays.
You're right. But I want Nebraska, and I think I speak for the fan base in this, to surprise us in a good way for the first time in a long time. Where
That's true.
Maybe they're seen as a 5.5 to 6.5 win team. Can you win 8? Can you win 9? No, not many people see that. Some do. There's a path to it, but can you actually get to the path and not, trip on your own feet more often than not?
Some of the things about getting to the path, I think it's about clearing the path. It's not just going to clear up on its own, right? And that's where I completely dismiss this narrative. I mean, yes, is Nebraska unlucky? Maybe. But Nebraska has also made its own bad luck.
Oh, absolutely.
The only way through this 100%. Is for Nebraska to get better,
just
right?
go fix it.
The road isn't opening up on its own, right? There's no one that's going to part the Red Sea for you. You got to go. You got to dig the trench, whatever it is. It's on you.
Yes,
Nebraska.
it is.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like the path or the answer is easy.
Be better.
We all could give you the answer. The hard part is you got to go do it, and you got to do it every single day. You got to do it when it's 100 degrees outside, when nobody's watching. You got to do it in the middle of the winter time, and then when you get out there in front of 100,000 people or whatever it is, wherever you're playing, you got to go against guys that are going to try to bite you back, and that's where you got to do it. Then you got to do it again after you do it. Then you got to do it again. Then you got to, deal with some adversity. Then you got to get back to it.
Then you got to do it after a long flight. Then
right.
you got to do it.
You got to do it all the time,
Saturday.
man. It's just got to be the way you live. There is a path for Nebraska to have a really good season, and it's up to them to go do it. I never have been a part of, and I hear media members, well, Nebraska's got a gettable schedule so they can have a really good season. I ain't with all that. I'd rather play the 12 best teams. You can put me at 13. I want to play 1 through 12. I want to see exactly where I'm at. That's what championship mindset. When we were winning, this isn't necessarily talking about us. We never worried about who we were playing. They got to play us.
Right.
And because the hard part is you got to play us, and we already played against ourselves. So we weren't facing anybody we made it. We got it out of the mud and in the trenches. So anything that we fought, we was running towards the action. So when the change in the mindset is probably the hardest thing to do. That's what Kirk Cignetti did. That's what Ryan Day's done. That's what Dan Lanning's trying to do. That's what everybody else here is trying to do, is change the mindset of kids once they get on campus. Because no matter if they're in the portal and they come there, or in particular out of high school, they have never been challenged. So what you did in high school don't mean tilly poo. You know what I'm saying?
D-Star.
Right? You will be challenged. You're going to look.
And if you're not, find a new program that will.
Well, look, dude, you're going to be from wherever you're at. You're going to not. If you're a D1 going to one of these schools out here, chances are you're going to probably play against 2 dudes all year that are going D1. You might not even go against them. You might just be watching them. So now you're going to go against guys you don't know where they're from. And I'll never forget seeing Brian Shaw from like Superior or somewhere. I was like, man, this dude is from the middle of nowhere, Nebraska. He cold-blooded.
Yeah.
Owns the short yardage shuttle record still to this day. 40-something inch vertical, smart as a whip, tough as nails. He a negative star recruit, and started a national championship team. So you don't know when you get here, you don't know who you're going against.
Well, let me ask a question from being on the outside.
Go ahead, Griff. This is Griff.
And Jay, just being around you and that championship mentality that you have is so contagious. But from the outside looking in, what is Nebraska lacking?
Right.
In the beginning, they always talk about our quarterback and he like Mahomes and blah, blah, blah. And then nothing happened. Like, what is really? I'm on the outside looking in. Again, I've been in Nebraska. Amazing fans, a great tailgate, all the things except wins.
Right.
What can they do right now? What's going to change that this year?
Yeah, well, they're trying to change it right now. They're working towards that. That's you've seen some steps, right? And so they took a step last year. They were expected to take 2 steps, so they're moving towards where they need to be. So over the short time that Matt Rule's been here, they're trying to get back more to a championship mentality, which is a day-to-day championship mindset, and by your actions, right?
Right.
Whereas before he got here, it was a lot of talking and less doing. So
Right.
he's trying to get
That was like stepfathers.
right. Yeah, right. No discipline. Nobody was getting disciplined, right? And fans was paying all your money, your child support. You wasn't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? But they trying to get more back to action base, and they get that. And then the competitive spirit has got to be there. I think the one thing that I would like to, pump into them and get them to understand the definition between playing and competing. And there's a difference. Playing is like what everybody does.
We're gonna go out there
Competing
and play.
is something that you just it never goes away when you're a competitor.
Right.
It doesn't. And it's something, once you get that winning feeling and you understand what it is to be a competitor, and everybody goes from playing the game to competing. We had Lindsey here, the quarterback from Minnesota.
Drake Lindsey.
He talked about, well, the first year I was just kind of make sure I was doing my thing and pretty much getting out of the way. He was playing. Now he's talking about he in the off season. We're about to compete.
Right.
That means I'm trying to put the dagger in your heart every single time.
Well, if the quarterback from Oregon, Dante, just said he gained 22 pounds since the Indiana game.
Right.
Like he competing.
Right.
He had to change
What's
how
that?
what he
That's
eating.
muscle. You know what that? But you know what that is?
Big man style.
That's constantly not thinking that you don't need to check your oil. You need to make sure that you always got that premium in your system. So that means he saw something that he wanted to get better at, and it could be something. What was it? A couple years ago, the Michigan offensive line. Or was it the Iowa offensive line decided they all wanted to drop their body fat by 2 or 3%?
Iowa.
Was it Iowa?
Yeah,
and then they ended up winning the Moore Award or something. Remember that? They all decided, all the offensive linemen, I think it was Michigan actually, when they won the championship. They decided they wanted to, all of them. Now, they've just been running through people, right?
Already.
Right, already. So then they go in the offseason and say, you know what, we're going to find something to get better at. So that's what champions do, to be competitor, because they're preparing for, I call it, you're always preparing for Casper the Ghost. You don't know what you're going to face, but as long as you have that imagination, when you face it, you'll be ready for it.
Speaking of Iowa,
hang on, we gotta get to break. We're a little late for break, so let's take a quick break. We'll come back for more from Media Days here in Chicago, here on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
Looking for the right utility tractor for your acreage? Find it at Landmark Implement. Shop our selection of used John Deere compact tractors from 1 through 5 series with the power and versatility to track mowing, yard work, snow removal, and more. For a limited time, get 2.9% financing for 36 months, followed by 6.2% for 24 months with approved credit. We've got the right fit for your property and your budget. Stop by your local Landmark Implement or visit us online at landmarkimp.com today and experience the Landmark difference.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Hi, Charlie Stone again, and Andy Goodyear with Honda of Lincoln will be joining me shortly to talk about a milestone accomplishment at Honda of Lincoln. But before I talk to Andy, I'd like to add a comment of my own. I know you have a lot of choices when buying a new or pre-owned vehicle. It was just announced that Honda of Lincoln is once again the winner for the Lincoln's Choice Award for new car dealers. It's not easy to win that award because it's all based on the highest level of customer satisfaction. I think Honda of Lincoln really is your best choice. Now let's talk to Andy.
Thanks, Charlie, and thanks for your kind words.
Andy, tell us what it takes to win an award like this.
Will do, Charlie. It's about being customer focused. Our sales and service team have been with us for a long time, and every day, all they focus on is a 100% customer satisfaction. It's really that simple.
Maybe it's time you experience the best. The Honda of Lincoln way of doing business. 27th and Yankee Hill Road or online at hondaoflincoln.com.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at gainatrucking.com.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back to the Hilton Chicago. We are in the 3 o'clock hour here of day 2 of Big Ten Football Media Days. Jake Sorensen, DP, Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, and Griff on the scene here with just under 3 hours to go here as we wrap up our day here in Chicago. Been a fun one. We've heard from all the different coaches at the podium. Again, just as a heads up for tomorrow, as we look to that, we all know Nebraska is tomorrow, of course. Michigan will hit the podium tomorrow, as well as Maryland, Indiana, Northwestern, and Washington on the scene tomorrow here as we wrap up day 3 in Chicago. Look forward to hearing from Matt Rule and company, Justin Evans, of course, Luke Lindenmeyer, and Andrew Marshall on the scene for Nebraska here in Chicago. And I said this before on my morning show this morning. I was curious when Matt Rule takes the podium.
First, by the way.
Right, he's on first. What is the national interest right now in Nebraska? Because, again, the program has not been great for a while. They're 500 in his tenure here. They're 500 under Mike Riley. They're worse than under Scott Frost. They just have not been really relevant for quite some time. Is the national media even going to be following or really caring or asking questions to Matt Rule tomorrow?
I would ask you this. Of all the people at the table, how many people have asked any of the four of us about the Huskers since we've been here?
Not much.
Jay, I'm pretty sure somebody's asked you.
Yeah, they've asked
what's
me
going
about
on.
it. Yeah,
But you're the
yeah.
Normally in day 3, the other programs have been remarkably curious about what's happening in Lincoln, Nebraska. That has not been the case.
No, it hasn't.
That has not been the case since we've been here. Now, tomorrow
it's very strange.
Well,
no, that's actually a good thing for Nebraska. Sure, you want to have a national brand, but you're only going to be in the conversation. Look, people are only here really asking about 3 or 4 teams: Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, maybe Penn State because of what happened last year, Michigan
USC
because of what happened, and that's it nationally. Realistically, where Nebraska's at, they were on people's minds last year though, because obviously there was a big social media push. But realistically, like in order to get talked about outside of this Big Ten media day and then maybe down at other ones, is that you got to play well. You got to win a lot of games. But it sets up for Nebraska to be under the radar. We always talk about how do they handle success? How do you handle being under the radar? Can you be patient enough and work while you wait to get your just due? Or do you got to be like one? Remember that game when you go to like Chuck E. Cheese and the gopher would come up and try to slam it?
Whack-a-mole.
You're going to be a whack-a-mole and got to whack you, get up here, and then you get whacked back down because you can't just hold tight. What do we talk about over here? Look, you got to have if you have enough power and presence, but do you have the ability to use it? Or willing to use it, or willing to win, or willing to, are you too afraid to lose that you don't go win? That's all the questions that they got to answer internally, and they all can answer them. That, to me, this is an easier season than maybe last year because you had expectations that maybe you didn't really realize that needed to be executed.
I would posit this. Matt Rule spends more time talking about the national issues than he does the Nebraska issues. It's a guy that I think still, is asked about kind of the big picture stuff. He's made himself a voice of the sport, if not for the sport necessarily all the time. And I think that with the general lack of intrigue around Nebraska, just the talent on the roster, schedule, et cetera, I could see Matt Rule being a guy that gets a lot of questions. Hey, 5-5-5. Hey, transfer portal. Hey, NIL. Hey, college football playoff expansion. I could see Rule being a guy that gets a lot of those questions.
Yeah, but I would rather be in the Jay Foreman conversation of who does this season go through? Who's the standard setter? Who's the elite player? What coaching adjustments have been made? Who's helping evolve or at least set the identity of the Big Ten Football Conference? Can you tell the story of the Big Ten football season with or without Nebraska in it? That's that's why we're here. Yeah. If you tell me that you can tell the story of this 2026 Big Ten football season and not talk about the Nebraska Huskers, it should not be acceptable.
Right.
That's right now the expectation, though, is that.
Well,
I think nationally and honestly probably locally too.
Well, I mean,
which is not acceptable. You are right.
If the expectation is that Nebraska is irrelevant, or that the rest of the conference is indifferent about what's happening in Lincoln, Nebraska, to a blue blood program.
Yeah.
I would want to throw hands.
I don't think that's at that point. Everybody's in wait and see, and that's where Nebraska got to get to. I'm gonna show you. That's where we're gonna show you, and that's where they need to. That's where the mindset has to be. Sure.
How will you know that's where Nebraska's mindset is? What will you be watching for?
We're gonna see that. We're gonna see that fourth game of the season. You need to step off that bus or plane or the bus. And then, like I said, man, you need to be brave enough to run right past their sideline with a baseball bat. Let them know exactly what your mindset we're going to do to you when you come out to the field. And I'm dead serious on it. Like, you have to understand. You have to have the reason why, people need to study great players, why they act the way they do, is because there's an entitlement. There's two types of entitlements. Entitlement because I worked hard enough for it. So I'm entitled to success. I've done more than what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
We've done more than what you're doing. That's why the ticket is taken over. We've done more than what everybody. We put them out on the street. So we're entitled to be here, right? The worst entitlement is that you ain't done tiddly poo, and then you feel like you're entitled to it because something happened a long time ago. So when you put in the work, you feel like that. So when you do things like run on the sideline and let them know what's going to happen, you're entitled to the results because you know you ain't afraid of what's going to happen, win, lose, or draw. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So that's where the mindset has to be. Like, sure, you ain't going to listen. You play Indiana, Ohio State, and I don't know, game day or whatever, the big noon kickoff comes there. They ain't there for you. They ain't there for them.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Hold
the sad part.
on. Oh, no. It's not sad. That you need to change your mindset. That's opportunity. Okay. See, that's opportunity.
I will fight you.
I
will fight you.
That's opportunity.
He wants to throw hands
because you have to understand.
Hands.
You have to understand. You're going to have to be in that position anyways. You're going to be there. So if Nebraska gets to the college football playoffs this year, you think they're going to be favored? No. Okay, then. So what would be the difference if Indiana comes in the middle of the season? Do you think they're going to be favored?
Oh, yeah.
Indiana's going to be favored.
Indiana told
what's going to be the difference?
Everybody before they were Indiana
Sure.
that they were going to be Indiana.
Right.
Kurt Signetti told you, Google me.
Right.
I win.
Like
Google
I
me.
win. That's what I do.
Right.
And
but why? But I'm going to cut you off here. What has he done in order for him to say it?
he put belt to butt to
Repeatedly.
everybody in the
But
Big
how
Ten.
did he? Hold on. No. If you have to study Kirk Signetti.
You have to work. Like the work
he
that was
bet
done.
on himself. The process has been the same. The results have been the same. Matter of fact, his same press conference when he was at Elon in North Carolina is the same. He said the same thing back then at James Madison. He ain't changed. So his work ain't changed. That's why he was popping off. It wasn't to get your attention. He was telling you, I done the work. I studied you guys. I looked at the schedule.
Yeah.
That schedule that they played that year, that ain't no different than James Madison played a tougher schedule. That's why they was putting up 70 points. We're going to blow you out the water to get your attention because you ain't listened to me when I was at the basketball game.
I told you we were going to be that.
You know what I'm saying?
You didn't listen.
you.
Right. But back to the point, though. You have to listen. If Indiana comes in and they're favored, okay, right? What's the difference in Nebraska plays in the college football playoffs? You're going to be favored. Your feelings going to be hurt, or you're going to feel better because you playing in college football playoffs. Oh, we're okay to be the underdog then. You the underdog. So it's an opportunity.
Sure.
You don't
I
ever say
hear you.
you don't ever get to go to a game thinking about losing. I mean, you kidding me? You playing football.
Well, Jay, when Nebraska's lost 30 straight games to ranked teams, that's why there is that mindset here, though. I know
Right.
you're.
Do you think the media is part of the
I know
problem?
you're sure, but the team's
Okay,
also
then.
part of the problem too. They've
So
lost
that
30
means, are
straight
you
times.
part of the problem?
They've
Do you ever
lost-
hear me think about
They haven't
losing?
been a ranked team in 10 years. That's part of the problem here.
Exactly.
So
but
it's
if you
it's
have
a
a
whole
defeatist
collective part of the problem
mindset,
here.
right? If you show up to a game thinking about losing, you lost.
Well, I don't play the game though. I'm in the stands or I'm in the press box. I don't play.
Right. But
So
since
we can't
everybody
blame the media
listens
for
to
that.
everybody listens to stuff like you gotta be understand. You shouldn't get on the play. What's the point of playing a game if you think you're gonna lose? You're just wasting time. You know, get what I'm saying? Do you think?
Well, I'm not against you on that at all.
Right. So
that's why I want to know
my
what's
mind-
the mindset of the team, though. Do they have that mindset? We could go.
Well,
win
we're
any
gonna
game.
see.
See, here's you.
We're gonna see.
What some of y'all are missing is that Austin and I are in a happy place. listening to
Because
Jay
me and Jay are
Jake. Oh,
fighting.
you don't understand. We watch
This is Bills
We are
Dolphins.
watching. You don't understand. This is Christmas morning. Listening to early break and old school.
I just don't understand it. I cannot understand how people think like that.
I had to get so far out of the way. It was like, get him, Johnny.
I just have never understood that mindset. And
Well, I do, but the fans aren't playing the game though, and they want to be proven by the team that their mindset is wrong because they have been so distraught for 10 years.
Okay,
it
so
shouldn't have to be 10
let me ask you
years of
this.
no
Let me
wins against
ask you. How old are you?
I am 35 years old.
Okay, so you're 35 years old, right?
on, Gramps.
So you're trying to tell me, okay, do I need to hold you accountable to something that you did 10 years ago?
No, but on the way there, you could keep me accountable, and it has been on the way there for Matt Rule. This is his 4th year. He's not been a ranked team yet.
That's right. So you need to worry about what I did since
He
I've
doesn't
been
get the faults of Scott Frost or Mike Riley. You are correct, or even Bo Pelini. He doesn't get
Right.
those faults.
I get it. I'm with you, man. Listen, it needs to change. But my whole point is, what's it going to take? You can't, and I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying in general.
Thank
you can't.
No, it's just me.
You can't. Well, I'm looking at you because you
I know
keep
you
coming
are.
back. That's that
I
Miami
will
Dolphins.
keep coming back
That's why
at
the
you.
Dolphins are garbage. You guys
Coming
do the
right
same
back at
thing. As
you.
soon as you guys face some adversity, you ready to go swim in the ocean.
But you cannot blame the fans for that. I am not on the
I'm not.
field.
I'm not.
I
Hold
am
on.
a- I
I'm not
do the
blaming the
product
fans.
on the field.
There's plenty of blame to go around.
Thank you.
You don't get to this point primarily by the fans. The players play the game, the coaches coach the game, and then the decision makers have to make the decision. So it starts at the top. That's where it starts at. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah.
Right? So it actually ain't got nothing to do with on the field. It permeates from top to bottom. And
You're
so
saying that part of it's our fault, my fault.
part of it, if you're a fan and a media member, defeatist attitude goes into
So what
it.
did Cignani do to feed his attitude?
Because he didn't have any. They had no history. You're playing with house
You're saying
money.
so in Nebraska, because Nebraska's had 5 titles, they've been one of the most winningest programs of all time. It's an uphill battle for any coach.
It's more higher expect. What's the expectation when you go to India? How long did you really think Kirk Cignetti was going to be there? At 62 years old,
he'd probably do very well there.
You thought he was
Because
going to
no
be
one
there for
does
2
well
years,
there.
correct?
Probably 3 years and fired.
Right.
Because that's what everybody is.
So there's no expectations. It's
No.
like somebody going over, taking over the Jacksonville Jaguars or there ain't no Super Bowl aspirations there. You just got to again, you got to have a little lifeline. That's not making an excuse. That's reality. The reality is this.
Reality is tough, Jay. It really
Reality
is.
is tough. Nebraska's been struggling, but if you don't, the mindset has to change in the whole state. Winning, Jake, everybody has to have a winning mindset. From the janitor, from the assistant coaches to the players,
No, and
to
this,
the dudes on the
this
court.
state is so ready for that to happen. But
Okay,
the result has to happen.
What do you
first
think?
before
Tell
they
me
can
what
do
a
that.
tell me what a winner is. Explain to me right now.
What's a winner?
Yeah,
A team that wins more often than they lose by a lot.
Jake.
Ohio State's a
that
winner.
is probably
Oregon's
the
a
thing that
winner.
you could read out on the internet. You know what a winner is? They do the exact same things over and over. They're monotonous, and they make them look great when they need them the most. That's what a winner is. A winner is with leadership. There is no bending. Okay, so the problem, realistically, with Nebraska football is that they're a little bit tiptoe, a little scared of the boogeyman in winning because you actively for about 20 some years did everything to go against the opposite while you were one of the greatest programs of all time. And it's smacking you in the face.
then
Now
I
you
ask
got
you,
young
who's-
fans now that really want to be winning because it's fashionable, it's cool to go to the games. That's realistically where you guys are at, right? Because you don't know what winning is. You're too young.
I've seen winning, but I was young.
Who?
I was young.
Okay,
I was not on
how
the
old were
field.
you?
I did watch the games. I was
What
like-
game did you watch? The
When
winning?
Nebraska won their last title, I was 6 years old.
And you
I was-
remember
I
that?
was saying 5 in my mind.
Yeah,
but
5
I
or 6.
feel
Yeah, I'm
good,
30. Yeah, I was 6.
How you remember it?
Not very well. I remember very well the 0-1 title game they lost to Miami. I was 10. I remember it very vividly. They lost, but they were in
Did
the
you
title
cry?
game. Probably a little bit, yeah.
You weren't invested. Do you remember?
I was
Do
3
you?
years old. I was 3 years
You were
old.
3 years old. So again, you're making my point. You guys don't really know, right?
I have no
Admit,
idea.
you really
Oh,
don't.
So is it my fault then?
No,
or-
it's not. But you really don't know, so you really can't describe what a winner is. You know what I'm saying?
you got, Griff?
I'm laughing at both of you. This is awesome. number one, at 5 years old, you don't know nothing. You're an idiot. And we
I was.
right,
Just a
all
kid.
of us. No, not just you, but you were saying who nationally who is checking for Nebraska.
Yeah.
We also not checking for Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Maryland. It's a whole bunch.
But you don't want to be part of that group, though. You want to be part of the group that people are caring about.
No, but and I understand that, but I'm looking at y'all's schedule.
Yeah.
Y'all, if y'all don't go 3-0, you got Ohio first, Bowling Green, and North Dakota. And I don't know if that's the North Dakota that be winning all the time.
It's the other one. It's the regular
Okay,
North Dakota.
It's the other one.
And
It's
then
the one's almost in Canada.
And then got it. Right. The
They
CFL.
They
the
may as
CFL
well
team.
be in Canada.
Right. And then y'all's fourth game is Michigan State.
On
so
the road. Should win that.
Why not be 3-0, get everybody hyped and feeling good, and keep that energy going? Like you said, it starts with the players and the coaches and the
Right.
organization first. But the fans, you got 70,000 people screaming out another team's defense, Jay.
Yeah.
You know that does something for the team. No? Or is that just a fan saying something?
I think the fans are waiting and seeing because they were been let down, right, Jake?
They
Time
have
and
been
time
let
and
down,
time and
yeah.
time again.
They show up and they get let
So
down.
that's why the mindset of the team is, all right, we're about to show you. Don't say it, do it.
And
You're right.
I hope that's what happens this year. I would be doing cartwheels.
What's the win total right now? Because I'm gonna hold you
Okay.
accountable right now.
The win total at what?
That would make you happy. That Jake Sorensen.
Satisfied or happy?
Happy,
Oh,
like
come on
smiling.
now.
Tell us about it.
Nine
See,
plus
that
games
right
I'm
there.
happy.
Hold on now. See
I'm
that right
satisfied
now.
with 8.
That's your problem
I'm
right
happy with
there.
9
You
plus.
seen him, Griff, right?
Yeah, that was very fancy, though.
Right.
That was
You little suspect there.
No,
You-
I'm saying I'm satisfied with 8. I'm happy with 9 plus. Thrilled with
y'all
10
gonna win
plus.
8. You gonna win 8?
That'd be great. I mean, they have a path to 5-0, but after that, I mean,
what if they win
Indiana-
7?
That's I mean, it's I guess acceptable, but I'm not satisfied. I mean, there's different thresholds. Acceptable.
So one game makes you
satisfiable,
happy.
and-
One little game. So you're a golfer. So if you shoot 74 one day and 73 the next, you're not even you're changing your mindset.
That's a big difference from one win to one stroke.
What would make you
There's
happy?
a lot more
Mr.
that goes
Austin?
into a win than a
What
stroke.
would make you satisfied versus happy? Since I didn't know that we were getting into technicalities.
We're getting
now.
technical.
It was a little technical.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy
getting
and
deep here.
significantly
We're
happy.
getting
I
deep
did.
here.
Ecstatic.
Yeah,
There's levels here.
What would take
There's
you
levels.
over the moon, Jake?
That's like an ugly girl.
11
girl.
wins. Yeah, 16-0. How about that, Jay? Over the moon.
Yeah, I'll be over the moon.
8.
What, 8 wins? Jake, I'm going to give
I
you.
said
I'm not-
satisfied with 8 and happy with 9.
Okay. What constitutes satisfied? What does that mean with you?
Satisfied is it's a good season. I wanted more, but it was better than we thought it was going to be.
Then what makes a happy season?
I said 9.
Not right. 9. What?
Let's break this
What's
down.
the difference?
Win against
Satisfied or satiated? Right? Are you have had just enough, or do you want more? Right? Are you full to bursting, or just like, no, I'm good. I can walk away from the buffet
10
now.
plus. I'm bursting. 10. I'm pretty.
Jay, satisfied is like an ugly girl with a nice body. That's what that is.
And then happy is what?
She got
She's
she
still
got
ugly?
pretty teeth.
You're right.
She ugly, but she
She don't got bad breath.
She got pretty teeth.
She brushes her teeth every day.
We're getting very sophisticated here as we get deeper into media days. We'll take a break. We'll just continue this discussion on the other side. Live at Big Ten Media Days. Our sponsors are St. Hills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Blacker, PRG, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. More on the other side here on 937 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Looking for the right utility tractor for your acreage? Find it at Landmark Implement. Shop our selection of used John Deere compact tractors from 1 through 5 series with the power and versatility to track mowing, yard work, snow removal, and more. For a limited time, get 2.9% financing for 36 months, followed by 6.2 for 24 months with approved credit. We've got the right fit for your property and your budget. Stop by your local Landmark Implement or visit us online at landmarkimp.com today and experience the Landmark difference.
There once was a man from Nebraska who went searching for food in Alaska. When his stomach was rumbling while laying in bed, he could think of only one option, Führer's cheese spread. So he left it once and drove day and night to return back home for cheese spread delight. Now his stomach is full and the voice in his head tells him no more vacations without Führer's cheese spread. Find yours today at most local grocers.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com. Start your Sundays off right with Jeff and Nicole Essink on Fitness Fanatics. Jeff and Nicole discuss health and wellness, how to achieve fitness goals, and more through the life of gym owners and gym goers. It's Fitness Fanatics from 9 to 11 a.m. on Sundays on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Building a new home can be a challenge, a lot of big choices. With our Remington homes, we have designed 15 different floor plans that appeal to a wide range of people.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier.
People really enjoy being able to go to our website, which is remingtonlincoln.com, pick a plan, pick a price point, go through and build it yourself. You have a lot of options, whether you want granite, painted trim, wood floors, more stone, all options with our Remington homes. People do not want to be married to their house payment. You're able to get what you really want in a home for a great price with very limited stress. And that's what Remington homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Back here at Big Ten Media Days, Jake Sorensen, Austin Norman, DP, Jay Foreman. Our sponsors are Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Blaker of PRG, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. By the way, with Warhorse, download the Warhorse Casino app today where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino, where Nebraska wins. I did see this from Mitch Sherman of The Athletic in the last hour or so. Apparently, even though we will hear tomorrow from Troy Dannon, Nebraska's AD here at Media Days, it appears that Nebraska is not inclined to consider a patch of any sort on the jersey for this season. Next, they said they will look at next year when they could get more lucrative options, it appears, per Mitch's report. But if you're looking to see if Nebraska joins the fold of Illinois, Michigan State, Wisconsin, and Ohio State as of now with jersey patch sponsors, it appears you'll be waiting until at least next year per the report from Mitch an hour ago.
Does that mean the deal's already done for next year?
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Or does
I'm
that
sorry.
mean-
I'm sorry. Did I look at the script? Did I?
You're reading the script, man.
Did I see the future? Is that
apparently so?
Oh.
Or they're trying to juice a couple, people against each other.
Well, you want to see what the numbers are. Again, the
You got
first
five numbers now.
The first number that you heard was 3-4 million.
So, yeah, Michigan State, 10 for 40. Illinois, 5 years, 30. Then you get the Ohio State, 17 per year.
And Wisconsin's unknown with Culver's.
But, yeah.
So, yeah.
So
Let's-
Nebraska was probably close to that Michigan State, Illinois number and said, wait a minute, we saw this 17
Yep.
and we gotta slow the roll.
Say it with
that's a
me.
guess?
Say it with me. We've heard it before. We will never be first, but we will definitely not be last.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you can wait and see how. Also, the one thing you can see is what that money, and then obviously Illinois, I think, had the best deal, right?
They got the 5 year 30.
5 year 30. And you got to wait and see how that money affects your program, both positively and negatively. Does that mean that they have some sort of control or something like that, or is it just, hey, here's the money, you guys go, we trust you to go do with it as you may. So I think that's also a big part of it as well. And it's interesting when you look at the teams that got it. The one that kind of sticks out the most is Michigan State, because they don't have any like recent success. Whereas like Illinois, they've been a little bit better recently, and so you can kind of with Josh, their AD, ability to get in touch with other people, and obviously Ohio State as well. It's just interesting what happened with Michigan State when they got Fitzgerald.
Well, Michigan State did the ACC TV deal of jersey patch deals.
Yeah.
Let's take
Yeah.
the long term stability. Let's take what we can get, because it's with the Michigan State Financial Credit Union.
Yeah.
It's the on-campus bank,
Right,
which
right.
is just, hey, here's your money. It's
We're
not
just
even
increasing
leaving the
enrollment.
system.
That's all.
Right.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see what Nebraska does, and look, there's nothing wrong with not rushing into something like that. And look, they got enough, financial strain out there. You got a new stadium project that's been pushed through. They've been they're having reseeding issues, not issues, but obviously reseeding. So that's obviously, and you made some additions to two different places on the for different sports, and so it'll be interesting to see what happens with the football team as they try to, I guess, continue to raise money.
So are they pausing the reseeding?
For basketball until
at least.
2029.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 years.
Well, let me throw this out
3
there
years down
to
the
you
road.
guys. If you're Nebraska, how long do you want the term of this deal to be? And if you're company X, whoever's involved, do you want something that you're tied up through the same length of time as Matt Rule? Do you want a shorter term deal for flexibility in case you get good and you can renegotiate sooner? Do you want a Michigan State, hey, let's just lock this in, take what money we can get? Well, what's the best deal for Nebraska? What's the best deal for company X?
Around the country, whether it be the NFL, the NBA, when it comes to this sort of licensing, the theory has always been set your value and be true to your value. Then, whatever you, because you can't guess what the value of Nebraska football is going to be in 4 years. You can say the value of the program is this, and this is what it projects to be in 4 years. But you're guessing.
Yeah.
You're
Yep.
guessing.
Yep.
And listen, if you said to me, you're going to run this deal or negotiate this deal for the duration of the athletic director's contract, that's one thing. But most business partners aren't going to work on your terms. They're going to work on theirs, especially if it's a plus dollar amount. So if you're working in that 15 to 20 range, you're going to have less to say about it.
Yeah, I think it's something. If it was me and they were asking me to, how many years I would want as my company, I would say 4 years. I'd want to have the first right of refusal. Right, and goes both ways. And I mean, 4 years is a good number. It gives you enough time to, obviously consistently get that money going in, seeing what you do with it, seeing at least success on the field, then I'm able to re-up. And even if the price goes up, it's money well spent. So it's kind of, a little bit of a go-between. I think 10 years you get locked in, and say the whole market changed when everybody else, say you're 10 years, 60 million, right? So that's $6 million a year. Well, then, hey, 5 years from now, people are getting 20 million. You're sitting there like, man, I'm shorting myself. So I think 4 years, a lot can change, but not so much that you like, we're out of there. And then based on win totals, you want to have a rider in there or whatever you want to call it, an incentive escalator in there that's going to make you increase on a year-to-year basis once you hit a certain win total.
This is more from Mitch Sherman's report from Troy Danny. It says the school looked into the jersey patch opportunity, but opted to wait until next year when the market could be more lucrative for the school. Also, he says money from jersey patch deals cannot be used as third-party NIL paid directly from the sponsor to athletes. It will count against the revenue sharing cap. He says there's not a rush. Also, Nebraska will consider selling a field logo at Memorial Stadium in the reconfigured venue after this year. The stadium name is not for sale. It will remain Memorial Stadium, nothing before or after that.
So you're going to sell, it's not going to be Tom Osborne Field anymore?
Well, it will be, but they're not
gonna,
Tom Osborne Field presented by.
Right, it will not be that.
Well, no, you'll just have the logo, like at the 25.
Oh, gotcha.
If the Big Ten logo's at 25 and 25, you'll have the corporate logo 25 and 25.
Boy, the gray hairs are going to be hot.
Oh, yeah. Well, what else is new?
Again, I don't want to open this can of worms, but if you're selling everything else, what's one more step with the stadium?
But what are you selling it for if it's not going to the players? Right?
Then you're selling it to fund the renovation.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what you're saying.
Is that what you're telling the masses? Because to me,
that's the company line at least.
Well, again, if it's the duration of the athletic director's contract, I have some understanding of what balances and boundaries you're putting into play. If you're not going to do that, then if you tell me that this money is going to go to facility, most fans would believe you if it shows up and you advance whatever you're going to do with the facility. But you've already built the facility. Then you just need to renovate the stadium.
That's what I meant by facility.
And if you just want it, is it going to be enough to change the value of it in the way it's being done? Because remember, you're moving some seats. Some folks are losing license access and priority. What about them? Like, wait a minute, you got more money. What about me? Good luck. Have fun. Have fun.
It could knock down that stadium renovation. So I guess that's part of it.
Well, didn't they start? I mean, there's all sorts of construction stuff going on down there, haven't they?
Yeah, but you don't pay $600 million up front. Right?
No. Nebraska doesn't have that kind of money.
Yeah, so you get it as you go, and then you can big chunks there, and sure it can help in other stuff that could accidentally find their way into players' lockers. Man, those duffel bags, I don't know how they got in there. I'll be, hey, who put those in there? The cameras ain't work.
That wasn't here when I walked in.
A special bank for you to deposit your money over here.
We are live at Big Ten Media Days in Chicago, Hilton, Chicago. Our coverage made possible by Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Blacker of PRG, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. We'll have more here from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Better
the crack of the bat, sizzling concessions. Yeah, that's the sound of summer at Haymarket Park. It's been that way for 25 seasons. And in this city, it's not a matter of if you'll catch a game, it's how many.
Safe.
That's because there's always something in play for Salt Dogs fans. From saluting our troops to Friday night fireworks, your local tradition plays on. Let's show summer how Lincoln celebrates 25 seasons. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
Building a new home can be a challenge, a lot of big choices. With our Remington homes, we have designed 15 different floor plans that appeal to a wide range of people.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier.
People really enjoy being able to go to our website, which is remingtonlincoln.com, pick a plan, pick a price point, go through and build it yourself. You have a lot of options, whether you want granite, painted trim, wood floors, more stone, all options with our Remington homes. People do not want to be married to their house payment. You're able to get what you really want in a home for a great price with very limited stress. And that's what Remington homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Nebco is hiring CDL drivers for Ready Mixed Concrete in Lincoln and Palmyra. Ready Mixed offers great pay, medical and retirement benefits, paid time off, and they cover the cost of CDL training. Apply with Ready Mixed Concrete today to be eligible for a $2,500 hiring bonus. From Nebco's beginning in 1908, it's the employees that have formed the company's solid foundation. Start your career today with Ready Mixed Concrete. Visit nebcoinc.com. That's NEBCOINC.com.
Rick Heyman here from Sauter Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sauter Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sauterheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Back here at Big Ten Football Media Days, Day 2, Hilton Chicago. Jake Sorensen, DP, Jay Foreman, Austin Orman. Our coverage sponsored by Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Blanker of PRG, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. I was mentioning that during the break, I took a little walk around, see how things are going out here. Pretty slow in the side podiums. Looks like it's Dan Lanning speaking right now and waiting for a couple other guys to get up there in various spots. But it has definitely slowed down a little bit here in the afternoon. But it was a very loud, quick morning and early afternoon here in Chicago.
Well, I mean, there's so many storylines in the room, and as Jay said, there's some. Not everybody. You don't get the feeling that everybody's trying to win the Big Ten title.
Yeah.
They'd like to, but are you actually efforting? Are you being uncomfortable and causing enough friction in your own space to actually be a real contender for the Big Ten title? So that being said, in the room today, we saw some folks who, quite frankly, look the part, speak the part, act the part of people who want to win Big Ten championships.
Let me ask you guys this. How important, I guess, on a scale of 1 to 10 or whatever you want to do it, is it that the coach, mainly the coach, is good up there? Like okay, so say like you came to Chicago with a perceived outcome for their season, and then the coach speaks. Does it make you go higher or lower? Or does it ain't going to change you? You get what I'm saying?
For me, it does. But I've also been wrong. I can look at it like this way. One, are you saying things that make sense? Are you just making sense? And are you saying things that require some thought beyond, hey, we're working hard? Like, don't give me cliche. Are you telling me that here's the work that's happening? We needed to get better at pass pro, and here's what we're doing. Here are the players who are working hard and are going to be the standard. Here's, more importantly, up there, tell me the coaching staff has busted their tail, because everything else won't sell me. Right. Tell me that my staff is going crazy. That part, players, Jay, it's like you talking for your son. You don't know.
Yeah, your players are gonna do their thing and stuff like that. What about you, Austin?
Yeah, I think it's probably easier than ever to be good up there at the podium. I would think, even with all the change in college football, even if all you are is boring, right? It's one day, it's 15 minutes. You can talk for 3 of it and take 12 minutes questions. You can talk for 12 of it and take 3 minutes of questions, right? You can kind of control how that goes up there. Then you do your podium. I would argue that it might never have been more important than it is today, and only growing in importance to be good up there in this day and age, right? Because this is recruiting. Yeah. It's selling your program, right? This is your moment in your conference's biggest early season day to go lay out the vision, to go lay out the plan, to present a good image and a good face. And so does it move the needle for me personally? Not unless it's a train wreck, not unless it's a disaster. But I think there's no excuse for it to go poorly anymore, right? It's coming. All you got to do is talk for 15 minutes. You get off stage.
Yeah, when the Big Ten media days a long time ago.
You can't be surprised by it. Yeah. And so this should be, if you're truly convicted in what you're doing and what you're building, it should be an easy 15 minutes of talking about your program up there at the podium. Wash your hands of it and move on.
Yeah. Jake?
Sorry, distracted. Ask me the question again.
Okay. Yeah, I'm out on the Dolphins.
Yeah, we were talking about who would be the best Dolphin coach from Big Ten media days. Who would you pick to lead the Dolphins? That's not Kirk Cignetti.
Okay. Well,
that was the answer.
You can't. You can't take away my answer.
You don't deserve Kirk Cignetti at the Dolphins.
I don't.
Which I guess the real question is which is the better job?
Think about that.
College job.
Think about that question 2 years ago. when the Dolphins were pretty good and Indiana was terrible.
If you're seriously, Jay, for
the year 2026,
Indiana
or the Miami Dolphins. Man, right now.
3, 2, 1.
I'll still take my
take the
chances
Miami
with
Dolphins.
the Dolphins.
Take the Dolphins.
I'll take the Dolphins job reluctantly.
The NFL is built to reward the teams that suck by giving them a high draft pick. The teams that suck in college are not supposed to get rewarded. It's harder to get up there. That's why it's impressive what Cincinnati has done. So I still lean towards the NFL. It's still an attractive place for free agents. It's still, if they stink, which they will this year, they'll have a high
He's going to get
draft
an Indiana player anyway.
Right?
Might be the quarterback.
You might just draft your whole team anyway.
Exactly.
It might be a thing.
I'll give me the Dolphins, and that's again. I'm listening to the Indiana conversation because how it's changed perspective the last 2 years, 24 months.
Yeah, Bloomington is jumping now.
Who would have ever thought?
You're trading South Beach for Bloomington.
That's how you know it's bad for the Dolphins.
It's a conversation. Like, I'm still taking South Beach.
The fact that it's a conversation lets you know.
Shakira and Gloria Estefan, and you're giving it up for Bloomington, Indiana.
Let's see what
Bruh,
Luke Skywalker is mad at you.
Let's see
Hey,
what it looks
Uncle
like
Luke
when Signetti
Skywalker is
leaves.
mad at you, Jake. If you go to Indiana,
When Signetti leaves, let's see what it looks like. for
Pitbull is
attractiveness.
calling you right,
Right
now.
now.
DJ
DJ Khaled is mad at you right now.
No, he's not.
Rick
I'm taking
Ross.
Miami.
He's trading.
I'm taking
he's
Miami.
trading the beaches and yachts of Miami and
For
South
Bloomington.
Beach for the snow in Bloomington, Indiana. Oh man, he has bumped his head. That is poor Jake.
I'm taking Miami.
Poor
I'm taking
Jake.
Bloomington.
Things to do
I
in
love
Bloomington,
Signetti, though.
Indiana. Visit bloomington.com. Let's see what Jake is trading the yachts for.
No, I want
Spend
the
the day
yacht.
on the water at Monroe Lake.
That's only
entertain the
That's
kids
like
at
an
Wonder
ocean.
Lab
It's like an
Museum.
ocean. Come
Hike
on.
through the forest of Hoosier National Forest, exploring the Indiana
It's like
University
the Everglades.
campus,
Okay, we got
going on a foodie tour.
There you go,
It's
foodie
like,
tour.
It's like Little Havana. You know, it's good. Havana.
It's like when you ate all that food down at the Super Bowl you told me about last night. Went a food
the
tour.
purple cookie I tried to
Yeah.
give you. You wouldn't eat for a full week.
Man,
You just turned it down.
You are. That is so funny. That's what. Like, but that's really what it is, right? That's really
The fact
what-
that it's a conversation is tell you the state of affairs.
That's Signetti for you. He's changed things around.
Oh, it's Signetti. It's not by no means is the
It's
Dolphins
so
are horrible.
Signetti. Well, yeah,
It's Kurt Signetti's fault. You won too much. You're winning too much in Indiana.
How dare you?
How dare you win in Indiana?
Make this a
winning too much.
conversation. How dare you, Kurt Signetti? Did incredible work.
I'm just here's we as we said yesterday, the idea that the Big Ten Conference has the list of coaches and quality of coaches, and then I think the fair word is depth. That there's a depth of coaches. Any of the top 10, if they were mentioned in any other Power 4 conference, it makes sense. If it's the bottom half of the NFL, it makes sense. So that's the pool that we're swimming in. That's the talent we're talking about. That the Big Ten Conference heading into this football season, the sidelines are going to be on fire,
Yeah.
Jay. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, they definitely leveled up in the offseason. So we shall say we're up against the break, Jake.
We are. Take it to break, Jay. Come on, where are we at?
The Four Horsemen are live out here, Big Ten Media Days. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come right back.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Nebco is hiring CDL drivers for Ready Mixed Concrete in Lincoln and Palmyra. Ready Mixed offers great pay, medical and retirement benefits, paid time off, and they cover the cost of CDL training. Apply with Ready Mixed Concrete today to be eligible for a $2,500 hiring bonus. From Nebco's beginning in 1908, it's the employees that have formed the company's solid foundation. Start your career today with Ready Mixed Concrete. Visit nebcoinc.com. That's NEBCOINC.com.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, buddy, here we go. Just keep your eye on the ball. All right, just swing right through it. Yeah, good job. Way to go. Hey, run it out. Okay.
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Here on day 2 of Big Ten Football Media Days. Jake Sorensen, DP, Jay Foreman, Austin Orman. Our coverage made possible by their friends at Sand Hills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Blacker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Speaking of Gary Michaels, for only two more days, they have a great deal. America turned $250 this month. You know, at $250. They are offering $250 off any suit or sport coat pant combo through the month of July. We're talking Oxford, Caruso, Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more. Plus, you get a free woven USA themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. Call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848 or go to GaryMichaels.com. 56th and Pine Lake in Lincoln.
Speaking of uniforms and getting fitted, Ohio State added the patch. It wasn't there. It's on the jersey. Got the news yesterday, and they got one here to Chicago.
And stuck it on.
It's a little peeled off, but it is present above the Big Ten logo.
It's amazing what can be done when money moves. not even. You know what? Hey, we got it with you. FedEx. Yeah. It'll be at your door.
The mannequin.
It'll be at your door. You know why you were able to get in at 7 o'clock this morning? That patch. that patch opened the door.
You know what?
That patch opened the door this morning at 6 a.m. And there you go.
I got to say, I looked back there to start. It was there by 5:30 a.m. So this happened overnight.
Hey, man.
It was a $17 million deal. This year it's just $16,999,950.
Yeah. You know, get it in.
That was contingent. Get that patch on now.
Get that to Chicago right now.
ASAP.
I do want to say a thing. As football programs around the country go into their camps and swag out, right? This is the time, Jay, where all the players and so-and-sos are getting their boxes of gear, swag gear. So I got some Panthers gear. I got some Commanders gear. I got some Ravens gear. I got some North Carolina Tar Heel gear. I got some UVA gear. You know what I didn't get?
What?
Adidas, Nebraska.
They didn't send you none?
Nah, bro. Nah, I got that box. I was getting the trackers. They was like, hey, you got delivery.
Yeah.
Delivery. You got stuff to wear. No. Nothing. I was like, okay. I look good in Husker gear, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a terrible model for it, right? I mean, they got the Unk edition, right?
Right.
Little loose, tight at the top, loose at the bottom.
What you call the you say Unk edition?
You got the Uncle. You got the Unk edition. Listen,
what's my edition?
It's the Jacob edition.
I have my own brand.
Golfer boy 2026.
All right, I'll send it all my way. I'll take it. I'll wear it.
Jay Foreman, all the tight slacks.
Right.
All of the skinny slacks.
And the large polos.
All of the skinny slacks.
I'll send them all my way. I'm fine with that.
You know?
I have no shame. I'll probably wear it all. It's great.
Hey, Austin, what percentage on a scale of the Foreman 1 to 7 does Jay Foreman have a collection of this year's Adidas?
The likelihood is probably about a 1.5.
Yeah,
1.5.
I don't have any.
So I overshot.
Yeah, I don't have any.
It's negative 1.5.
I need to get some. I need to get some.
Okay, so we'll revisit this question in 10 days.
I will tell you though. I will tell you this. I didn't know. Well, first of all, Dylan, when he was here, he didn't understand the process of talking about being a champion, right?
Okay.
I don't need. When we went to practice, we all looked the same, but we thought we looked good. He told me one time, he's like, man, every day I see you wearing the same thing. Yep.
And
and I will. You know,
Jay Foreman, this is phone abuse.
so
This is phone abuse.
My point is this. It lets me know. What does DP tell you? Further lets me know. It lets me further know that y'all been talking about me. So that's what it let me know. Y'all was talking about. Y'all was clowning me.
We rooting for you.
We rooting for you.
Help out.
Oh look, man, people be hitting me up, man. He's like, hey, they say, yeah, I know your uniform when you're on air. You got the light or dark gray pullover, the hat. That's it. I wash it every day.
We called you my guy.
Hey, man,
my guy.
Yeah,
my guy. Well, I tried to figure. He said, "Here's the thing. So we've been making these tours, ball games, conferences, etc., for 5 years now. And Jay brings the smallest piece of luggage, carry-on possible.
What's wrong with that?
Mind your business, Jake. Mind your business. See, big dudes bring big clothes.
Sorry.
And Jay Foreman out here.
You gotta be a Packer, man. Listen,
Jay Foreman.
He compresses it down.
Jay
Foreman, gotta be better.
Jay Foreman don't never check his bag. It always fits in the little cup in the little cubicle.
I keep a travel bag packed.
And he ain't bringing
clothes better and presses them down.
Austin, he ain't bringing them but underwear, socks, and a t-shirt. That's one hat, one hoodie.
No, he had the EP. He had the EP.
Right.
Yesterday.
Somebody probably gave him that hat yesterday on the way.
Somebody gave me that hat. Now.
Somebody gave him that.
It takes
hat.
a lot to get in the rotation.
Jake Sorensen out here. Listen, Jake can roll his. You know
what I brought with me this year?
He can fold his and roll them up. Yeah, he can travel with a backpack.
I just put all my clothes in the backpack. It's somewhere down. It's probably been stolen. I
assume mine's still over there. I haven't checked.
Yeah, that's yours. But I don't know if mine's there. It's probably gone. That's all my stuff.
Your stuff out there on Michigan Avenue.
No, it did bulge out this far. That backpack was freaking heavy.
Someone needed it at Lollapalooza worse than you needed.
Yeah, apparently so. That's good. Is that tomorrow?
No. There's some skinny jeans dudes over at Lollapalooza. They're looking at Jake Sorensen like, I could fit.
Taking that guy's stuff.
I could fit. I could take him. We leave the big dude alone, but we can take Sorensen.
Jersey Day at Lala. This is the closest thing I got.
Hey, man, that's all we got. So of everything that's here, whether it's branded or not, the colors, the combinations, etc. If you were just gonna wear somebody's stuff that's not Nebraska, now I know that's blasphemous, but if you and mine's easy because quite frankly, it's home, and that Terps helmet is still the best helmet in the Big Ten. That Terps with the script helmet, that's the best. That's the best helmet in the Big Ten. Jay Foreman, I'm not that far out of school, right?
It ain't the best, but it's cold. Here's what I don't like. Here's what I don't like about the Terps uniform.
That Terps helmet.
This is where I make a joke about how young I am. What's cursive? What's script?
I can't read it. What's that say?
Does that say tree?
It's a bunch of scribbling or something. It's scribbling.
That's not how you spell turtles.
He's not an unk, you know.
He said that's not how you spell turtles.
Oh, that's funny. No, what's better helmet.
Better helmet? Then
and you're a linebacker, you're just gonna mess it up anyway.
I know. But I'm looking at two things. The Ohio State helmet is cold-blooded.
Yeah. It's pretty
There's
good.
nothing. No.
I like it just because it's plain.
It's different. It's still.
I like the Terps are there. Terps are 2B. But I'm just telling.
Good.
But I'm telling you this right.
You have to dress it up with Buckeyes, with paper Buckeyes.
The one that looks cold, I ain't even gonna say it because I hate them.
Okay.
But I like the Terps. I like the Terps with their, especially because you can, especially when if they could put a black uniform together, that'd be tough.
Yes,
that'd be tough. Or if they go to all white. The only thing I don't like about the Terps uniform, this in particular, is when you look at the 2 and 6. Now I think it may be a little faded, but it looks like there's holes in the numbers. Right? You get what I'm saying? In the white.
That's a little like.
Well, there's a meshy.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's yeah.
Yeah, it is meshy. You're right.
Rutgers.
It's UCLA.
Rutgers, come on,
No, that's the worst.
Yeah,
Rutgers is the worst. That's what I said.
That's what he said.
Rutgers, you
Yeah.
got to do better than that.
Northwestern's pretty
How do
bad,
you
too.
mess up?
Indiana's not great.
How do you mess up the colors?
I don't mind
Right?
Indiana.
How do you
It's
mess
easy.
up red and white?
It's
USC?
It's so basic.
How do you mess it up? Those are perfect colors. How do you mess it up?
You know, to be honest with you, I don't like Oregon.
That's not my favorite.
I don't like
one.
that
It's not my
combo.
favorite.
I don't like that
one's all
combo. Yeah, I don't like that.
I
That's
don't
the
like
worst
that
one they got.
combo. I don't like that combo.
You wouldn't catch
I
me
kind of
dead
like
in
Sparty's
Minnesota.
helmet. Michigan State's
maroon
helmet's
and
pretty
yellow,
good.
You're not.
you-
You're not catching me in
They're
that.
gonna fight, Jake. They're gonna fight.
I like Michigan State's helmet.
Austin just told Jay Foreman he would not be caught dead in Minnesota.
Not in maroon.
No, they look they look horrible. The white uniforms are
they're
better.
not
I don't
They're
mind
actually
their
in agreement
helmet, but
here.
the uniform.
Yeah.
No,
But
thank
that
you. No,
looks
thank
better
you.
than they look on game night.
Yeah,
Which is
they
also a
yeah,
problem.
whatever they put on, whatever uniforms they get before they play,
That
those are
looks,
busted.
That looks better than what they actually wear.
They
on
look like
TV.
they out there in raincoats when they play when they play in the game.
It's bad. And then I'm still trying to figure out, why does Michigan State look the way that it should be? Shouldn't they just be the one that wears like green pants, green on green?
What about
they tried that
Michigan?
with the
Hey,
really
you know what
bad
I want
helmets back
Michigan
in the
State
day.
to do? Take that helmet. The base goes to white. Sparty goes to green.
And put the helmet stripe on the pant legs.
Yeah, and that thing in the middle, that looked like a maze. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look like
Oh,
you're in
and the Michigan State, it
Yeah,
is
in
kind
the
of
middle.
funky. It's
Yeah.
funky. Yeah, it is. It is like a maze. What is that? What is that?
Well, it's the same. It's same on the shoulder. It's really faint, but it is there on the.
Yeah, but
shoulder
what is
outside
that
the
supposed to be?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out how people made the choice on where to put the stripes and numbers. Because I thought first it was Adidas with a certain style and Nike with a certain style. No, it's kind of strange that some of them are high, like Jay Foreman, young Jay Foreman, with the Cannons. This fit doesn't work.
Mm-mm. I didn't want all that stuff on my shoulder pads. On the
Because you would scrunch yours up. it would
Yeah, I
look
want my
funny.
stuff either numbers on the side or I don't want none over there.
How have we got this far and helmets not mentioned Michigan yet?
Because it's overrated.
Well, because
Michigan's
Jay
overrated.
Foreman, Jay
But
Foreman
it's
was trying to
overrated.
stay away
That's the
from.
one.
I was
one
trying to
side,
stay.
that's the
No,
one.
I was actually trying to stay away from Iowa.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought you were going
Iowa.
for Iowa.
I'm picturing Iowa with the 44 shirt tucked up, black visor, greasing up. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
black on black
was
too.
still mad.
All black
Yeah,
everything.
and then I'm wearing get the black spat on it too.
But here's the thing, and we talk about those iconic helmets, right?
Yeah.
This is a helmet game, so people who know identify it. But if I'm not a football fan and I walk and see the Hawkeyes helmet, I have no idea.
Yeah, what it is. Yeah,
I have no idea what we're doing. I kind of have it. Okay, Illinois, I can figure that out. Michigan, I don't know.
yeah. I don't know how that's a Wolverine.
Ohio State, I don't know.
How is
Never
that?
understood that
How is that a Wolverine?
It's
Never understood.
it's the claw. Isn't
No, how's that a claw? Like
it?
that's a weird layout of fingers.
Jake said that's a claw.
It ain't a
Hey,
horn.
Austin, he said that's a claw.
It's not look at it from the front side. It's a claw.
I hope
It's going to the back of the
I
helmet.
hope y'all are on the stream to see the hand movement that identified as claw. Like it was.
I'm trying to round the helmet here, man.
And then the sound effects with it, Jake.
Somewhere Baron Ron Raschke is literally
Right.
just he is chasing. He is in the state of Nebraska right now, and he is mad at Jake Sorensen for
Like
what he
the
just said.
thumb's right here, it's a claw.
I'm going to take your word for it.
That's a huge thumb, Jake. That points.
It is a big thumb. And that's the thumb of a Wolverine, so I'm going with. Thumb
Better-
on the left.
Better eye helmet, Illinois or Indiana?
Well, IU they did the IU, so I'll give them
Indiana.
credit.
I'm going Indiana.
Indiana's uniform is better than
I
Illinois.
like Indiana.
No, but
overall.
I like Illinois' uniform.
Yeah, that orange. It's three colors. you know?
I like Illinois' uniform. I
Three
just,
colors.
the fact that they're not wearing the white pants.
Yeah, I like the uniforms
Like
better
the fact
too.
that they're
Yeah.
not wearing the white pants.
Indiana better helmet. Illinois better uniform.
Who has the worst uniform
Say-
in the
say
Big Ten?
better W helmet, Washington or Wisconsin?
Oh man,
Washington.
Washington.
Well,
Washington.
yeah.
Better.
Here's my thing. I said early in recruiting that I would never go to Penn State because of the uniform. I said it's not. It's like you didn't even try. You didn't even try. That's a practice uniform. That's a practice uniform. And they would tell you, oh, that's the tradition.
Yeah.
Just like that. Just like that. Dead ringer there.
Yeah, plain uniforms, best in the land, they say.
Would you go to Penn State? Would you go to Penn State? Would you
Best
go to
uniform
Penn
in the
State
land,
if
they
their
say.
helmet had a claw on it?
That uniform,
Respect the claw.
that is
okay.
a little league uniform.
He said little league. No name on the back or nothing, too, right?
That, listen to me, that Penn State uniform is a little league uniform. And if you said to me, and there's a couple that fall into that category, you didn't do much. You didn't do much. So I think of all of them, that's the one that I would probably. I mean, Rutgers is bad.
But for saying not doing much, Michigan's doing just as little as Penn State. They at least put names on the back, and that's it.
Well, but again, that's when you think that your brand is good enough
To do whatever.
you want, right? And fairly earned, right? Fairly earned. But I get that, right? That okay. But if you didn't know in the inclusive branding that you need to get more people to buy what it is that you offer, again, as much as we joke on the Miami Dolphins, it's an iconic color combo.
Thank you.
The helmet. Go
Jay.
back to the right Dolphin for
Well,
crying
I
out
want
loud.
to.
Go back to
sign
the right.
me up for that.
Go back to the right Dolphin.
I love the
for crying out
throwbacks.
loud.
Love them.
Like it's the thing, right? So now this is where Jay Foreman gets in. Jay Foreman, please tell me, shoe game in this space, right?
Mhm.
Are you a plain shoe game guy? Are you what do you?
Are all these down there?
Yeah,
What's wrong with Indiana shoes? What is that?
Nothing,
What
sir.
is- what is that?
They got like blue, purple.
What is that?
Jake Sorensen. If you
I'm
I
the
just don't understand.
the USC All Blacks are the ones I'd rock.
That's interesting.
Ooh,
Really?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, oh,
You
yeah.
like Indiana shoes?
I love. Listen, they are the gold standard. They are.
I like
making
Ohio
mistakes.
States. I like Nebraska's.
It's like some
I
smart.
like Nebraska's if
And I like
Nebraska's
and I
brand
like
is black.
and I like Purdue. Yeah, that's what they got, right?
No. If the uniform was black, if you're doing the black combo, but there's nothing black in the red.
Oh
and white
yeah,
combo.
yeah. I thought you
So
were just.
why
Oh
are you?
yeah.
So why are you red and black shoeing? Like, hey,
Yeah, I
Jay,
do white shoes. I
yeah,
do white shoes.
right?
But I like USC's though.
If I had to describe Indiana shoes, it's like a package of Smarties got melted on the
It's
shoes.
the gold
right?
standard.
Look
It's
at-
the
the
gold
Smarties.
standard.
The Smarties got
That is-
chalked up and smothered on the
What
shoes.
color is their trophy on the stage, Jake Sorensen?
Gold.
Gold. What color are those shoes?
Well, they're
gold. They are the gold standard of the big. They are the
You
gold.
don't see the gold.
See, this is what happens when you
Jake, the three stripes are gold.
all of your taste is in your mouth, sir. All of your taste. Every bit. Every bit of your taste.
Jake said, "I don't see the gold. It is right there, Jake."
He
I can
doesn't
see the
season
gold.
his meat. We
But why
know
is
that.
But why are
We
the Smarties colors on the outside of it though?
He does not season his food.
Oh, that is a fact.
Gold
Boy,
stripes with
listen,
Smarties.
That's DP. That is the most factual statement you said in 4 years.
But
He does not season his meat
There is literally zero chance.
without any
I
salt.
do see the gold now.
Gold.
I
You see the light?
I was bothered by the Smarties colors on the rest of the
You don't
shoes.
see the Lowrys, but you see the
Right,
gold.
yeah, exactly.
Right? He
Where's the
can't
Old
even-
Bay?
He can't. I bet you can't spell it. I
see.
bet you he can't spell. Jake Sorensen spell Lowry.
LAWRY''S.
That's only because you went to eat there or Sipple went to
I
eat
used
there.
Lowry's on popcorn, my friend.
Yeah,
Yeah, popcorn.
and then he missed the high five.
No, I did not.
He
Try
missed
again.
He missed the high five, Jay Foreman.
Can I put in a pitch for the Rutgers cleats? I would rock those. They look sweet.
Yes.
They look fast.
Yeah, I like
Yes.
those.
Yeah, that's
And
Yeah,
I
I
like
like
them
those.
better
Yes.
than Oregon's. They're the same
It
thing.
doesn't
but
fix
with
the
red
uniform
over
disaster
green.
though, and the helmets
It
being.
does not.
I'm going to say this: those Maryland Under Armours are fire.
Yeah.
Fire.
Better than Wisconsin's Under Armour down at
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yuck. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, they didn't.
Ugh.
Well,
Ah.
but
Wisconsin's not the signature school.
yeah, that's
The interns made that uniform.
That must be.
Frank, you're not wrong. He said Johnny Unitas black high tops are the bomb. Jay, you wore. Didn't I see you in some black high tops?
Oh yeah.
Right? Were those the champion black high tops?
I wore.
And you taped them up?
I wore Reeboks.
Okay.
and then I spatted them up.
Okay.
And then obviously I had a Nike contract, and they had Adidas and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to have to get on East Bay.
Oh, sir. So
Did
you
you do the East
dating
Bay dunk?
yourself. See, that's
Yeah, what'd you
Did
do?
you do an
Jay?
East
Come
Bay?
No, I couldn't. They couldn't do it. No,
they gave you a number.
I got on East Bay and
that
get
you-
my used to get my cleats.
No,
Yeah,
I got the catalog. I got.
that catalog.
Bay.
Listen,
Oh, yeah.
there was a day to celebrate when the East Bay.
When the East Bay catalog came out, I definitely put that in the mail first thing.
They lost themselves when they went digital. They're one of the ones that digital.
Yeah, they're the blockbuster of shoe
Yep.
shoe game.
Yep, East Bay
on
was
the
it.
sneak. Nike did the same thing. Nike went more direct to consumer too, and their stock price.
Yeah, no, that catalog was everything. That was you understand.
Catalogs in general were awesome.
Yeah,
Bring
just
back
to go through,
catalogs again.
just to go through and shoe shop. East Bay was the jam, and as a coach, that was where we picked everything. So
That was our uniform and helmet section of the day. We might bring that back. You never know. But we are live in Chicago, the Hilton Chicago, for Big Ten Football Media Days. Our sponsors, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher, a PRG, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. We'll have more next from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, buddy, here we go. Just keep your eye on the ball. All right, just swing right through it. Yeah, good job. Way to go. Hey, run it out. Okay.
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
Hi, I'm Kendall Warnock, owner of A1 Automotive. When it comes to your vehicle, trust matters. At A1 Automotive, we believe in honest inspections, clear communication, and quality repairs done the first time. Whether you drive a BMW, Audi, Volkswagen, Ford, Chevy, Toyota, Porsche, our team is committed to keeping you safe on the road. A1 Automotive, where integrity drives everything we do. Please visit us at 5110 State Hill Drive or give us a call, 402-267-4660. Always honest answers.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Nebco is hiring CDL drivers for Ready Mixed Concrete in Lincoln and Palmyra. Ready Mixed offers great pay, medical and retirement benefits, paid time off, and they cover the cost of CDL training. Apply with Ready Mixed Concrete today to be eligible for a $2,500 hiring bonus. From Nebco's beginning in 1908, it's the employees that have formed the company's solid foundation. Start your career today with Ready Mixed Concrete. Visit nebcoinc.com. That's NEBCOINC.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Two Big Ten Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Jake Sorensen, DP, Jay Foreman, Austin Orman coverage here. Made possible by Sandhills Global, who's growing right here in Lincoln. They're expanding campus and continued growth. They're hiring across a wide range of careers from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global and build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. Also, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate, making this trip possible in our coverage from Chicago. We spent the last segment talking about jerseys and ones we like and don't like, helmets as well. We all agree that Rutgers helmet's terrible. Disagreed on some shoes, which is standard. I have the worst shoe game in the history of the world of any person. So I have no room to stand on when it comes to shoes, because I have no shoe game. I know it. I've never cared to have shoe game. So.
And you've known DP for 6 years now?
He saw me and says there's no hope. He said there's no hope.
I've actually purchased a pair of shoes for Jake Sorensen that he'll have for football season.
Hello.
But
are they teal and orange?
He still knows there's no hope.
There's a Dolphin set, and then I got him another Dolphin set because, quite frankly, he needs more than one.
Oh, these
pair of
shoes are just these
He
shoes I
needs
got
more
are
than
new,
one.
and they're just the worst shoes in the building right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised the shoe alarm didn't go off when you walked in.
Listen, here's the thing: I'm walking around and I see people look down and they're like, "Look at this guy over here." So I know.
Who brought him?
Yeah, this guy's wearing those.
No, they're going media. Am I right?
Well, he's not an athlete, that's for sure.
Best pair of shoes you ever wore, Jay? Favorite pair of shoes you've ever worn?
In the game?
But just in general, whether it's a cleat or just, tennis shoe walking around.
Jordan 4s, the black
Jordan
ones. Yeah. Those are my all-time favorite.
I don't even know what brand of shoes I ever
He
wear.
doesn't know what you. Jay Foreman, you could have said
or Adidas or
Jay, you could have
Saucony.
or Saucony, Saucony,
You
whatever
think
it
Jake's
is.
read Socrates? Have you read Socrates?
What? Oh my God, this dude right here. Hey,
he had some Air Nicks.
Yeah.
Listen, I've never been a shoe guy.
He had
And
some
if you couldn't tell that, then that's your own problem. I'm
He
not
had
a
some
shoe person.
Reeboks and he had some Nicks.
Reeboks.
Some Nices.
He has.
K-This, not K-Swiss.
Boy, I am so worried about you. I am so worried about
I
you.
made it this long with a terrible shoe game.
Jay,
It's
you
amazing,
could have
isn't it?
said, "Hey, man, it's them. I got them Dikembe 12s
Yeah.
back in the day." He wouldn't know.
Eric says on the text line, you can't take a guy seriously if he doesn't take care of his feet. Listen, I'm not wearing shoes that are not comfortable. They don't look very good. They feel fine. Like I'm not walking in
So
pain.
what is your process when you go into
Usually, what's
Foot
the best
Locker?
deal? What's the best deal?
You want the cheapest
I'm
pair?
not going
No.
for the ones that.
He go to where? Hey, where does my grandfather shop?
Oh, where
Coles.
Where do the
I
non-athletes? What do the non-athletes wear?
I have purchased many a shoe at Kohl's in my day. Absolutely.
Oh, bro, stop
Many a
telling
shoe.
people.
We can flip this conversation. Can't take a guy seriously if he doesn't take care of his feet. What about John Sumrall? Can't take a guy seriously if he does take care of his feet.
Too much though. Too much.
Oh, is that the pedicure,
The
thing?
pedicure.
Is that the Dan Orlovsky
Can,
thing?
can you
getting-
go too far? Which the Ryan coaching family tree?
Oh, whoa!
Yeah.
We're going there
You
now.
can take it too far.
Hello.
You can take it too
Wow.
far. No, I just Jigsaw said I worry, bro. I like okay. So in his normal, the thing he wears all the time,
Yeah.
he doesn't care about. What are your golf shoes?
Oh, they're horrific. Oh, they're awful. Oh, my golf shoes are. Here's.
And he admits it. That's the best
I
part.
just played a few weeks ago at the Prairie Club in Valentine, and the guy's like, if you're wearing those shoes the next time I see you, we're gonna have a problem. And I'm like, well, you want to fight me? He's like, no. I'm gonna buy you new shoes. You're gonna pay me back for them, but you cannot wear those. I said, I know. I just never think to just sit down and buy new golf shoes. Do I need them? Horribly bad. These things are falling apart.
So when
They're
you-
7 years old. Golf shoes.
So Jake, when you decided to go out to the Prairie Club, it didn't say, okay, what clothes am I going to bring? That does include shoes. So you just
I had
you
a nice fit going, and the shoes like, well, that
So
just
you had-
ruins every-
so
it just ruins everything.
Well, even better.
The shoes are part of the fit.
So even
I know,
better.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying.
So
My
even
shoes
better,
ruined the whole
you,
fit.
You
yes.
was like, oh, my shirt looks good, my hat looks good, my pants look good, and then you was like, I'll just stop there.
And,
How
then
you
what's
do
that?
anything is how you do everything.
53-17. As long as Jake's not wearing Velcro shoes.
No,
you're
I'm
good
not
to buy
wearing
them.
Velcro. I can.
Oh,
assure
I
you
can
there's
see
no
him in them
Velcro.
Velcros.
No,
all I can hear is Cat Williams. Jake Sorensen, we know we can see you. How do you not listen? I know for a fact you get paid. You get paid. You get paid well, right? Highest
I could
paid
buy-
guy at the station.
I could
right?
buy some shoes.
Hey man,
It's just what do you want to spend your money on? It's not shoes for me.
What
Oh,
else
don't
buy new
don't worry
golf
about the
clothes?
essential stuff. Shoes don't mean anything.
Because you don't. It's not like you wear them every day.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
It's not like you wear shoes every day.
It's an investment. Don't get over the sticker shock. It's like a good mattress.
No,
right?
no,
It's like
but
good
he
furniture.
doesn't understand that he walks into businesses
Yeah,
all over the state, and we can't figure out why he can't close the deal.
That's your shoes.
It's
You,
always
Jake, you need
The
to try
ones
that
don't
next
meet
time.
in person. I have no problem. The ones in person, like, oh, hey, hold the phone now. Hang on a second. What is that?
well. That's no.
Because you know you know after you leave, you're like, did you see his shoes?
every single
Do
one.
you really want to buy? Will you really want to send a guy a check with those shoes?
Every single.
This is like the time 5 years ago I went to a rodeo for the first time ever. And
Did you wear those shoes that you
no,
got on?
this is actually a hat problem this time. I went to cowboy hats are very expensive. They're like $400 to $500. Believe it or not,
You're
The good ones
not
are.
a cowboy.
Right.
What
But here's the problem though. I decided to go to the rodeo as an imposter, and I went. I went to the it was like it's the San Jose Global Event Center. They have like the convention center, and I went in and I bought like this $40 hat,
$40 cowboy hat.
and I walk into the rodeo, and I just see these two girls, probably like at like 16. They look at me, and they just start laughing, and I know they're looking at my hat. I know they are. It's like
Where are you? Hey,
Did you
if you're
Michael
the
Scott
parents of the
violin?
young ladies, we need to hear the story from you. Call in.
Did you do like the Michael Scott? You know, it's a form-fitting suit.
It's so bad. I have never worn the hat ever since. It is bad.
It was but it was a fake cowboy hat.
And it's so bad. You can tell I probably shouldn't buy that. But
It was
it's 40
plastic.
No, it was plastic.
It was one of the plastic
He
ones.
texted me from the rodeo, proud of himself, and all I did was shake my head. All I did was shake my
What's
head.
on your head, my friend?
Because he went to rodeo one time, bought a cowboy hat, plays golf every week, won't buy shoes,
or new
works
clubs.
every day, won't buy shoes.
They don't buy new
Just-
clubs. They don't buy new shoes.
What about a glove? Are you
I only wear a glove if it's 100 degrees or more. My hands get sweaty. I gotta wear a glove. Otherwise, no glove. Big Daddy Travis says you can buy golf shoes for $60. Come on, man. I don't disagree with that. Rudy says Jake has perfect drip for the radio. Just like a face for radio, it's just the drip for him.
Oh man,
You got the drip.
You can read Rudy's previous text as well while you're
Ain't
there.
nothing wrong with getting the nails taken care of. The girls love it, says Rudy.
You got a barely not an intern giving you work.
Hey man, he's young. He's got some passion.
He
right?
is giving you full business.
Rudy's got some stuff to him. This we know.
Yeah, he's a little saucy. He seasons his
I
food.
can't believe a Texas fan.
Rudy seasons his food. Absolutely.
This dude brought a fake cowboy hat and walked in there. That's the best.
And people, rightfully so, were saying, "Oh no,"
Because you know they were making fun of it when they walked through there, and they're like, "Let's see who's dumb enough to buy it."
You know what happened? I could hear the little girls. Hey, Mister.
You know they took a picture of you and put you in the Snapchat
Dude, I'm
group
telling
chat.
you, I really wish I could take you guys back to this moment. So you could just,
We wish you could take
guys,
us back too.
You guys would all lie on the ground, laughing. It's
He's
just
on the internet. You know those kids.
Oh, you know
he
you're-
was in a
I
middle
saw
school.
this guy
He's
come
in
to
a
rodeo.
middle school.
He's in somebody's
chat.
group chat right
He's
now.
a middle school group.
Parents, if your daughters have Jake Sorensen in the group chat based on his cowboy hat, send it in.
Oh my
I
goodness.
Get all the
saw this
gift
guy 5 years
certificates
ago
we
at the
got.
rodeo.
No, that's when you just go. What are those? What are those?
I might have wore boots. I don't even know what I wore that day. It probably was bad.
We
too.
know you didn't wear
But
cowboy
but they were
boots.
laughing at the
Did-
hat.
You have a pair of cowboy boots?
No.
We know you ain't wear. Did
Oh,
you
you know
rent,
what?
Did you go rent those?
No. Here's what happened. I remember I
Bowling
was.
shoes?
This is even worse.
You borrowed them from somebody?
This kid's worse. I mentioned on the radio I was going to the rodeo that day, and somebody said I volunteered to bring you in a pair of boots to borrow. And they said they were going to be size 12. I think they're like, I wore size 12. These were like size 10 or 11. So I wore them, and I am just getting blistered on the heel. They're so small. I'm barely walking at this point. But I'm telling you, they're laughing at
Be
the
on the
hat,
text line.
not the boots.
Who has cowboy boots?
Jay Form.
Athletes put in there. It don't matter. I just need some
He
cowboy.
put his feet in somebody else's boots.
And walked around with
Are
it.
you on the text line?
Look
at Ben.
They got pictures of you.
No, my boots were brown. They were not those white boots. No.
I'm Jake's
That is Jake. That is Jake. I'm starting to think he needs a reality show. Somebody need to follow him around with a
That
camera.
would be entertaining for sure. You'd see things you shouldn't see.
This is our guy.
You'd be just shaking your
This
head.
is
It'd
our
be a
guy.
constant shake of the head, like what's going on with this
is
dude?
our guy. We understand so much now.
Makes sense. We're learning things here.
Wow.
In Chicago about my lack of style.
Oh wow.
Most likely Big Ten head coach to show up in cowboy hats and or boots.
There can only be one.
What could PJ?
There can
would PJ
only
do
be
that?
one.
No.
No, there can only be one. He is the leader of the evil empire, And he's the only one I could see
You
that.
think Ferentz is walking in?
No, Ferentz absolutely has a cowboy hat.
Bielema?
boots. No,
that'd be hilarious. I would like to
Barry
see that.
Odom would though.
Barry Wood.
He's from Missouri.
Okay.
Yeah.
no, I would say that Bielema
What about
has
David Braun?
Bielema has a buckle. He's got a rodeo belt buckle for sure.
Okay.
Like Kirk Ferentz has.
Matt Campbell got a little cowboy feel to him, doesn't he?
No.
He's more like Ohio,
a
Great Lakes,
Midwest man.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. No. Listen, man. Well, know what?
He might wear some
You know
Timberlands.
what? I stand
Wood
corrected.
Fickle?
I stand corrected. You know who it is? He'll be here tomorrow.
Think it's the head man?
Yep.
Matt
You
Rule.
think it is?
Yep.
Yeah, it might be a rule.
Yep.
see
That
it.
makes a lot of sense.
They wear what?
Yeah.
Cowboy boots and a cowboy hat?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I can see
that.
see
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Matt Rule for sure.
Yep.
But here's the thing. That's so funny to say because he's a New Yorker. He's a chameleon. If a New York guy threw
He's
it
a
through, he's
chameleon.
Oh, I would forget about
He's
Kyle
a
Whittingham.
chameleon.
He could pull it off, couldn't he?
Kyle definitely has.
Yeah, Whittingham.
Kyle does.
Thank you, JR, for that
And,
suggestion.
and here's the real truth. Here's the real truth. I have 4 pair of cowboy boots and 2 cowboy.
Well, I've seen some of your boots.
So I'm a member of the club. Texas did it. Texas did it.
But
so
you have a cowboy hat,
I have a cowboy hat.
and it's real.
Well, you know where I got it? Darius Rucker at one of his concerts, and some really cute girl put it on me, and it was a wrap.
There you go, Jake.
It
You
was
could
a
ask
wrap.
DP to borrow a cowboy hat.
I'll bring you where
I need a lot of
he
help.
couldn't fit in my boots.
If it hasn't been, I need a lot of help.
Yeah,
slide
tissue.
back and forth.
Nah.
You have tissue in there.
Weird shuffle here. This weird sounds coming from his feet. Why did he do it?
Oh my God, man!
We gotta take a break.
Take us a break,
We gotta
man.
take a break.
This dude
This
here.
is getting loony here. Media Days will be back here on 97 The Ticket, theticketfm.com.
97 the ticket, theticket.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Your sprinklers are watering the street or flooding your backyard. If you're on a list that doesn't exist, it's time for Judson Irrigation. At Judson Irrigation, Lee or Lacey or Judson will make an appointment. You pick the time and they'll be there to fix your sprinkler system. Now that's service, a dying art these days.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since 48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Hi, I'm Kendall Warnock, owner of A1 Automotive. When it comes to your vehicle, trust matters. At A1 Automotive, we believe in honest inspections, clear communication, and quality repairs done the first time. Whether you drive a BMW, Audi, Volkswagen, Ford, Chevy, Toyota, Porsche, our team is committed to keeping you safe on the road. A1 Automotive, where integrity drives everything we do. Please visit us at 5110 State Hill Drive or give us a call, 402-267-4660. Always honest answers.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back to the Rip Jake Sorensen Style Hour here at Big Ten Media Days here in Hilton, Chicago. Jake Sorensen, DP, Jay Foreman, Austin Orman here, as we are just over an hour away from finishing off our day here at Media Days. Thanks to our sponsors once again, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Blanker of PRG Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Whether you're buying or selling residential, luxury, leasing, investment properties, or commercial properties, small or large, Ben's team offers decades of experience, unbeatable customer service, and promises to fully protect your interests throughout the transaction. Call 402-419-6309 for all your real estate needs, or go to prg-ne.com.
The text just says, the old shoes are still 100 times better than golfers wearing flip-flops. Is that a thing?
Yeah. I don't do that.
Oh,
You'll never see me ever in flip-flops, probably
Okay.
ever in your lifetime.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say never.
Really?
The way that you describe what you did at a rodeo, not everything's on the
It's a
table.
good take, Jay. You never know. I'm not a sandals guy. I will wear them on occasion. Flip-flops, no, not really, unless I'm at the pool, I guess. But that's a very rare occasion.
Okay, so Jay Foreman, go with me here. The definition of the flip flop are the ones that have the thing
in
that
the
goes
middle.
between
I
your
don't.
toes.
I'll never
Yeah.
see. I will never wear that. I don't do those. I don't do those.
You okay?
Jake, you must be talking about sandals.
Well, I'll do sandal, but that flip flop. No, I hate that thing in between your.
Olivia got me a really nice pair
No
when we went to
way.
Mexico last summer, and I've worn them once since we got back.
It's very uncomfortable. I do not like the feeling of that in my foot, my big toe.
You're not supposed to.
I don't. I'm not going to
You're
wear.
not. You're
Well,
not. You're
who
not,
likes it though?
You're. Austin does. He wore.
He
them.
said he wore it one time.
He
That's
wore,
it.
Well, he had a
I
chance to
wore 'em
throw
around the
them
resort in
away.
Mexico.
He had a chance to throw them away and
It's
wore
my
them
body
again.
Can't throw them away.
And wore them again. Why not?
So would you do slides? Not like the sandals that you latch up to.
Yeah,
Do
sure,
slides.
sure, but I don't. Not very often. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen my feet? They are wider than
I
paper.
No, I've not seen your feet, and I'd like to keep it that way. Thank you.
Your feet are. You said your feet are white.
You see this right here?
That's the color of your
Yeah,
feet.
This is. it's
You scare
darker than-
Dracula away?
This is darker than my foot. It's not good.
So that's your reason. You just keep them covered up.
It's
They're just
not
magically going to get some tan in them. Then
if my feet were exposed to the sun for 3 seconds, they'd be sunburned.
This is your man's. This is your man's. This is your man.
You want to see him right now? It's scary.
You put a microphone in front of people, get them relaxed, get them off.
Like,
I mean,
we didn't even give him a Coors
we're
Light.
here.
Like,
we're
this
here.
is
Yeah.
is not even
This is
Coors
no
Light.
booze
You
at
know, we're
all.
97.7
This is
the
straight
ticket. You know,
sober here.
This is what's in your cup.
it's 97.7 the
What's in
ticket.
the cup?
That'd be coffee and cream, my friend.
Coffee and cream is in the cup. You
It's
sure
very
it's not
cold.
Kahlua?
It's
You
That's
sure
like
it's not
Bailey's
Kahlua?
and
I wish
Bailey's
it
and some.
was.
You got some cognac
wish
in
it
there or
was.
something.
Man, dude, let me tell
Jake,
you.
are you a cognac guy?
There, listen,
No.
listen. to me.
No.
There are white guys all over the state of Nebraska right now cringing at Jake.
In this room,
They're
they
going
are.
to come get you, Jake Sorensen. They're going to come get you.
I'm going to put my brothers on blast here, which I probably shouldn't do because it's one of their birthdays and the other one's finishing up the bar. But because I'm a kind, loving big brother, I'll put them on blast anyways. These two dudes wore like the knees, like not like knee socks, but like socks
Yes.
for years. And so they have the pasty white like all the way up
Oh
here.
no!
I have
Oh,
never been a
no.
guy that like wears socks up here
The
outside of
extended
like
tube
church
socks.
and basketball.
See, I don't have.
they
I don't have
they
that.
wore those religiously, and so they're that color all the way up to like, you know,
That's worse
third
than
of the
me.
way up their
That's
shin.
worse than me. That's worse.
That's, oh.
I have been defeated in worseness. Is
I,
that a word? Words are getting hard.
He's trying to convince DP that's worse than me, right? That's worse than me, right? That's
We
worse
have
than
to
and
compare.
DP has not answered.
We have to compare.
Right?
That sounds
Right?
worse than mine.
Right?
Probably.
Say it with me. Yes, right?
1, 2, 3. Yes.
Help me out.
You're
here,
trying
man.
to, right? Come on, say it.
You see,
I need validation right
Comprende?
now.
this is the best
I need
ever.
validation.
It's just, what is happening with you?
I'm getting
What
loopy.
is happening? I am so afraid. No wonder you don't go into football stadiums. It makes so much sense now. You are just uncomfortable. You are just
I don't belong
uncomfortable.
there.
He's in the room with like sneakers
That's
and
well.
brands.
Now
and,
we should just go to break and then we'll explain how he made LaDainian the
Oh
Thomason
no!
uncomfortable.
Oh, we don't need to do that.
Oh,
No,
that's
we
so
don't need
funny.
that. Does not need to happen.
oh, that's we start the 5 o'clock hour with that story.
And then we, have quotes from Big Ten coaches and
Yes.
taking them back to
Yes.
the hotel room and recover
Yes.
before dinner.
All right.
So, come back with us 5 o'clock hour next.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, buddy, here we go. Just keep your eye on the ball. All right, just swing right through it. Yeah, good job. Way to go. Hey, run it out. Okay.
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back to the Hilton Chicago, final hour of day 2, Big Ten football media days. Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, Derek Pearson, Austin Norman, all with you here. Thanks to our 4 wonderful sponsors you just heard all about. Good thanks to Sandhills Global, to Gary Michaels Clothiers, to Warhorse Casino, and to Ben Blaker, a professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. Lots to get to here over the course of the last hour. We need to pick up where we left off, though, before we hear from Big Ten coaches.
Yeah.
Jay Foreman, I cede the stage to you.
Yeah, well, Jake Sorensen has obviously put himself out there with the undersized cowboy boots worn in public, but owned by another person, another human.
Keep going. What else?
The fake cowboy hat when he went to a rodeo. The
lack of shoe game in
lack
general.
of shoe game.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Chastised by a friend of yours. Don't ever wear those golf shoes.
Oh, the golf shoes. Yeah, that's bad. My golf clubs are 30 years old. Most of them 35 years old.
35-year-old golf clubs. Extraordinary golf. Right?
Nice.
But the best part is this. We're down at the Super Bowl a couple years ago in Las Vegas. And
it was a fun week, by the way.
It was a great week. So, after we do a radio thing, I was like, hey, Jake, man, I'm bringing you. Now, I knew to talk to him before because DP said, hey, now, you're going to bring Jake with you. You gotta lay the foundation. I said, Jake,
you got to prep him for this.
I said, Jake, well, okay. I said, I'm going to bring you to a couple NFL parties. Okay. Just roll with me. And then we get in there, just chill. We'll be all right. We'll
Deep
roll.
breaths.
Yeah. You're going to see a lot of people that you used to watch on TV. So just relax. They're just people. Well, first and foremost,
Jay Foreman actually said, do you think, and I quote, do you think he's going to fangirl? Not fanboy.
Yes. I hope you said
He
yes.
said the words, do you think Jake Sorensen is going to fangirl?
Your
And
response?
I agree. It didn't throw me off at all. Yes. That was what that.
So then there was this.
That was a good take, by the way.
Accurate.
It was accurate 1,000%. I take him to this NFL, big NFL.
I'm embarrassed by this still, okay?
No, you're not.
I
The way
am.
you acted in there, you were not embarrassed. You went ham at the F1 party. There was an NFL.
That's a
big,
different day. That's a different night.
We're going both of them because one leads to the other because you didn't recover in
Compounding
day 2.
effects.
I took him to the NFL PA party.
Which was
Great
amazing.
setup.
It's incredible.
They pick you up at a bus from our hotel. They take you there and they talk to you the whole time. You get there. It's at the F1 Las Vegas facility. It's huge,
Nice
right?
facility.
And then you could see the sphere or whatever over there. And then they had like food trucks outside. And then they had race cars inside, right? So it's in mind you here, it's 4 levels. So when you get there at the beginning, then you'll get your water a little bit. Then you go and it's like kind of like maybe some, appetizer food, main, and there's music and everything. We get there. Jake relaxed, gets his water, looking around. I'm walking upstairs. Where's Jake? He's still back there. Get him kind of like in a leash. Meet my good friend Steve Foster.
He's the man. I love Foster.
He has
Good
his
guy.
crew. So he had been there
Foss.
before. So he was kind of just taking us around. Once Jake discovered it was free food, all bets were off.
In Las Vegas, I'll bet.
Because when you get the first one, Jake didn't believe it was free, so he just ate it. You're kind of really apprehensive. Steve was like, hey, man, go ahead, eat up, right? So we're eating, after you stop at 3 or 4 different places because they're, you're kind of full. Then you want to kind of talk a little bit, have a couple drinks, listen to music. My man comes up next to me with this little plate with 2 of them, double fisted. He's like, Jay, you have to. He's like, can you believe this? This is free. DP, yo, when I tell you Steve Foster and everybody looked at him like, where did you get this
Has
guy?
this man eaten before in his life?
Right? So then I said, all right, I'll eat what Jake brought me over.
He's from what from vacation, the Griswold.
Oh yeah.
When they go to the buffet.
That's Jake. Well, hold on, it gets better, DP. It gets better. So I was like, all right, I'll go I already had 8 the same place. Jake comes back with 2 forearms full. So I was like, all right, I took one off him, took a couple bites and threw it away.
Helping your guy out so he didn't look bad.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Hey, by the time I went over there and put in the garbage, come back, he'd already ate his. Is on the nut in the other one. This is on the second level, DP.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's how many levels?
There's 4 of them.
more to go.
So we go up to the third level where you're getting like steak kebabs, shrimp, and all that. Homeboy is going. He's going back for
Going
second
to
and
town.
thirds. We're moving down like that, down the rows. He's back at level 1, grubbing. DP. I peeped him out. He would get it like a shrimp skewer and beef kebab skewer. Eat them, look around the corner, and go back and get it again. Right? And then try to act like we don't see him. We way down the facility. Mind you, it's dark.
It was dark.
So then we finally get through. He gets dessert. We finally, everybody, I'm like, they were looking at him like, this dude ain't ate. He's skinny as all get out, he ain't ate. So then outside is where they have the food trucks, DP. This is where it got crazy. So and then they had those portable bathrooms. So I'm like, all right, you know what? I got to get away from Jake because I got to go to the bathroom. Jake commences to go to the food trucks. Mind you, I was hanging out in the bathroom
As
looking
you're
through the
having all
peephole.
that food.
Through the peephole. Homeboy went and then got a plate at every single one of them. And I come out of the bathroom. Listen, DP, 5 minutes. He's like, Jay, they got more out here. They got more out here.
Can you believe this?
Can you believe this?
Hey, but I can't push back on it. This is all accurate. So
DP,
100%
wait,
accurate.
there's more. He said, DP, he's like, can you believe this? They got more out here.
This is all very accurate.
So I have a little bit more. Then finally, we didn't ate and drank. Jake and ate and drank the whole place out of there. Mind you, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
I got my fair share of free food.
Look, on the way out, DP, they have welcome cookies when you come in. This man gets a cookie, eats one, brings one. He probably had 3 or 4 of them trying to get me to eat one. That's why I was like, Jake, if you offer me any more food, I'm punching you in the face. That's night 1. Okay. Steve Foster and them were apprehensive to come over to be on the ticket the next day. He had promised he was going to be on. They were group chatting about, man, Jay Foreman's boy. We don't know we want to be associated with him.
Get your man.
Okay. We're all here for second chances. So now we're going to a more intimate party where it's invite only. Larry Sanders put the party on.
It's incredible.
The
party.
comedians there.
I had no business being here at all.
Hey, DP, let me tell you something. And it was off the strip. So it was a brother party.
It was a thing.
So I said, now I had another talk. I said, first of all, I can't have Jake getting hemmed up off the strip, right? So I
This
said,
man
Jake,
did survive the Chicago train, so let's give him his due.
no, this is off the strip. No, off the strip in Vegas. You got to be ready. So I said, Jake, listen, we're going to this party now. Okay, this is not last night. This is not a corporate party. Okay, this is at a club.
Drinks here, man.
You got to pay for drinks. This is a club here now, and it's not the clubs that you're used to. It's not the Brass Rail or anything like that. It's not Brothers. It's Brothers in here. So we get up in there, right? And it's like me, Jake Plummer, Larry Sanders,
Ed Too Tall
Jones, and Jake is like, as they're walking past DP, he's like this. Look, Jay. There's Ed Too Tall Jones.
Do you know who you are?
Right. But standing next to him, though, it's like, hey, this is Ed Too Tall Jones, Jake Plummer, and all this.
right there.
Well, here's the deal. Jake's a Miami Dolphin fan. And I played against LaDainian Tomlinson, so I'm sitting there. We're just catching up, right? Because he was on NFL Network, and then he was doing stuff for the San Diego or the LA Chargers, and I was asking him about that.
This is an idol of my childhood.
But how would you know that
idol.
knowing he's a Dolphin fan?
Well, because he's one of the best to ever do it. One of the best at running back.
So is Adrian Peterson.
Well, he wasn't there.
But dude, that's my point. You just made my point. I'm a Dolphin fan, but my favorite player played for the Chargers. Go figure. Okay. So I didn't anything. So I'm sitting like probably talking to LaDainian like this, right? And something LaDainian keeps looking, and he had some, like, I don't know if there was security or like, uncle with him. And I'm like, dang, what the, I'm talking to you and he's looking. I turn around at the bar. Okay. Jake had to get some liquid courage. He had drank 2 vodka cranberries, was literally staring at LaDainian Tomlinson. so much
like
he felt uncomfortable.
It's like the Anthony Anderson meme with him behind the tree.
That's exactly how he was. But DP, if this is LaDainian, that's Jake over there at the Danny Warfield Trophy, 5 feet away, staring at him. So I'm like, damn. So I get up and go to the bar. I said, Jake, you have to stop staring at this man. What is wrong with you? And he was like, I can't stop doing it. He's like, LaDainian is my favorite player. And I'm like, are you serious? And he's like, yeah. I said, man, stop right now. So then I took Jake over and introduced him to him and broke the ice. LaDainian Tomlinson looked like, am I going to have to? First of all, Jake's the only white dude in there. No, listen. He's the only white dude in there.
I am.
Staring at this man. DP, I was talking to him for 5 minutes straight. And he's staring at him with 2 drinks and staring at him.
I'm not gonna wake up missing the kid.
Here's the problem. None of this is all factual. There's no fluffing at all. This is all as straight as it was. It's all 100% true.
And then the whole way home, he's like, can you believe that I met LaDainian Tomlinson? No, you made him uncomfortable. He's talking about you.
You know what he said? He went, you see how white his ankles are?
I bet this man hasn't bought a new pair of shoes in 10 years.
And Jake had the shoes on, too. He's like, he was up in there with some busted shoes, too.
See, that was the scariest part.
Don't let me ever go golfing with this
That
guy.
was the scariest part.
He had some busted shoes on, and he's just staring at you.
You want to make a brother nervous?
Jay's
have
like,
on some golf shoes. Bro. That'll humble him.
Jay's like, you're scaring him.
You're scaring
I
him.
told him, I said, Jake, you're scaring him. Stop it right now. Get it together.
Oh, man.
This is listen, 100% truth. I have no reason to change it. That was all exactly how it went.
Like, and he's probably
both
over there,
stories.
Like he's like got one hand is on his own hand.
You know how
just
people
staring
shake.
at
You know how people shake their hand too long. That's Jake. How you doing,
Uh-huh.
LaDainian? How you doing? I'm Jake Sorensen. You're my favorite player of all time. I'm sorry for staring at you. I'm just like, man.
I hope you guys realize that at one point, so Jay went to the bar to go get a beverage. He left me by myself, where I shouldn't be by myself because, of course, I'm going to look around and see all the freaking former NFL players
So
there.
here's the announcement.
Make
The
it
announcement over the
uncomfortable.
loudspeaker. Whose white boy is this?
Come get you, white boy.
Who does this white boy belong
This
to?
guy get in
Can
here.
somebody, the owner of this white boy, can you please come claim him?
How did you get
Please.
him in here?
He
Owner of
is
the white
lost.
sedan, you left your lights off.
Somebody lost a perfectly good white boy here.
I told I said, Jake, I can't take you nowhere, man. You can't take him places.
He got me into incredible
I
things. I
can't
ruined
take
both of them.
I can't take him no more. You just can't.
Has your reputation recovered? among
I don't
that
know.
circle
I haven't
since
been.
then?
I don't know. I haven't been back to the Super Bowl since. That's not going.
We
back
haven't
anymore.
got the ticket was there, and we haven't gone back since.
Yeah.
That's why we were. They. Matter of fact, I did get the email. Are y'all coming?
Yeah.
Y'all coming?
There's like, is Jake
Anyway,
coming?
Let me guess. It
I'm
wasn't
not
that we'd
sure.
love to see you again. It's a
We need to know some things.
Yeah.
We need to know some
I'm sure I'm
things.
invited
We'll give you a credential for Radio Row, but you know
can't
we putting y'all at the corner.
Jake's picture of you know how they have don't serve. His picture's at all the NFL parties. Do not let him enter. He will make you uncomfortable.
Oh my God.
John in Southeast Lincoln is claiming, Jake, that you did the same thing with the band Fastball.
I
when
did.
they were-
Yeah, I did. And Sean McDonough several different times. I've scared people away.
Thank you for standing behind Brad Nessler today.
Oh,
But no, you were
I was
awful-
over here.
You were awful
You were
close
over here for the
to
most
Brad
part, I thought.
Nessler, though, to me and Brad
I was
Nessler.
standing right here.
Yeah,
the whole
yeah,
time.
and you were standing right next to me. But I'm used to you making people uncomfortable, but I didn't know that you were fanboying
Oh,
over Brad Nessler.
Oh no!
The number of times we heard the phrase "voice of God" for Brad Nessler.
That is true.
What are we gonna
least
do
5.
tomorrow? He's gonna meet Kurt Signetti.
Oh, but you guys,
He's gonna meet Signetti.
I'm going to have to walk away from the table fast.
Do we
Wait,
need to
the
talk
later
about when
flights are sold out. What about the earlier flights?
Oh, DP, when he saw Dan Marino,
that
radio
Oh, he
row.
called
No,
me.
no, no.
He called me. He
Oh.
called me, and he couldn't say his name. He
He
couldn't say his name. And I was like, you saw Marino, didn't you? That's the other one. Like you couldn't say his name.
Let me guess. It was Dan the man.
Let me guess who
That
it
was
was.
it.
Oh.
Jake, your Dolphins Mount Rushmore of people that
man.
you would love to make uncomfortable someday.
Well, I mean, Marino's got. I mean, still there. I didn't get to shake his hand and say hi. He was just. I was in his presence.
So
I
you
saw
stared at
him.
him. Just say, I stared at him.
I stared at Dan.
You did. You stared at him.
Ark of the Covenant
Well,
style.
well,
Can't enter the sanctuary.
let's
I got to
go.
stay behind the
A couple
curtain.
years ago, when we were at the old station, the DP brought me in because he talked to Richmond Webb, and I was very.
He literally couldn't.
I couldn't get a word out.
Webb's and
Richmond
I've
Webb.
warned him. I've warned Richmond. Hey, listen, I got a dude.
He's a big Dolphins
And
fan.
he's a huge Dolphins fan, but you know what he asked me afterwards?
What's wrong with
He's
him?
special. He's special? Is that?
Yes.
Because he couldn't. He would. Because I could
I couldn't
Jake.
get it done.
Jake, do you want to
clearly,
ask him a question? He's no.
I bagged out. I just want to keep
No.
listening to him.
No, not gonna.
I just want to hear his voice. Just keep talking, Richmond. I just want to hear your voice.
Okay, my personal. Because again,
Oh.
I wasn't around in the glory years of the Dolphins, so I can't say those guys. So I got to go with
You had Tua. Does that
And,
count?
well, Jay's gonna know what he's got because Jay was playing at the same time. Wasn't my biggest Dolphins fan when I was a kid. So we got Marino, we got our boy Aronde Gadsden. We
Yeah.
love him. Love him.
Oh yeah.
Chris Chambers on that Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
For old Jake. And
Jason
Richard
Taylor?
Williams, ooh,
Jason
Bernie
Taylor.
Palmer?
Jason
Taylor or Zach Thomas is for
Yeah.
Zach. I love Jason Taylor though.
Oh, yeah.
Can I add more to the Mount Rushmore? Is it stop at 4? I can't
Stop at
put
4.
4.
You stop
I
at
can't do 4. I
You
need
can't
10.
make a decision. Can't
Zach
make a decision.
Thomas. Zach Thomas.
All right. There you
How
go.
would those 4 react
To Jake?
to Jake?
Oh, they'd all. Zach Thomas would have punched him.
Zach would have punched
easily.
Zach would punch him.
Easily.
Well, that's-
especially in that setting, because Zach is comfortable in that setting. He was like, "You making me look bad." It was like when Larry Bird used to get mad when they put Kelly Tripucka on him. He said, "How you messing up my reputation?"
I can't bring Brian Cox around because I know Jake Sorensen will lose his mind. And Brian Cox is a no.
Oh, yeah.
He's a no nonsense. I
Yeah.
will hurt you kind of dude. I don't know if I have any guys from the Dolphins that I could bring you around. I
You
don't
should try and see what
Fiedler?
happens.
Fiedler?
No, I wouldn't care to see him.
Oh.
You didn't like Jay Fiedler?
No.
Chad Pennington?
I like Chad, but I wouldn't freak out at Chad Pennington.
OJ McDuffie?
I love OJ. I might freak out with him. Yeah,
we'll get
he's a good dude.
That is
He's a Penn State
hilarious.
guy. OJ
That is-
McDuffie.
That is hilarious.
Irvin Fryer?
Well, sure, Nebraska and Dolphins, absolutely.
Yeah, but you don't even talk to
I-
him
well, I
when
did,
he
but-
comes to the station. You don't even
Yeah,
talk
he
to
talked
him.
to me. He came to that event we had in Omaha.
Right,
one
hold
time.
on,
I talked
hold
to him.
on.
I was
Jake,
freaking out a little bit.
Jake, he was at the Super Bowl. I
Yeah.
talked to him for 10 minutes.
Why didn't you bring me over to him?
You walked right past him.
Half an hour of explanation for why.
Yeah.
Yeah, Irvin would have punched you too.
Was this after all the I can't let you talk to Jake. He's just getting.
Yeah. Jake, you had already worn out your welcome by then. He was late.
By
It
day
was late.
one, I had.
Yeah, you were done. And we're not even when you got up and Jake was on air. Saw Jerry Rice tried to walk with his headphones on. There's Jerry Rice.
I did.
Pulling
Jerry
every.
Rice walked right-
Jerry Rice was
Jerry
walking,
Rice.
dude. He's walking with his headphones on, just dragging everything. He's like Jay. There's Jerry Rice. Jake, we're online.
I mean, I almost had a freak out when we talked to Kevin Harlan too. I kept it together with that, but
This is why I
We
can't,
missed the
cannot-
opportunity.
gotta have
But
enthusiasm
this
in
is why
life,
I
you know.
can't take you to the money after the match.
Enthusiasm. Is that
I
what
can't
we're
take
calling this?
enthusiasm.
That's
I
enthusiasm.
cannot take you to the Hootie event because all of the Dolphins are there. All of those people are there. Dan Marino's there.
I think I have matured in the last couple of years.
I don't.
I don't think so.
Let's give it a
I
shot.
don't
See what
think so.
happens.
I don't
I
think so.
know.
We won't know if we don't go.
JB, he said the 2 words. Watch this.
No, watch.
It'll be even worse.
No.
Because we'll have a camera crew. Then he'll get even more nervous, and he'll make everybody uncomfortable.
It's him and Darius Rucker, and it's
Well,
good.
I wouldn't do well in that situation. Be very,
At
very
all.
nervous.
At all. At all.
He makes me with Hootie. I'm saying, dude, let's sing Hootie.
No, he's gonna sing the Hootie song to
I
Darius Rucker.
want to be with you. I go blind. So hold my hand.
The, the Dolphins make me cry too.
Darius forget something.
Oh no! It's time for a break.
Yeah, take us a break, Austin. I can't
We
do
will
it
take a
anymore.
commercial break. Who's to say Jake's going to get one when we get back? Stay
Oh.
tuned to find out with 93.7 The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Hi, Kendall Warnock here, owner of A1 Automotive in Seward. We're more than just an automotive repair shop. We're part of this community. Our mission is simple: serve people well, build trust, and provide reliable vehicle repairs at a fair price. From oil changes to diagnostics, major repairs, we're here to help keep your family safe on the road. A1 Automotive, 408 Main Street, Seward, Nebraska.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs, from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Played Against Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Played Against Sports at 48th and Vine.
When Nebraska businesses win, we all win. And the Nebraska Chamber is helping make that happen. Tackling the tough stuff like job creation, affordable and accessible childcare, and building a stronger workforce. We're stepping up so local businesses can step forward. If you want to see Nebraska keep growing, keep competing, and keep winning, get connected with the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Learn more at nechamber.com.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
We all like to save money, and we all like to save time. So why not save money and time on your auto insurance? At Battle Creek Insurance, we offer a way to do both. Enroll in our EFT payment option and save 5% on your auto insurance premium. EFT makes bill paying easy, convenient, and there's no worry of late payments. Visit battlecreekins.com today to contact your local Battle Creek independent agent. Start saving. Battle Creek Insurance. Better together.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
ashamed to get into actual real football talk. DP and J, I do want to ask you guys, if you were ever to go full Sorensen, when and where would it have been most likely?
Good question. What was the question again?
If you were ever to have gone full Sorensen at some point in your life, where and when and who would have been involved?
Oh, that's a good question.
If you need time to think, for me, it would probably be when I get to go to Cooperstown. Baseball Hall of Fame. Never been, but I that's probably where I'd be most likely to do that.
DP?
He's going to have to ask that 3-part question again.
If you were ever to go full Sorensen, where?
Fanboy.
Yeah, fangirl. Fangirl. Let's
okay,
define
fangirl.
terms. Who would have been involved? Where would it have been? And how old would you have been?
Tomorrow, Helen Mirren, Academy Awards.
That's very specific.
I've been dreaming of meeting you.
Well done answering that question.
Because most athletes,
Yeah.
most musicians, same, right?
Yeah.
Like if in another life, if I had met Maya Angelou, I'd absolutely go speechless. I didn't go speechless meeting Muhammad Ali.
Whoa, I would have.
I did not go speechless.
Where'd you meet?
Washington D.C. Actually was hosting a Negro Leagues convention, and Ali just happened to be in the building. He was there to actually go see Riddick Bowe and I forget who the brother was that ended up winning the title against. He stunned somebody, won the heavyweight title. But they were fighting at RFK Stadium. As a matter of fact, on the card was Bernard Hopkins and Roy Jones Jr. And Muhammad Ali came into the presser because we had the press conference in my bar. So, it's Rot Newman. It was how it was set up. And Muhammad Ali came in, and he's just sat down. As a matter of fact, shook my hand, because they were like, yeah, because he asked who was in charge, and they were like, yeah, and they walked up, and I was just, it was weird because he was being the way I should have been to him. I should have been like on it, taking a knee, and he just sat and he wanted some tea, hot tea. He was specific. And then he did the thing. He patted the chair next to me. He was like, have a seat. And I was like, no.
What?
Sir. No, sir. No. But none of the other fighters drew that sort of. As a matter of fact, Roy Jones and Bernard Hopkins, again, that's a Hall of Fame fight, but it was on the undercard to the heavyweight title fight later. And the best part of that I remember was that they were sitting. It was the only time I got to take my stepdad to. He was a fight fan, and I got to take him first row to a heavyweight title fight at RFK Stadium. So I was the best son in the world. And you're sitting on the same row as Muhammad Ali. Gladys Knight was there. Right. Like it was kind of a who's who. Sugar Ray Leonard was there, and you just kind of freak out. But he was amazing. Signed gloves for my dad. Matter of fact, that he kept those by his bedside till the day he died.
Oh, that's awesome.
So there was that. Those people, Billie Jean King, first time I met her, kind of weirded me out. But then, yeah, I would say that to me, she's the best actress in the world. And it's a thing that I can't do. I've met actors and actresses, some Academy Award winners.
Right.
But for some reason, Helen Mirren is at a different, she's Lady Mirren. Like she's Dame Mirren, and it just, that would be the one. I don't know, nobody in sports. A coach? I'm trying to think of maybe a coach that I haven't met, but no. No, that would probably be it.
Who was it for you, Austin?
Like that, it'd probably be if I went to Cooperstown
Oh,
at
so
some
that's
point.
right, I said that.
Yeah, or Duke basketball related, most likely.
Well, you're
But
going to
Cooperstown's
Cameron. You're
not a
going to
person,
Cameron.
though.
You're going to Cameron this year. Like I'm gonna assign you with credential to a game.
We can make this even easier on you. Duke's got an exhibition against Kansas on October 25th.
Not the same.
It's not the same, I know.
Is
But I'll take
Jay,
it.
is that not fair? He needs to go to
you need to
Cameron.
go down there.
You need to go. You need to go. And
Get you
deal.
to bring you go to like Kmart, get you a tent too. You'll be outside. You'll be all right.
Yeah,
the whole
I mean
experience.
the whole experience.
Sleep on campus.
You get like a sleeping
Be good
bag
for you.
Sleeping bag and a tag.
Bring Jake with you.
Oh!
Is
Come
he
on!
supposed to keep me in check?
Come on!
How'd that go for us?
Yeah, that wouldn't go well at all. You know that,
I know. That's why I was joking.
and it's usually cold.
I'm not a Duke fan, so I wouldn't be.
That's your
as-
first mistake.
But
I
I
wouldn't
think you
be
would.
as,
I think you would become one.
no.
Once you went.
Nope.
Really?
Yeah. No, I had a problem. I had a problem for years that and Austin's a part of this too. We've discussed this. He's part of this whole problem. That all these Nebraska fans forever wanted an out because their team wasn't very good, so they had to root for Kansas and Carolina and Duke.
And
yada,
I
yada,
still watched every Nebraska
yada.
game.
And yeah, but that doesn't matter. You just don't get
I was
experience.
there.
You don't get to experience the tournament until your team makes it. There's no second team. It's your team.
That's not.
and nothing else.
That's not true. I rooted as hard as you did.
I'm a Miami Dolphins fan, and I don't get the playoffs. I just get to watch from the sidelines and root for nobody.
Playoff.
That's nobody's fault but yours.
And I want y'all in my same boat.
No, I go to Super Bowls. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sure I've told this story on air before, but it's gonna be Mock the White Boys, I can tell my embarrassing story on air.
Yeah.
In a previous life, I worked at the Husker Sports Network, and when Duke was playing, I was gonna wear my Duke stuff. I was never on air, not on camera, so hey, no harm, no foul, right? So be it. Well, it's Tim Miles' coach's show night, and the way we did this was we set up like a couple like parking cones to save a spot for him. So I saw he rolled up. Let me go down, grab the cones, the barricades, or whatever. Well, it just so happened that he was still in his car when I went to grab him. So we walked up the elevator together, and we're having a conversation, and he sees I'm wearing my Duke quarter set. And I completely spaced off that it was his coach's show night. And so we're in the elevator. He asked me, "Oh, you're a Duke fan? You know, how'd that happen? You have family out there? You know, no. You ever been to a game
told
out there?
the story to him,
No.
didn't you?
He said, well, how are you a Duke fan? Coach, I need a team to root for in March.
Wow.
That's. I mean,
those are fighting words.
Yeah.
Those are fighting words.
Yeah. I was.
Those are fighting words, bro.
He said y'all crappy. He's like, I'll find something to be happy about.
That's why I love the brackets. I have no dog in the fight. I'm just going to try to root for pick the best team to win.
I mean, just to go, hey, no, your team sucks. So I
had to do something. I got to be entertained somehow.
Yeah.
Have a good show.
Said that to
who's
his
the
face.
who's the favorite
Yes,
person
in a
you
janky
remember
elevator that had broken down 3 times in the previous month.
Yeah.
For
who's the
me,
fa-
probably
yeah.
would be maybe like Denzel. Probably.
Yeah.
Would he play
I
in a
mean-
movie about you?
Yeah, right. That's what I would think. I met Prince and knew Prince pretty well. I normally would say younger when I was young, I would say Michael Jackson or something like that.
Yeah, that would have done it.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have known how to talk to him. I definitely would have been like,
The story is that he was a great conversationalist and had a whole nother conversational voice.
oh yeah, he from Gary.
Well, they also
Yeah.
said he threw hands.
Yeah,
That's the
Yeah,
part
he
people
ga-
don't know about
yeah.
Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson threw
he
hands.
gave Tupac the hands.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He'd be probably hitting me.
Really?
Sure then.
Oh yeah.
Tupac Shakur, Duke fan, by the way. Throw that out there.
Rudy. Yeah, Rudy's answer is Wemby. If he ever got to meet Wemby, I'm not sure he would know how. But I would say
Could Wemby
this.
palm Rudy?
No.
Wemby, Colt McCoy, or Barry Bonds for Rudy? Got his answers.
Colt McCoy, get out of here, Root.
Wow.
Colt McCoy, Rudy.
He's
You couldn't even
choosing-
say Vince Young?
He's
I mean,
choosing
really?
chaos.
Rudy was probably born the time Vince Young was playing, so I'm not sure Rudy actually had to ever watch.
Choosing chaos.
I just received a text, by the way.
Uh-huh.
Can I read this real quick?
Yes.
This is from a good friend, good advertiser, Brian from Super Saver.
Yes.
Hey, Brian.
he says, he says, I didn't want the Jake Super Bowl party stories to ever end.
Oh, Brian, there's more. Don't worry about it. There's more, Brian.
Yeah.
There's plenty more. I have a better text
Is it from Foss?
Huh?
It's from Foss?
No, it's from Grant Wistrom. He
Oh.
said, dude, this Jake Sorensen, LaDainian Thompson story is one of the best stories I've heard in a long effing time.
It was 100% true. I
Yeah.
can't. I
That's
cannot.
that's the worst
I can't
part.
deny
It's
anything
true.
that Jay said. There's no fabrication. It's all exactly what happened. I was waiting for some fib. He told me that's truthful. 100% true. All of it.
Claytonia Johns on the text. He says, and he's directed it to Jay. He said, Jay, am I wrong that MC Hammer was an OG? I think I remember you telling the story.
Oh, he's definitely in for real. It still is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gangster.
Yeah, don't let the parachute pants and all that stuff fool you.
Well, I mean, and he got everybody.
Yeah.
That literally.
Anybody, if he felt disrespected,
if you dissed him,
you got to see Hammer.
If you dissed him, the story of note was third base.
Yep.
The rapper MC Search, and he in a rap he kind of dissed Hammer. What do you think about Hammer? And they went on tour to the Bay, and everybody told him you need to stop by and see Hammer. Because Hammer put out, and he goes, "Whew!" Like it literally minutes. Oh, you just had minutes to get this right. Hammer, yeah. I mean, this was in the Oakland A's Charlie Finley days of him running with the Dave Stewart Oakland A's.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a real deal. So.
Jake, who was your favorite person that you met at the Super Bowl?
We had some great. I mean,
that year.
we had Mike. We had Mike Golick. We
Yeah.
had
It's Mike Golick.
I didn't do that. I was calling with Mike Golick. We talked to.
One
we
of
saw.
us. One
we,
of us.
we had a picture with Tech 9 at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Oh yeah. He was my favorite.
We talked to Teron Armstead. I was pretty giddy about that.
He
Former
looked
Dolphins left tackle. Of
Yeah.
course.
And then he promptly retired after that.
The guy from.
He was so weirded out he retired.
We talked to
I'm done.
the guy.
I'm done. Yeah.
The guy from Pawn Stars. What's his name again?
Chun Li?
No.
No,
not
no,
Chumley. That's
No,
the main
the-
guy.
no.
Yeah,
Rick.
what's his name?
Rick.
Oh, the main guy.
Yeah, Rick. He was great.
Talked to Carrot Top.
He's a
He was
Dolphin.
on- he
He's
was
a
on air.
Dolphins fan.
Yeah,
He's a Dolphins
I
fan.
remember airing that.
Well, we had Rick from Pawn Stars on the air too, and
Yeah.
Mike Golick. All those guys were on the air. LaDainian Tomlinson.
I'd hope so. The man
After all
that
that.
you were etched in his mind for the rest of his life. You know how many stories he told people about you, Jake?
I hope he did.
Yeah, well, you succeeded. I guarantee you've been in people's group chats your whole life. The cowboy thing, LaDainian Tomlinson. Just imagine if you saw him in the airport. You know he would probably like, all right, I gotta go to another gate.
Oh no, it's him
I'm going to a whole
It's
other
him
city.
again. It's
Yeah.
him again.
I would, as I'm sitting there thinking about it, and the question goes, Speed Limit says, what are the odds of Coach Signetti signing Jake's shoes?
I hope it happens.
And but here's the
What do you
thing.
think? Hey, coach, what do you think about my shoes?
Oh no, he would cut you.
We
Like
gotta-
he would
we
go,
gotta
no, leave.
fix that.
Leave. No, here's what
Purdue sucks.
I would
Ohio
say.
State sucks.
I would say
Jake's shoes suck too.
that I would break every journalistic integrity rule and allow Jake Sorensen to ask Signetti for an autograph. Never in the history of this would I cross that barrier except tomorrow. Tomorrow
I gotta get a
we will.
selfie with that for sure.
Tomorrow, you absolutely get a picture with Signetti. Like that. Normally we reserve. Think about that. We've been here for 2 days.
This dude is a wild man. He has to be stopped. He is not
No,
a national
you can't
treasure.
stop me.
He has to be stopped.
You can't stop me.
But this is, you have to build this. This is because he thought about stalking PJ Fleck today.
Well, I saw him over there.
No, he was
I've talked
eyeballing
to
him.
PJ
He was
before.
eyeballing him.
I've talked to
And
PJ
look,
before.
hey, Jay Foreman, he grabbed his chair like he was about to push off. And I was like, no. But tomorrow, if again, we usually only take pictures with Huskers.
Right.
I would think that tomorrow we waive that.
for sure. You got to get in there with Cignetti.
I got to get a picture with Cignetti.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what.
Just so we can
invite him
have
to dinner too.
Just so we have how Jake looks.
Oh no! Oh no! That would happen. That would happen. Listen, mind you, that he invited Bielema
to the Chop House, to a place that's not even open yet. Yeah, come to Lincoln. We'll fly you in.
We got Fields on
in 2030.
Hey, Rachel, Bielema needs a flight.
So frightened by that.
In 2030, we'll take you to Chop House right across the street.
I promise. It's still
the first time we've gone there, too, won't even test it.
Yeah.
Could be terrible, could be great, but you're coming with us.
But darn if you're not here.
Come on, Bielema.
Oh no, he called Troy Danon.
Yeah, he did.
What was this, man? What happened? What was this? Who are those guys?
Is he affiliated with you?
Yeah, who are those guys? What is going on?
It's got to go.
Oh man,
take us a break, Austin.
All right, let's go to break. We'll let's do this. Let's figure out what we want to hear from Nebraska tomorrow in the last 5 to 7 minutes that we have remaining for day 2. We'll do that next.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
When Nebraska businesses win, we all win. And the Nebraska Chamber is helping make that happen. Tackling the tough stuff like job creation, affordable and accessible childcare, and building a stronger workforce. We're stepping up so local businesses can step forward. If you want to see Nebraska keep growing, keep competing, and keep winning, get connected with the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Learn more at nechamber.com.
Are you looking for a fresh new hangout spot? Let me tell you about Liquid Assets Sports Bar, where Mondays mean new weekly drink and food features. With 23 taps, a full lineup of cans and bottles, and 40 TVs blasting every sports package out there, you'll never worry about missing a play. Save for high-end spirits at their stylish back shelf bar, enjoy a healthy, family-friendly menu, and catch all your favorite teams every day. Doors open daily at 11 a.m. Liquid Assets located on 2755 Jamie Lane in South Lincoln.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
Big value and big flavor meet at Wings and Rings thanks to the all-new delicious Duo Combo. This is the one you've been waiting for. Get one half-sized appetizer and 2 entrees with a side for only $19.99. Bring a friend for the best deal in town on any day of the week, during game time, or whenever the heck you want. Their made-to-order wings and chicken sandwiches are waiting for you at their 68th and O and 40th and Old Cheney locations. Stop by Wings and Rings and celebrate every day with the best meal deal in town.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Just a few minutes left here in day 2 of Big Ten Football Media Days, day 2. Austin, J, Jake, DP with you. Gentlemen, let's go around the table. DP, will throw it to you first. What are you expecting to hear? What do you want to hear from Nebraska football at the podium tomorrow, 11:30?
What I want to hear. I need for Justin Evans to make me feel like he's going to be an All-American. That's what the listeners want. They've been talking about it for the entire week. So we need to hear that. Luke Lindenmeyer, this is the big stage. There's a lot to go from being, 10th on the depth chart to being at Big Ten Media Days. So that is a huge step up for the young man. Let's see what he brings to the table.
Jake?
I would say some form of urgency. I mean, beyond just the projections out there from national media and locally, there's just not a lot of, I think, belief in a great season ahead for Nebraska. I want to hear optimism, urgency from Rule and the staff, or the players, and reasons why. Why do we believe this is going to break out in year 4 of Matt Rule? It can happen. It's very possible. Not many people are seeing that, but I want to hear from why it's possible and from the players what's changing to make that feasible.
Jay.
I think we'll hear. Obviously, he'll do a good job, which would be quite different than when Frost was up there. He'll talk about the players, give them their just due and what they mean to the program. Probably dive into a little bit of, maybe what's different, just on the surface level. And then I think I want to hear from the players something that's the continuity, like we heard from the Minnesota team, right? What are they? I want to hear what they've done this year that's not what everybody knows, right? Everybody knows spring practice was early. Everybody knows they might have changed. They had more time on the field. What have they done on their own outside of what's, I guess, structured to be a better team? And what's different in the locker room, right? And not just, we're grinding and all, we're working, and all that. I want to know what's different and what maybe they learned from last year.
How important are media days? How important is day 3 of media days, this appearance for Nebraska football, given that it's been a quieter offseason?
We've been talking about sales, representation of brand, identity, all those things. We've been talking about it. Watching culture in live action form. It's important. It's important. As you said, there's that level of tepid around the program that you cannot have, that you do not want. It's not good for anybody. So it's a chance to set the place on fire. I don't know what can be said that'll do it. quite frankly. I don't know, but I'm here to see it. I'm here for it.
The teams again tomorrow. Nebraska will get it started. Matt Rule at 11:30. Maryland, Michigan, Northwestern, Washington, and Indiana are the 6 schools. You look at that list. I mean, we talked about it a little bit. The lack of national intrigue around Nebraska. They're fighting for 3rd place in terms of the story. It's Indiana coming off the championship. It's Michigan hiring Kyle Whittingham, and then you're hoping you're more interesting than Washington, but you're probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
New leadership there. When you talk about what it can be. Maryland choosing to bring the young QB is a statement, a profoundly loud statement that I guarantee you they've seen some things in the offseason that they're rather excited about. So, yeah, I don't know, Jay. I don't know that. You tell me. Is there something that they could say that
No,
you
I
would
don't
go?
think they need to say anything. I mean, I think they just need to, go up there and answer the questions and be themselves. I think if you try too hard to sell your program, you kind of set yourself up for, I wouldn't say failure, but you set yourself up to people poke holes in it. And I think you got to go up there and be yourself, recognize, what was, maybe lost last year, obviously the Minnesota game, and how you changed some things. Talk about the difference this year with having a different type of quarterback in Klanger and what that means for your team. And you have some new coaches and how things have changed and how, really, I think the best and loudest thing you could say is we're not going to, we keep saying we're not going to do much talking. We're going to do more doing. We're going to answer your questions, but we're not going to, we're not going to talk about college football playoffs. We're going to just go out there and earn it. And that would send more, to me, more shockwaves through here because it'd be drastically different. And it would be seemed more authentic because it would show the humility that, okay, maybe last year was too much and maybe we kind of missed the boat a little bit. Now we have a great opportunity, but we have to have a different mindset, and a different mindset is going to allow you to have a great year.
It's been 2 days of talking about a bunch of other programs. Tomorrow, we get to talk about your Huskers. Take it, fans. Thanks for sticking with us through these 2 days. Another great day of coverage coming your way from the Hilton Chicago. Tomorrow, very Nebraska-centric. A lot of conversation coming on that and any other special player, coach, media guests that we're able to get. Big thanks to Sandhills Global, to Gary Michaels Clothiers, to Warhorse Casino, and to Ben Bleicher, Professional Realty Group, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate, for getting us out here and keeping us out here in Chicago for all 3 days. It's been a blast so far. Again, a full day tomorrow. A lot of Nebraska football conversations. What's heard, what's said, what's seen, and everything in between. For the crew, this is Austin Norman signing off. We'll talk to you again bright and early tomorrow.